brain soul. Devil just try, but he does never learn. So much on my mind, if I tell you, just look at me smile. When them do me wrong, I do them right. I'm just a man who does pray at night. How I live it, better than them. How I look it, better than them. Look how I feel it, better than them. Better than them, no problems. If you see me jumping up to the ceiling, and them high, oh Lord, what I feel it. This peace of mind, jumping up to the ceiling, and them high, oh Lord, what I feel it. This peace of mind, feeling real good. Come on, this is the mood I feeling real good. Nothing can change the groove, I feeling real good. Them can change the mood, I feeling real good. Have some people allergic to happy, good over evil. Don't red eye nobody, because God alone know the things we face in this life. Karma real, so watch every step we take. Stay on the right side. Father know, forgive them, they don't know better. Father know, use me so. When them do me wrong, I do them right. I'm just a man who does pray at night. How I live it, better than them. How I look it, better than them. Look how I feel it, better than them. Better than them, no problems. If you see me jumping up to the ceiling, and them high, oh Lord, what I feel it. This peace of mind, jumping up to the ceiling, and them high, oh Lord, what I feel it. This peace of mind, feeling real good. This is the mood, I feeling real good. Nothing can change the groove, I feeling real good. Them can change the mood, I feeling real good. Some of them suffering from bad mind real bad. But I cool, I'm not mad. Oh, they are they walking around the clock. My blessings come from high on top. Father know, forgive them, they don't know better. Father know, use me so. When them do me wrong, I do them right. I'm just a man who does pray at night. Tell them how I live it, better than them. How I look it, better than them. Look how I feel it, better than them. Better than them, no problems. If you see me jumping up to the ceiling, and them high, oh Lord, what I feel it. This peace of mind, jumping up to the ceiling, and them high, oh Lord, what I feel it. This peace of mind, feeling real good. This is the mood, I feeling real good. Nothing can change the groove, I feeling real good. Them can change the mood, I feeling real good. Feeling real good. This is the mood, I feeling real good. Nothing can change the groove, I feeling real good. Them can change the mood, I feeling real good.
You know, sometimes when we experience something and we enjoy it, we tend to want to repeat and we tend to want to get overindulged, and sometimes we get complacent. This is just a warning to people who might like it. Remember, you gotta be careful. I never thought I would live to see something so come to pass, but it's now a reality. Like a dream come true at last. Stop this speculating and guessing. I wouldn't keep you wondering. Friends are talking about the highway from San Fernando to Point Punting. I like it. I really enjoy the green scenery. I like it. It feels like natural therapy. I like it. You have the speed and you're reaching fast. I like it. Saving time and you're saving costs. I like it. What? I like it. frater went bankrupt. Now I feel like going insane, cause suddenly everything just stopped. I don't know what government do, whether they work magic or voodoo, but the highway reached down to point and I'm really glad they get through, cause I like it. I like the beautiful scenery. I like it. It feels like natural therapy. I like it. You have to speed and you're reaching fast. I like it. Saving time and you're saving gas. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Naming it the Archibald Dillion is most appropriate. These two football icons gave us so much to celebrate. Just a mere mention of their names bring back such beautiful memories concerning Trinidad football during the 60s and the 70s. Boy, I like it. I really enjoy the green scenery. I like it. It feels like natural therapy. I like it. You have to speed and you're reaching fast. I like it. Saving time and you're saving gas. I like it. Sunday evening, take a drive and see. I like it. Take out your friends and your family. I like it. Every time I pass by it feeling nice. I like it. This must be the highway to paradise. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Hello, Jazzy. I want it now.
A jiggy calypso, King Charlesy, wanted. People just borrow and do as they may, causing you sorrow along the way. All who feel they take and get away, is the children going to pay? Hey, hey. Oh, what a thing, Charlesy, to be King Charlesy. I'm sure you got to rejoice and sing. Oh, yeah. Now that you done celebrate, there's something that cannot wait. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have. Your dear mother passing left many in tears, but her passing also left you in a rest. Charlesy, give me what you have for me. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have. Because you must take a balls in the old land, split up India and Pakistan, steal the people of Amrestafi. Lives you take and you take. Charlesy, the people in India balling. Charlesy, you must make it right somehow. Charlesy, for reparations they calling. Charlesy, give them something new. Well, the people, we want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. No, no, no. Well, the people, we want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. No, no, no. Oh, what a thing, Charlesy, to be King Charlesy. The whole world contribute to your bling. Oh, yeah. Now you and your golden coach, I must submit my reproach. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have. You turn humans into products of your trade. After slavery is the slave masters you paid. Sort out yourself. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have for me. Give me what you have. Because you take where we culture for speed we hit. Make we slave all day on estates. Take resource I drain we betray. You take and you take. Charlesy, half of the Caribbean balling. Charlesy, look we in Trinbago too. Charlesy, colonialism appalling. Charlesy, you know what to do. Start to live in them coffers. We want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. No, no, no. Well, the people, we want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. We want to be wanted, we wanted. No, no, no. All the suppressing natives all in Canada. Give me something.
the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on The Street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
You want to find something great to do with your Tuesday nights? You want to learn and understand the true reason for Jesus? Then join us every Tuesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. for the program, This Same Jesus, the program that puts Jesus in his rightful place in our hearts and in our homes. Let's bring church home to you. Join us every Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. with your hosts, Kempes and Kevin. Be inspired, be blessed right here on The Street 91.9 FM.
Falling in love with Jesus.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you could get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko, in Sangre Grande, for the All-Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry, every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Mondays, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Trauma and Bereavement. Also, every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Low and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., the all-night prayer live on The Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with the day's issues from a biblical perspective, and you'll also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed you, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of you, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 610-4673.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282 or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
These last years have been very hard. Been really tough for some. This fighting between Trinidad and Sister Tobago. Now the anthem mandate go to them to keep standing side by side. But every day is fresh problem with the turning of each tide. But then for me, horrors for soul. Daddy was a Trini, my mother come from Tobago. So when the fighting starts, it tears me apart. I get so confused. Which side should I choose? Farley, Rowley, what's in the sad sack? Which side should I back? Cause my father come from way down south, and my mother them from Bethel. So when both sides start to cuss and shout, which side to take I cannot tell. Calamity, woe is me. Tell me, just what should I do? Since my birthright really tear in half, like Douglas did sing, they better split me in two. Now Tobago come out to play. Gave us many leaders too. OPM plus current CJ. So their freedom is long overdue. They find it to be most absurd that Trinidad should rule them still. So autonomy is now the word. They want that dream to be fulfilled. So every day it's tug and war, and there's me to pay. Just who are rooting for. So when the fighting starts, it does break my heart. I get so bemused. Which side should I choose? Trini, are we? Or Trinbago? Oh, I don't know. Cause I love to beat up maracas, and I feel at home at Strawberry too. So when DC's rough like T-Bocas, that only leaves me feeling blue. Calamity, woe is me. Tell me.
Well, hear what now? Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. I hope all is well with all of you. It is Wednesday morning and the time now is 4 minutes past 11. It's an interesting Wednesday morning. Why I say that? There is so much to talk about. A lot to talk about. A whole lot to talk about. And we had to take off the music. I don't want any distractions today. I want to talk to you guys, really want to talk to you guys. I'm seeing the technician is standing in front of me. Apparently he has something he wants to say. I'm going to give him that opportunity to say it while I play this song for you. You can join me on the live. Trust me, I have a lot to talk about. A lot. So join me on the live. Join me on the live.
Jesus guidance carolus, vanity like Narcissus. Heaven will help all of us when his mouth stop. For no one he gives a damn, like he parrot bam bam. But on him the door Islam to be a talker. Last year was raw and commerce non-stop. When time to hire the next stop cop. A man shout, what is this? Bring back the meritless. You can't throw it out because I on top. We fight, lit up, push and pull. Your rights to say I disrespectful. It had its origins by a pool in Westmoreland. And how I respond when you're talking bull. So said Double G, that's his claim. But let's add another G to his name. Cause he loved her. How he is the best. Better than the rest. How he clean up town. Make sure them cockroach out. So who feel that he ain't ready yet? Double G is a triple threat. It's the he make crime decrease. Bringing them police. It's been to establish sort. Robbie drops to suit up. Carolus. Vanity like Narcissus. Heaven will help all of us when his mouth stop. For no one he gives a damn, like he parrot bam bam. But on him the door Islam to be a talker. Last year was raw and commerce non-stop. When time to hire the next stop cop. A man shout, what is this? Bring back the meritless. You can't throw it out because I on top. We fight, lit up, push and pull. Your rights to say I disrespectful. It had its origins by a pool in Westmoreland. And how I respond when you're talking bull. So said Double G, that's his claim. But let's add another G to his name. Cause he loved her. How he is the best. Better than the rest. How he clean up town. Make sure them cockroach out. So all who feel that he ain't ready yet. Double G is a triple threat. It's the year him. He make crime decrease. Bringing them road police. It's me who establish sort. Robbie drugs to suit a court. Why the Prime Minister still vexed with he? He said they can't handle the triple G. So as I and G. We need more cop and much less showbiz. I am the top cop, you got some on me. But still they cut down the triple G. You talk about close for the commission. Yeah, the mice was not a blissful one. One member without fail, copy GG their email. Soon all of them was under the gun. The president get touched in the rush. Who intervene when she tell them hush? This is not a fish market. My visit's a top secret. She wasn't weak, no, she didn't blush. But still the triple G, he did not withdraw. What you think that letter G stands for? Yes, he loves her. See him strut and pose. How they have him like burrows. He ready for all of them. Rhoda, and Dini's red. All who call his name now in big rivalry. He said that is just a nasty conspiracy. Is the year him? Is he ring the bell? Or fraud in the FUL? Beat us up every poll. His mouth they cannot control. How he's the most popular man in this country. That is why they all for the triple G. Lord, I say G. We need more cop and not less showbiz. I am the top cop, you can't summon me. But say they shut down the triple G. Jesus guidance carolus. Vanity like Narcissus. Heaven
on in live. Come on in live. Or will you come on in live and tell me, put gallery. Who we talking about?
T-Triple-G. Lord, I say in G. We need more cup and much less showbiz. I am the top cup, you can't summon me. But still, they got down the Triple-G.
Come on in live and put Triple G.
Say he have top cup to banker. And none fits to be the commissioner. He has Narcissus syndrome. The chickens now coming home. In his house, he must have endless mirror. This man is too in love with himself. Needs to pack his ego up on a shelf. Someone to see him try. Say one sentence without I. Cause he feels his way or nothing else. Tell civilian GG, please relax and chill. He won't begin high power until he's talking dotish. How he finish first. Cause he train up in Sandhurst. Long time he's been training. Youngest officer we ever had. Trinidad, no, from north to south. Triple G is a motor mount. Who can't help but no stop without 10. Trying to Destiny's Ren. He cannot desist and cease from playing his police. So now mark his name down in history. Carry gallery Griffith or Triple G. I still say G. We need more cup and much less showbiz. I am the top cup, you can't summon me. Triple G. Gallery. G. His call get pop, yes, without a fizz. Somebody please tell the Triple G. He better drink some humility. G. His call get pop, yes, without a fizz. Somebody please tell the Triple G. Drink some humility.
Oh, yeah. What really going on? What really going on? Oh, let's come on in live now, man. Come on in live. You don't have much time. Come on in live. Come on in live. And I want to say to those of you who are not aware, today our Prime Minister will be back and he is going to be keeping a press conference at 2 o'clock. Our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, will be hosting a media conference today, Wednesday the 28th of February 2024 at 2 p.m. at the VIP lounge at Piaco International Airport. So, if you're not aware, I'm letting you be aware that our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, will be hosting a media conference today at 2 p.m. right at the VIP lounge in the Piaco International Airport. That's it. That's it, you know, his return from Guyana. So just give you all of that update.
You're talking polo. So said Double G. That's his claim. But let's add another G to his name. Cause he loves to how he is the best.
Well, let's come on in live and just type in Triple G.
We show them cockroach down. So all who feel not here ready yet. Double G is a triple threat. Is the year him? He may crime decrease.
Well, here now, this is so interesting, eh? Really, really interesting. All of what we see happening in Trinidad and Tobago right now. Oh, yeah, we serious? Or we playing games? Eh? What going on? We serious or we playing games? It's now 14 minutes past 11. I'm giving you time to come on in live because I have some information I want to share with you. All right, so jump on in live now. I see my boss by the door.
Remember without fail, copy GG their email. Soon all of them was under the gun. The president get touched in the rush. Who intervene when she tell them hush? This is not a fish market. My visit's a top secret. She wasn't weak, no, she didn't blush. But still the Triple G, he did not withdraw. What you think that letter G stands for? Yes, he loves to see him strut and pose. How they have him like burrows. Be ready for all of them. Rhoda, Riot, and Dini's Ren. All who call his name now in big rivalry. He said that is just a nasty conspiracy. Is the year him? Is he ring the bell? On fraud in the FUL. Beat us up every poll. His mouth they cannot control. How he's the most popular man in this country.
Some say he have top cop to banker, and none fits to be the commissioner. He has narcissist syndrome. The chickens now coming home. In his house he must have endless mirror. This man is too in love with himself. Needs to pack his ego up on a shelf. Someone to see him try.
All right, okay, all right. I'll take my time today. I'll take my time. Let us jump in and type Triple G.
How we finish first, cause he train up in Sandhurst. Long time we serving Trinidad. Youngest officer we ever had. Trinidad, no, from north to south. Triple G is a motor mount. Who can't help but no stop with Sultan. Driving to Destiny's Ren. He cannot desist and cease from playing for his police. So now mark his name down in history. Carry gallery Griffith or Triple G. I still say G. We need more cup and much less showbiz. I am the top cup, you can't summon me Triple G. G. It's called get pop, yes, without a fizz. Somebody please tell the Triple G. He better drink some humility. G. It's called get pop, yes, without a fizz. Somebody please tell the Triple G. Drink some humility.
All right, so drink some humility, Triple G. Well. Let's talk. Let's talk today on the Street 919 FM. We going and talk the things them. You know, they don't want me to talk the things them. They don't want me to talk the things them, you know. They're just afraid. And we talk the things them. But we have to talk the things them. Because the things them to talk. Yeah, if it was the People's National Movement, you would hear them talking the things them. But afraid. Don't we talk the things them. We talking the things them today. Triple G. Let's talk. Trinidad and Tobago, let's talk. Yeah. If you never listen to talk radio before, you better listen this time. Because we're going and talk. We have to talk. So, you know, I was like, okay, what's really going on? What's really going on in Trinidad and Tobago? You know, you're watching all what's happening. I'll be honest with you, I really did not listen to the Monday night forum. I was like, oh gosh, what new they could come with? What new? But like the Monday night forum, I choose not to listen. Was the Monday night forum I should have listened? Because I didn't know all of these things were done and said at the Monday night forum. Honestly. And let me tell you something, You know, sometimes if you ignore certain things and certain people, like, you know, you just leave it alone. It's die. It's dead. But Mr. Gary Griffith did not want to leave this thing alone. No. He has to respond. I don't know if you all realize that. Mr. Gary Griffith have to respond to everything that is said about him. He doesn't leave anything alone. He responds to everything and anything. Once his name is called, he will respond. So, in the Monday night forum, his name wasn't called. But, apparently, stones were thrown, and as the you know, like Bob Marley say, throw my corn, you understand? And me call no name, but You know, people run out. So Miss Bissessa would have said what she had to say. And apparently, it rubbed Gary Griffith the wrong way. So here what I wanted to know, right? Here what I watching. I'm just giving you I'm giving only a little highlights. All right. So, on a Gael interview with Mighty K, Gary Griffith would have made some statements, right? So that was in the week, last week. He made some statements on the Mighty K show. Sunday, what today is Wednesday? 3 days ago, just Sunday, on a Wall Street show, Gary made a statement. On Monday, Miss Bissessa said something. By Tuesday, Mr. Griffith got offended. Triple G got offended. Wednesday, talk of the tongue is Mr. Griffith and Miss Bissessa mash up. So today, that is a big topic. So from last week to Sunday to Monday to Tuesday to today, Gary Griffith, Mr. Griffith, is the center of attraction and talk. What the talk is about, I go refresh all your memory. Me playing games here. We gain only as it come. So, Gary Griffith would have made a statement. I want you all to listen, eh? Because you see the tomfoolery, not me. Me about that. So let's go with how it started. When it starts, how it starts, and let's go. So join me on the live, and you take a look at how it starts, when it starts. What is really go on? Right? I need to later join me on the live. So join me on the live. I'm going to play for you how it starts. So let's go with how it starts. Come on the live and you'll see how it started. So this was the first interview. Right? The first incarnation of, you know, there's no problem. What problem? What problem are you talking about? There's no problem. Will you see a problem? There's no problem. It's always the problem, not me. There's no problem here. So listen to this, right? Jump on the live. Come on the live. And let me give you chronologically how it started. Right? Come on the live and you would see how it starts, when it starts, where it starts, why it starts. But then it starts to get juicy with how it starts. So listen to this. Listen to this.
Mission. Well, one definitely, and I think that has been the biggest problem between us and the UNC at this time. There have been individuals who have been affiliated with gangs and wrongdoing, and I have no intention to compromise the ethics, the principles of the NTA to associate ourselves with individuals who feel that they are going to use the NTA to get into government, to go back to give $5 million state contracts to gang members. So
compromise on is not going to compromise
the same thing.
What are some of the things the NTA is not going to compromise on this journey of transformation?
Well, one definitely, and I think that has been the biggest problem between us and the UNC at this time. There have been individuals who have been affiliated with gangs and wrongdoing, and I have no intention to compromise the ethics, the principles of the NTA to associate ourselves with individuals who feel that they are going to use the NTA to get into government to go back to give $5 million state contracts to gang members for building a $50,000 box train. And those are the individuals who unfortunately seem to have the ears of the hierarchy of the UNC. They know very well that Gary Griffith is going to be a thorn in their side if and when we are in government. And I am not compromising. It is non-negotiable.
Right. So that was the first interview, right, with Gary Griffith. And that interview made everybody go, okay. Something here that we don't know about? Is there something missing? Is there a disagreement with Gary Griffith and the UNC? Right? That was the question. That was the statements that was made that made everybody start to question what is happening with Gary Griffith and the UNC. Fair enough? Then Sunday.
So Uncle Tommy.
Right? So Sunday, Gary Griffith was on another program. All right? Let's hear what he said on that other program. Right? So let's listen for Sunday with Gary Griffith on another program. So the question was asked him, is there no breakup? Come on the live and listen to Gary, Mr. Griffith. Is there no breakup? Well, let me hear what you have to say. Is there no breakup? Listen, eh?
Now, Mr. Griffith, does that mean to say that there is no breakup, so to speak, between the NT and the UNC?
Well, definitely not on my side. I don't know why people are coming up with that perception. I mean, obviously, there would have been much more communication, dialogue, joint meetings because we were in an election campaign during the local government election. That is not, there's no election at this time. So both political parties will probably be putting focus on their own business, seeing about getting their own house in order, which is the right thing to do.
Now, Mr. Griffith, does that mean to say that there is no breakup, so to speak, between the NT and the UNC?
Well, definitely not on my side. I don't know why people are coming up with that perception. I mean, obviously, there would have been much more communication, dialogue, joint meetings because we were in an election campaign during the local government election. That is not, there's no election at this time. So both political parties will probably be putting focus on their own business, seeing about getting their own house in order, which is the right thing to do. Try to build your base, establish your base, work, communicate.
All right. That was Sunday. Monday morning. Everybody in their own zone. All right. The man put in place. Put us in our place. There's no breakup. I don't know what you're talking about. Where you get that from? But then, here comes Miss Bissessa. Listen to Miss Bissessa now. Right? Take a listen. Come on the live. Take a look.
Smaller parties must be willing to work and carry their weight. It cannot be that UNC supporters must be sheep, must do almost everything. UNC must host events. UNC must provide the resources. UNC must bring the supporters, bring the sheep. And then these other organizations want to come, hand swinging, and stand up on the platform and talk. Do you agree with me? You must carry your weight. We are a great party. We are a strong party. We have over 300,000 plus supporters. Do not play the fool with us. We respect our membership. We have to work together. Yes, I agree. But others must say, hey, what is your membership? Did you have an election? My executive is an elected national executive, elected by the membership of this great party. I didn't name myself leader and then pick up 5 and make them deputy. You all, this whole Natex was voted in a democratic election. Remember that. Remember that. So, other parties, yes, carry your weight. Tell us your membership. Tell us how you became leaders of that party. Tell us about your party structures. Are you capable of having independent events? You have to bring something to the table and not just a social media presence, you know. Social media don't win vote, you know. It's warm bodies with a finger. You have a voting finger. That is where the votes tanku. That is what you know, and that is where they come from. That is where they come from. So these parties, I am saying to them, work, do your own events, build your party, build your membership. So when we sit to talk, you are offering, you're bringing something to the table. You cannot come and take my 300,000 plus UNC supporters, and you can't tell me how many you have. You cannot hold a meeting like this. So it doesn't mean that all of us have to stick up in one room around one table at this point in time. All the smaller parties, independent voices, you do your work.
Do your work. Don't come and piggyback on our work. We 100 and something, we 300 and something thousand. Can't win an election though, but 300 and something thousand. Only had 18 seats, but 300 and. But here what now? So I say, but what is this boy? Miss Bissessa makes her statements. She ran out herself, made her statements. She said what she had to say. But what she had to say rubbed some people the wrong way. Eh? You all know that? So, this is me now saying, but wait now. Miss Bissessa making her statements, and there are some people who the cap fit, let them wear it. So, the news come out. And you know, when the news take up the story, you just hear certain parts of the story that you didn't think about now. So, before the news break, apparently Mr. Griffith was on another station. And he was talking. I wonder what you're hearing me. Yes, Gary was talking, and you know when Mr. Griffith started to talk, you know them fellas and them just spill their guts. Right? Fellas and them just started to talk, and then they just started to spill their guts. But I was like, but where all of this coming from? Because Monday the man say it has some little people in that party there that little questionable. Say okay. But I know the first time you said that. Right? It's not the first time he said it. So when he said it, I said, well, oh, you could be saying that, brethren. You the one who was in that JSC and made your statements about them, and you still went and joined up. Something about that just not right. So, I say, but let's see where you're going with this. Right? Let's see where you're going with this. So, when I sit down and I listen to him talk about his concerns, I said, all right. But then when other person question him, He said, no, I don't know where they're getting that from. I don't have no problem. But then you lie. And that's my problem, you know. You see, if you're going to get married to somebody and the person lied to you, will you still go back with that person, boy? Will you still want to marry that person? So on Sunday you said, I don't know where people got that perception from, that we have a problem in the UN with the UNC. But only listen to this, I want you to come on the live. Because it's so much all you could take. Right? It's so much you could take with lies. But that's some people want you to accept lies and go into a marriage with lies. So let me listen to Gary here now. Listen to him.
By the UNC showing total disrespect to say that they were a knife and fork. They are irrelevant. They need to prove their worth. That caused the PNM to win 25 out of the 41 seats. And the same thing could very well happen in 2025 if we go to a three-horse race. The UNC could very well lose Sawa, Barataria, Chaguanas West, and Maruga coming back in 25-16. If there's some degree of maturity by the UNC with a political leader who is willing to be humble, embrace and welcome that third constituency, you will get a repeat of the 2010 results. So the point being is that what that third constituency decides to do directs the outcome of the election. That is how powerful and important that third constituency is. Listening to Kamala Prasad-Bissessar last night, it shows that she has not learned a thing pertaining to the importance of that third constituency. That is what caused the collapse of the People's Partnership. The UNC's political leader, as the Prime Minister, figured, look, I have 21 seats, I don't need you, right out. And that caused the collapse of the People's Partnership. So that is why 14 years later, she cannot win an election because she's still not able to embrace, appreciate, and welcome that third constituency. That is what Basdio Pandey did in 2000, which is the only time the UNC ever won an election on its own, by doing just that, welcoming and embracing that third constituency. The third constituency is not going to come under the umbrella of the UNC as much as Kamala would like it to happen. But the third constituency having a home now through the NT and other parties, if there's an alliance with the UNC, it will spell an immediate success, such as 1986 and 2010. However, based on the comments made by Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, it showed one of arrogance, of high-handedness, of disrespect to that third constituency to make comments pertaining to you need to pull your weight.
You must carry your weight. We are a great party. We are a strong party. We have over 300,000 plus supporters. Do not play the fool with us.
In local parlance, she's fast and out of place because the NTA, even myself as the political leader, no other political leader walked the length and breadth of Trinidad as I did, walking into the heartland, even in San Fernando and San Rio Grande, to assist the UNC candidates to win their seats. She stayed in her home and watched it. So to speak about third parties not pulling their weight and to speak about asking them, how did you get as political leader, to show how clueless she is. When Bandit took over Club 88, who made him political leader? When he formed the UNC, who made him political leader? A party now forms, it will take a year or two before you establish yourself to have elections. But to show how petty she is, she's trying to state, well, those third parties didn't have an election to appoint political leaders. That's how the UNC was formed. So Kamala Prasad-Bissessar cannot debate with me on any aspect pertaining to politics. And unfortunately, she's being guided by individuals such as Julie John, who never wanted the alliance. Julie John said in prior to the local government to me and to Kamala, we do not need you. We can win on our own. Debate with me on any aspect pertaining to politics. And unfortunately, she's being guided by individuals such as Julie John, who never wanted the alliance. Julie John said in prior to the local government to me and to Kamala, we do not need you. We can win on our own. How clueless can you be? The UNC have never been able to win an election on its own other than once, as I mentioned. And that was in 2000 and it lasted a few months. You basically are going down the same road. People like this, they're either plants of the PNM or you're just clueless in understanding the politics. Unfortunately, she's being guided by individuals such as Julie John, who never wanted the alliance. Julie John said in prior to the local government to me and to Kamala, we do not need you, we can win on our own. How clueless can you be? Did UNC have never been able to win an election on its own other than once, as I mentioned? And that was in 2000 and it lasted a few months. You basically are going down the same road. People like this, they're either plants of the PNM or you're just clueless in understanding the politics of Trinidad and Tobago. So it is hoped that the UNC can appreciate, welcome, and embrace that third constituency. And if they don't, they're going to be a hat trick of defeats for the UNC. Unfortunately, she's being guided by individuals such as Julie John, who never wanted the alliance. Julie John said in prior to the local government to me and to Kamala, we do not need you, we can win on our own. How clueless can you be? Did UNC have never been able to win an election on its own other than once, as I mentioned? And that was in 2000 and it lasted a few months. You basically are going down the same road. People like this, they're either plants of the PNM or you're just clueless in understanding the politics of Trinidad and Tobago. So it is hoped that the UNC can appreciate, welcome, and embrace that third constituency. And if they don't, they're going to be a hat trick of defeats for the UNC.
Olia serious? Olia not serious, right? We serious? Come now, we serious? Olia, we serious? Olia not serious. You what the man say? Oh gosh. Julie John, Miss John. Man saying it's your fault. Miss Jolene John. But wait. I just want to play this. Before I continue my discussion, I want to play this. You see this clip? I want to play this clip to get some people sick. Yeah. Upset some of all your day today. I want to play this clip now. I want to play this clip to get some people real mad. Get some people mad? Yes, I'm going to get some people mad.
If Kamala Prasad Bissessa goes up against Keith Rowley in 2025, she will be slaughtered. The UNC will be slaughtered. And worse yet, if she goes up against Penny or anybody else in the UNC. Foster Cummins, Amory Brown, she will be slaughtered. As a matter of fact, the UNC will lose some of the 19 seats it has right now. They better be careful. They better be careful that they don't end up with seats only beyond the Caroni Bridge.
Oh gosh! What did you say? You should not have said that, my brother. What is this saying? What all is saying? What all is saying? Let me continue the talk now. Let me start. Let me finish it.
Senator Wade Mark has responded to Keith Rowley's hint of retirement by saying good riddance. He went on to say that there are rumors of a snap election. Call elections now. Bring it on. They're ready. Senator Mark, I have the world of respect for you, but in this instance, you have gotten it very, very wrong. The country is desperate for new leadership. So if PNM does what UNC is supposed to do and cannot do, and change their political leader, come 2025, we will have another PNM government.
Oh gosh. Me myself, Google. You're not nice, Google. No, we talking the things them. We being real. You just start playing games. Yeah. Only playing games. Only on games. Only on games. Plenty games. Plenty games only on. And you see, only like to hear the truth. Only like to hear the truth. So, Gary Griffith, again. Going back to Mr. Griffith. So Mr. Griffith is upset. He's upset. He is upset with the way things are going in the UNC and in the Alliance. Now, I want you all to listen to me. The UNC name is what? The United National Congress. They can't unite. They can't even start a proper unity. And then people want to tell all you nonsense. The name of their party is the United National Congress. And they cannot even unite with another party. The United National Congress. They are the total opposite to what they say they are. Disunited. How could you say that you are the United National Congress and another party that just joined me told you the party not even a year old. NTA not even a year old. And they join up with Oli and they done a bacchanal already. So then Oli is not united nothing. Oli don't intend to unite nothing. But then the oxymoron to that is the National Transformation for Alliance. But where is this boy? All these united front parties. Not even they can't come. They can't. But again, people are not listening. People are not watching. People are not listening. So I'm going to show you all another clip. I want you all to listen to this clip, Listen to this clip very well, because Ms. Bissessa said something in the Monday Night Forum. Let me see if I can play it for you. I want to play it for you because some of you all not listening. So Ms. Bissessa giving a hint. She's saying how the bacchanal start, So I want you all to listen to how the bacchanal start with Ms. Bissessa and Mr. Griffith. Only want to hear how it start? Come on live. I'll play for you how it start. Listen to how it start. Then I'll play for you the news clip. And just giving only ideas of what went on.
Some people tell me, move this one and move that one. I say, well, what? Put who? You know what? Well, put me now. They said the kindergarten boys and girls and them fellas and the old one, they had to go. Why? Because it is me. I'm knocking on the door. Let me in.
If Kamala takes this thing seriously and selects the right person in her campaign in 2025, I don't see how she could lose.
If she select the right set of people.
That is correct.
Right.
Don't pick the boys and girls that she has at present. She has to pick the correct kind of people. When people see them, they must say, wow.
Yeah? Select the right set of people. People want to come back in the fray.
I remember in the early UNC days, in the Panda days, our supporters were sometimes treated like sheep. The hierarchy of the party at that time would tell us, bring sheep, bring sheep, bring sheep, bring people, and put us all to sit down in the crowd there in Renzi. And then the one or two fellas, every single meeting, they will talk to the sheep. I remember that. I detested that treatment of the rank and file for membership.
Only listening. Some of you all hearing, Only not listening.
Set the record straight in terms of strained relationships with the UNC. That was never on the part of my father or me, on numerous occasions, we have reached out and quietly, with class, dignity, and grace, to offer help and support without wanting absolutely anything. And that has been outright rejected. He did reach out to the leadership of the UNC. He did visit the leadership of the UNC when, as early as 2011, there was a lot of problems happening within the UNC. He offered his help then. He never spoke about it publicly. Neither have I, and maybe the time will come where the truth will prevail. Prior to the last election, I also offered my help, and I made it very clear that I did not want any seats, I did not want any senatorship, I did not want any board positions, just to help. The country was in difficulty and spiraling down into what I felt was almost an abyss, and we're reaping, I don't want to say, but the consequences of that now. So, of course you speak. Of course you speak. That party wasn't built overnight. Most of the people who are there, they don't have known how it was built.
Is it that Michaela said those words some time ago, and she's saying, hey, the truth will come out, The chickens will come home to roost. That's Michaela Pandey talking there. Michaela Pandey coming out and talking. But, again, a gentleman would have warned us. But did we listen? No, we didn't listen to him. It's only now we know what he was saying was the truth. Some of you. Quite back in 2010 he was talking. How many of you were listening?
Is anybody here from the People's National Movement? It behoves us, my dear friends, to examine what we are up against. And as we do that, we have to make our analyses. We are students of politics. And also, we have a responsibility to point out to the people of Trinidad and Tobago what you're likely to get if you make the mistake and put God out of your thoughts and elect the opposition to government in the country today. The Kamla Prasad Bissessa today, who is presenting herself as an alternative Prime Minister to Trinidad and Tobago, is just not ready, my dear friends, lacks the political skill, lacks the political experience, lacks the political training, lacks the political acumen, and will be a disaster if, God forbid, she becomes Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And that your interest in the matter is if she is vindictive with her own kind, what about you? What about you when your time comes? What about you? She lacks the skill. She lacks the experience. She just is not ready, my dear friends, to assume the mantle of governance of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not an easy country to govern. And when difficulties arise, you can't be pulling out your hair. I noticed that she's been trumpeted as a female. In other words, the criteria to vote for her is that the criteria to vote for her is gender. She's a woman, so vote for her. My dear friends, it has nothing to do with your gender. It has to do with what is in your head, and more importantly, what is in your heart. That is what it has to do.
So Mr. Manning would have warned us. And some of us never listened to Mr. Manning. Somebody on the text board saying, yeah, she did prevail. We're getting ready to go for the news in a short bit. When I come back from the news, I'll show you I'll play 2 more clips to you to show you that unity with the United National Congress don't work. Has never worked, will never work. Let me take it out. Good morning to a friend of mine. He's locked on and listening. Mr. Kevin David, how are you, sir?
When time to hire the next stop come.
Mr. Kevin David, I hope all is well with you, sir.
This, bring back the meritless. You can't throw it out because I on top. We fight, let up, push and pull. Your rights to say I disrespectful.
So let me say good morning to all of you joining me on Facebook. Thank you very, very much. Those of you who joining me on Facebook, those of you who are on YouTube, thank you very, very much. I appreciate all of you and my silent listeners. Those of you who listening to me via the radio and the app, thank you very, very much for being on the Street 919 FM.
Double G is a triple threat. Is the him? He make crime decrease. Raining them road police. Is he who established sort? Why the drugs to suit a court? Why the prime minister still vexed with he? He said they can't handle the triple G.
Hey, somebody buffing me saying greetings from Tobago. Good morning, Tobago. How are you going? Everybody all right over in Tobago? Huh? I'm supposed to be coming to Tobago Sunday, you know.
Those for the commission. Their demise was not a blissful one. One member without faith.
Yeah, so look out for me in Tobago Sunday. I should be there on Sunday.
Under the gun. The president get touched in the rush. Who intervene when she tell them hush? This is not a fish market. My visit's a top secret. She wasn't weak, no, she didn't blush. But still, the triple G.
So this Sunday, I should be in Tobago, Sunday the 3rd of March, 2024, from 4 p.m.
See him shut and pose. How they have him like burrows. Be ready for all of them. Road and in his red.
So I'm coming back right after the break. Don't touch your dial. We're going to continue the discussion with Gary. Triple G.
Is he ring the bell? On Friday in the FUL. Beat us up every poll. His mouth they cannot control. How he's the most popular man in this country. That is why they all for the triple G. Lord, I say G. We need more cup and not less your base. I am the top cup, you can't summon me. But say they shut down the triple G. This guy is Carolus.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, the Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon and every Wednesday night from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, goji, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health performance and disease. Join PNM as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079, or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com. Remember, every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7:05 p.m. live on the street 919 FM.
Yo, this is the Big Mike, not the mass man, the health man. And joining me
will be Little Mike as we discuss tips on taking you from zero health to optimum health using different protocols and techniques. Trinidad and Tobago, join us every Wednesday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. on the street 91.9 FM for
Health Talk with Big Mike. It's not where it is, it's here it is. Boom!
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 to 186 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Information, conversation, all on Street 91.9 FM, the official station that defends the nation.
News from the street, 919fm.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb with the news on the street 919 FM. In the headlines, UNC and NTA leaders spar over tribal politics. 400,000 gallons of oil polluted water vacuumed in Tobago spill. KFC increases prices again. And Gonzalez says, don't jump to conclusions on cyber attack probe. And now the news in detail. Months after the National Transformation Alliance's collaboration with the United National Congress for the local government elections, the two party leaders appear to have falling out over the role of smaller parties. UNC leader Kamala Prasad-Bissessa, speaking at the UNC's cottage meeting on Monday night, said the party welcomes entities and individuals seeking to join forces to unseat the ruling People's National Movement government. But she said their vision must align with the UNC's and bring something to the table. She said the party supporters will not be disrespected by other parties or called sheep by those wishing to piggyback on the party support base and resources. Prasad-Bissessa even came out in rare defense of ruling PNM supporters, saying neither they nor opposition voters should be accused of voting along racial lines. Prasad-Bissessa directed her message to smaller and newer political parties who accuse the UNC and PNM of tribal politics. However, National Transformation Alliance leader Gary Griffith described Monday's statements by United National Congress leader Kamala Prasad-Bissessa about smaller parties as disheartening, divisive, dismissive, and disrespectful to third parties. However, Griffith said the problem was not really Prasad Bisesa, but UNC Deputy Leader Julian John. Griffith said the problem is Kamala is being influenced by Julian and falling victim to Julian's fantasy that the UNC can win general elections alone. It seems Julian has now won over Kamala to thinking that. But Griffith said the NTA will continue to soldier on, extending a hand of cooperation and dialogue to all political entities, including the UNC. Close to 400,000 gallons of oil and polluted water have been vacuumed into frack tanks in Tobago from the overturned barge that ran aground off the coast of the Cove on February 7th. Meanwhile, the Bonnet government yesterday said the spill was now posing a serious threat to both. Meanwhile, the Bonnet government yesterday said this oil spill was now posing a serious threat to both humans and nature on the Dutch-speaking Caribbean island. In a statement, the government said parts of Bonnet, East Coast, including Sorbonne, Lac and Lagon, have been contaminated with oil, and vulnerable mangrove, fish and coral ecosystems are at risk. There was no immediate information on the size of the slick that had reached Bonnet's East Coast, but social media posts by residents showed pictures of oil-stained sand, reefs and birds at some beaches. Considering the volumes of oil still contained out at sea and even more oil deposits stuck to the shoreline and on rocks, Tobago Emergency Management Agency Director Alan Stewart said the team was prepared to use a barge if capacity on land ran out. But for now, Stewart said the 24 tanks coupled with containment cells at Studley Park should be sufficient. We now head on over to Shanaka Phipps with the sports and the weather report.
Thank you, Chanel Webb. Good afternoon. I'm Chanaka Phipps with your sports report. In sports today, Trinidad and Tobago's hopes of advancing to this year's CONCACAF Men's Under-20 Championship were crushed on Tuesday night when they were beaten 3-0 by Canada in their final qualifier at the Hasty Crawford Stadium, Mucurapo. With Canada leading Group D on the goal difference heading into the final match day, TNT needed a victory to advance to the next phase of the competition. Like their previous two matches against St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica, the Canadian team looked a cut above their opposition, though goals by Miles Morgan, Santiago Lopez and Kevon Tavernier gave Canada a deserved 3 points and assured them of a place in the CONCACAF Under-20 Championship from July 19th to August 4th in Mexico. Coach Brian Haynes said his TNT team would come up with a game plan to defy a formidable Canada outfit. However, the young Soca Warriors looked lackluster and rarely troubled opposition goalkeeper Gregor Swiderski as they and their fans left Mucurapo empty-handed.
Difficult evening for us. It didn't go according to what we would have wanted and the plans, but give us your reactions.
My reaction is the fact that we came up with a game plan, but it didn't work, and we tried our best to change it. And in doing so, it became more and more complicated. As far as I'm concerned, we as a group needed to work a little bit differently and a little bit harder. But like I said, it didn't work out. But I don't blame the players in any way. I think personally, I needed to prepare the team better, and it didn't have enough time to do that. But hey, as far as I'm concerned, it's an effort that we have to take going forward.
In more sports, what seemed to be an unfortunate situation, scores of football fans were frustrated on Tuesday night as they were turned away by officials at the entrance of the Hasty Crawford Stadium for the CONCACAF Under-20 Championship qualifying match between Trinidad and Tobago and Canada. Patrons were told that because of a limited number of fire officers, they could not be allowed to enter. People kept relatively calm, but some openly stated their disappointment. Aggravated fans could only cool down by buying drinks and popcorn from vendors trying to capitalize on a sale. While fans remained outside, the seats in the stadium remained empty. Informed that the covered stands were almost full, but only a few hundred people were in the uncovered section, with the space of all those outside to get a seat. Further in sports, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board members will have a special meeting today to vote on a motion of no confidence in the Treasurer Kishwar, Child 2. 3 zones of the TTCB Central, South, West and North sent a pre-action protocol letter asking the TTCB not to go through with the motion, which will need a 2/3 majority to be passed. It is understood that the TTCB had not responded to the letter by 4 p.m. deadline yesterday. TTCB President Azim Basarath said yesterday that he would not comment on the matter and that the board was dealing with the matter of the pre-action protocol letter. And that's all for your sports. Now let's take a look at the weather. For the period today until midnight, Trinidad, Tobago and the remainder of the Lesser Antilles, mostly sunny, hazy and breezy conditions are expected despite occasional cloudy patches with showers at times. Tonight will be fair apart from a brief shower. Please note there is a moderate concentration of Saharan dust in the atmosphere. Persons who are sensitive to this change in air quality are advised to take the necessary precautions. So please wear your mask. Our temperature in Piarco and Crown Point last night, there was a minimum temperature of 21.1 degrees Celsius in Piarco and to 23.6 degrees in Crown Point. Our maximum temperature today is 33 degrees in Piarco and 32 in Crown Point. Our seas are slight to moderate, waves are 1 meter to 1.5 in open waters, below 0.5 meters in sheltered areas. And that's all for today. We go back to you, Chanel.
In more news, KFC lovers will now have to pay more for their favorite meal. This is because some price adjustments between 3 to 5% have been implemented. The last price increase was in December 2023, which was between $1 to $2. Hardy explained that the price increase was due to the increase in minimum wage, which took effect on January 1st, as well as price increase from suppliers. Giving a breakdown as to what increased for customers, he said the munch pack, that's one piece of chicken and a side, went up by $1 from $21.95 to $22.95. That's a 5% increase on the super deal, which is one piece of chicken, a side, and a biscuit and a drink went up by $1 from $28.95 to $29.95. That's a 3% increase. The big deal, which is 2 pieces of chicken, a side, and a drink, went up by $1 from $37.95 to $38.95. Again, a 3% increase. The boss deal, which is 3 pieces of chicken, a side, and a drink, went up from $49.95 to $51.95, which is an increase of $2 or 4%. The big bite box, a piece of chicken, a sandwich, a side, and a drink, all went from $49.95 to $51.95. So a 2%, a $2 increase or a 4%. On Monday, Prestige Holdings Limited declared audited after-tax profits of $55.9 million for the financial year ended November 30th, 2023, an increase of 57.7% over the $35.5 million the restaurant company earned for the same period in 2022. In more news, Minister of Public Utilities Marvin Gonzalez is cautioning the public not to jump to conclusions over the ongoing probe into last year's telecommunication services of Trinidad and Tobago cyber attack until the inquiry is over. Speaking to the media in Tobago following the commissioning of the Highland Water Treatment Plant yesterday, Gonzalez preferred not to make any comments. He said, "No, I'm not going to respond to it. The JSC is still ongoing. They are still interviewing witnesses. There are witnesses that are appearing in public, and there are those appearing on camera. Which is being reported in the media is what is being said in public. You all are not aware of what is being said on camera. So I would advise hold the fire and let's wait on the final report." Last week, former TSCT CEO and CFO Lisa Agard and Shiva Ramnarayan respectively made damning allegations against the company's board during a GSC hearing. Agard claimed that a major cyber attack on October 9, 2023 was not properly reported, and Ramnarayan accused the IT and Networks Department of distorting the truth and deflecting responsibility. Both former executives suggested that they were targeted for their cost-cutting decisions. Gonzalez said he was awaiting the completion of the investigation into the incident at the end of March. Recapping the headlines. UNC and NTA leaders spar over tribal politics. 400,000 gallons of oil and polluted water vacuumed in Tobago spill. KFC increases prices again. And Gonzalez says don't jump to conclusion on the cyber attack probe. Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb, and that was the news on the street. 919 FM.
News from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
Entertainment, information, conversation. All on Street 91.9 FM, the official station that defends the nation.
Street 919, Trinidad and Tobago.
Don't you touch that dial. You're locked on to The Street. 919 FM. 919 FM.
Today the world must say thanks to science. Man keeps on inventing day to day. And with each one man supposed to advance. But not if we trainees had a say. Computer, the cellular, sure make life easier, yes indeed. Though we pay big cash, some we treat like trash. Here's some inventions trainees don't need. The inventors of scanners waste time. It's best see the drink or go and lime. Cause down on the port, where smuggling is fought, guns passing in grab to jack up crime. It's not that they slack or custom soft, but behind their backs some turn it off. So despite reports and best intentions, scanners on the port are useless. For all the money spent, they're useless. More dollars than cents, still useless. Whether own or rent, that's a useless invention. And some of the things genius inventing is to keep police abuse at bay. Cause when men get shot and people venting, oh they're wicked. The man wasn't armed is what they say. But despite the noise, Roger and the boys tell us they go way beyond the tape. But then like Rich Plain, they'll get catch again. See why they don't want the truth escape. So the man who invents the body cam should have find effect to go and jam. Cause Trini police, they honest at least. Them men want no transparent exam. They can't afford we to see the truth. Cause the man that dead is he that shoot. So despite the flam and the best intentions, police body cam is a useless. For all the money spent, they're useless. More dollars than cents, still useless. For all their descent, that's a useless invention. To the bridge, all them police speed gun, that's useless. Traffic lights we run, so useless. Fertilizer test, that's useless. How much get arrest? So useless. The forensic lab, that's useless. Where the shot or stab, so useless. Water pumps in flood, that's useless. Just blame an act of God, oh Lord, so useless. In Trini we all pay car insurance, whether private use or taxi load. But now you need patience and endurance to drive and survive on Trini Road. Cause it's greater, deep, deep water. Instead of a car, we need a boat. I tell you, my friend, all my axle bend. It's best they invent a car that floats. Look who invents suspension and shocks. He should have done tools and leave the walk. pothole is best added by a monster truck. License office one car's roadworthy, but them roads and car worthy to we. I wish you good luck and the best intentions. Suspensions and shocks are useless for all the money spent. They're useless. More dollars than cents. Still useless. The way my axle bent, that's a useless invention. All them electronic monitor bracelets, that's useless. Ask Anthony Michael Smith, so useless. First human trafficker we convict, that's useless. Now free at large like he get acquit, so useless. All them new ID and DP cards, that's useless. Benny's habits ain't born in Trinidad, so useless. All them guns built with safety catch, that's useless. Man cleaning rifle and shooting batch, so useless. That's useless. So useless. That's useless.
Protesters daily declare it. Bedlam on Nelson or Beatam. When you are shut down the program. Vendors from Queen Street to Charlotte. When they hot and ready to riot. What we do like they what we thief. Once I'm facing adverse conditions, prime is their fallback position. And to this mindset I just fall. Good grief, good grief. Cause I remember back in the 90s when they killed for Michael Hercules, shoot me famous prison commissioner. The mother say she boy was a hustler, but for crimes like murder there is no good reason or rhyme. Poverty ain't no damn excuse for crime. No way, poverty is no excuse. You don't ever win but lose. But with upward mobilization, nothing beats good education. Next time a youth man say it, hit him a slap one time. What poverty and no damn excuse for crime. No way. But tell your picnic them, all who causing the problem. Met some youth men down on the bread line. Same song they sing and then rewind. Don't care for white pepper stat. Tell them to walk they want that. But to your face they will hiss first right. If see people only miss out a fortnight. But they what we do, how they what we eat. It's that self for causing the problem. Boss man run the bread is the anthem. Forcing measure war and gnashing of teeth. Still I remember Michael Hercules when they kill him back in the 90s. The mother said it wasn't murder. She son was just seeking a dollar. For many of us who broken, who don't have a cent or dime. Poverty and no damn excuse for crime. No way, poverty is no excuse. So when is your time to choose? Instead of shooting and looting, my pattern, my lot still recruiting. Tell them youth man chant it before our next judgment time. Poverty and no damn excuse for crime. So hear me now. If you're starving to death with nothing to eat, that is no excuse. When them vendors get chased off the street, that is no excuse. Unemployment land, you can't get a job, that is no excuse. If you're struggling inside in no money club, that is no excuse. Broke and to thief, you ain't have a cent, that is no excuse. Yeah, mind your picnic, can't pay your rent, that is no excuse. If life's giving you a really no excuse for crime. Take a look at Miss Oprah Winfrey. Grew up in abject poverty because of drive and ambition. Today that same Oprah with billions. And over 74 years ago, a little black boy born in Tobago. No shoes on his feet, walked from miles to school, real cool. Never knew the lap of luxury. Get chance and hard grind was the story. But today, as our PM, he rule. He never said like back in the 90s, like that you two shoot for Hercules. This nation owes me a living. Today I go make a killing. Never once took the thieving. My brains and hard work he climb. Poverty could never absolve crime. No way, poverty is no excuse. So don't fall for that abuse. You don't have to rub or cause this stress because you're poor or you're jobless. You're living in mental slavery. Exorcise that thought from your mind. Poverty and no damn excuse for crime. No way, poverty is no excuse. So don't use that as your fuse. If that is your present condition, let it to your will and ambition. There's no need to wallow in a pit of despair and slime. Poverty is no damn excuse for crime. No, poverty is no excuse. So don't come sing me no blues. I was born and raised in the ghetto. I work real hard and I get through. Even if on a pauper, you could still elevate and shine. Poverty and no damn excuse for crime. No, poverty is no excuse. So that stigma please refuse.
Poverty is no excuse for crime. Karina Shea.
We emerge from slums like the big
Before Karine, you heard from Mr. Devon C's Useless Invention.
poverty and no damn excuse.
It's 12:28 in the capital of Trinidad and Tobago.
No way. Go tell your big leader. Who causing the problem? Oh. No way.
So I'm back with you, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, boy. So much to talk about, so much to keep you informed with, so much to just digest. But you know what? I'm going to start back the discussion with this song. So you need to share the live. What is the hot topic, Collier?
I recall a story back in primary school about a greedy doggy passing by a pool. When you look down in it, saw a bigger bone. Open out to grab it, he let go his own. Bone was a reflection of the one he had. Made the wrong selection and he ended up sad. Crave all does lose all, so the story goes. And since that's the moral, I trust him and also. If you fool me once, shame on you. If Don't fall for the rhetoric, only fancy talk. When it comes to politics, tell them walk the walk hard. You fool me once, shame on you. If you fool me twice, the shame is on me. You feel a substance, this was your street déjà vu. To become entranced by your sweetness and flattery. Last time you were in power, you were flying high, riding helicopter while poor people cry. Want me skip that chapter to trust you again instead of helicopter? You might want a plane. You can fool me once, twice I go beaten. Left me in the rain, can't fool me again. You can fool me once, twice I go beaten. You leave with pain, you ain't fooling me again. You can fool me once, can't fool me. You can fool me twice, can't fool me. Debating the budget, you rolled out your plans. If Tobago basket, both sun, sea and sand. When it came to sandals, could you promote? Only preaching scandal to cut investors' throats. I can't get amnesia, no I can't forget. You and your ministers were a cabal, not cabinet. When we raise objection, you told us move on. Well, I'm taking that same instruction to give you the sweetest horn. Cause if you fool me once, shame on you. If you fool me twice, the shame is on me. You feel us so done, this is history and déjà vu. To become entranced by your sweet words and no retreat. Kept back up in sandals, made investors run. Say it less with scandal, like under the rising sun. Now you so love Tobago, you have them in mind. Look, shove your manifesto deep where the sun don't shine. Cause you can fool me once, twice I go beaten. Left me in the rain, you fool me again. You can fool me once, twice I go beaten. You leave we in pain, you ain't fooling me again. If you fool me once, shame on you. If you fool me twice, the shame is on me. You feel we so done, this is history and déjà vu. To become entranced by your sweet words and no retreat. Promising milk and honey, how life will be sweet. All who forget history, that see it repeat. You're begging Trinbago to give you a chance. This era full of bingo. Look, just go to France. You can fool me once, twice I go be done. Left we in the rain, can't fool me again. You can fool me once, twice I go be done. You leave we in pain, you ain't fooling me again.
right, Trinidad and Tobago, so I am back with you. I'm back with you. And I want to say this to you guys. I have on the phone line with me Mr. Dr. Devon Maraj. And he sent out a press release. And I want, if you, Trinidad and Tobago, you need to share the live and you need to get your people who, just get people to come on to hear what Mr. Maraj has to say. Good afternoon, Dr. Maraj. How are you?
Good. Well, it's morning here still, my friend.
Oh, it's morning still?
Yeah, it's morning still. It's only 9:30 here.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought it was.
Yeah, no problem.
Thought it was afternoon like us. So, how are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm watching the antics that's happening in the UNC.
Yeah.
That continues to move true to form.
Wow. As a former UNC member, how do you feel looking at what is happening?
Well, let me correct you there. I'm not a former UNC member. I'm a current UNC member, and I think that's what gives me the legitimacy to make a commentary, an observation on the state of the UNC as it declines under the leadership of Kamla Persad-Bissessar. This was a party and its historical and its antecedents, the ULF and the PDP and all those parties that inherited the constituency which the UNC now enjoys, had a strong legacy of political alliances and political coalitions. I mean, people like Albert Gooms was involved in coalitions coming up to the latest UNC coalition with the COP, MSJ, and Jack and so on, to the position of insularity and fortress mentality of Kamla Persad-Bissessar, which have abandoned that legacy, rich legacy of the party that I belong to, the party that has had the opportunity to boast that it builds bridges across ideological divide and so on, has now been jettisoned as Kamla Persad-Bissessar clings to fortress mentality, barricading the political party of the winds of political change. And Gary is the latest victim of that insularity. I mean, Gary had to feel to learn. Right. Gary had to feel to learn because Gary was unceremoniously removed as Minister of National Security. He did not get support from the UNC for Commissioner of Police. Right. Yet still, Gary, to his credit, put aside that and he still reached across and said, let's go into political talks. And with that unity that Gary had with the UNC enjoyed some kind of marginal success at the recently held local government elections. Well, boy, that was enough for the UNC to feel that they had this delusion that they could win the UNC, the general election alone.
Yes.
And all of a sudden now, the same political parties that they were willing to hug up and love up for the local government elections were now undemocratic. They didn't elect the leader and deputy political leader. They only exist on social media. Kamla didn't know this for the local government election when they were whining and dining Gary. They didn't know that, right? Now, as the general election is on the horizon and people are already salivating at political office and access to the treasury, Gary is no longer politically attractive for them.
No, he's not.
Right? And Kamla forget that under the last internal elections, the UNC internal elections have been questioned. The UNC constitution has been thrown out in the rubbish. Right, I myself and Vasant and made numerous complaints about. So if she wants to speak about the democracy within other parties, she should look internally before. And I feel as a member of the party, I am well placed to make such commentaries. This is not an outsider speaking.
Right.
This is somebody who has been inside the party and worked to bring about democratic change in the party, have contributed to the party at the highest level in the Senate and in the cabinet. So this is not somebody I have not offered my name for any internal positions in the internal election and so on recently. So this is not that I am sour for anything, because I'm not interested. I'm not in Trinidad anymore, because I realize in Trinidad under the UNC, you have no way to go fast.
Wow. So
Gary, unfortunately, is blaming Jolene John for a very misguided way. Jolene is not to be blamed, because Kamala, nobody does anything in the UNC without Kamala's blessing.
Okay.
Right?
Right. I hear you loud and clear. So my question is, there are people who are urging people, despite all of what you're seeing here, there are people who are saying, hey, vote for Ms. Bisesa and we will deal with all of that after. All the flip-flop, all the wrong decisions, everything, forget all of that. Just vote for her and we'll deal with all of that after. What would you say to somebody with that kind of mindset?
Let me tell you something. I am a UNC, as I said before, but I will tell you, I prefer to see Kazim Hussein as the Minister of Agriculture rather than Ravi Ratiram. I prefer to see Colin Mbut as the Minister of Finance over Dave Tanku. And I prefer, as a member of the UNC who served at the level and still have my UNC card, I prefer to see Dr. Rowley as Prime Minister over Kamala. Because the mere fact is that I do not think the motley crew that she has with her has the competence, have the interest of the country at heart to be a successful government. All the persons of quality have been purged from the party. So people like Ganga Singh. Ganga Singh is now a senior advisor for the Ministry for the Guyanese government. Right? Butiwari on the outside, Fuad Khan, Fazal Karim, who all of them was crying crocodile tears. Fazal was purged from the party. Anybody of substance who could contribute have been jettisoned because they did not toe the blind loyalty line that Kamala wants. So those people who, I think Dr. Rowley needs to address the crime situation and the economy in a serious way. I think he needs to address some of these things. Some of these ministers he have with him not performing, and he needs to wake up and deal with them because people feel frustrated with the crime, jobs, roads, traffic. And after 10 years of the PNM administration, a few of them have forgotten or fail to see what Kamala is, and we have new voters coming in the electorate. They do not know. They do not know the internal machinations of the UNC. And when you look at the quality of the people, they prepare to take a chance with Kamala. And I think that is like if you're going in the prison with a bottle of Vaseline, you're asking for where you get.
Oh, gosh. I have on the phone line, if you're now joining me, I have on the phone line Dr. Devon Maraj, who was a member, is still a member of the United National Congress. He served as a minister. And Mr. Maraj, you were there in the UNC from the time of Mr. Pandey?
Yeah. I was appointed by Pandey to the PR committee in the 90s and so on. I fight a case against the government and won. Pandey wanted me as the communications advisor to the UNC to the leader of the opposition office and NLCB under Louis Leasing and these fellas, and them didn't allow me, and we went to court. So I mean, my political struggle in and out of the courts, I think, is well known. Right. Unlike many who just in it for a CPEP work and so on, or a contract. I put my money where my mouth is. I've gone to court. I've lost. I've won. I've challenged the government.
Right.
Right? I am no friend of the PNM over the years. And if I could tell you, vote for Rowley.
Yeah, that is something. That is a big one. Let me ask you this, Mr. Maraj. Is there an internal election coming up in the UNC soon, at any point in time?
Why? Let me tell you something. Your guess is as good as mine, because the UNC constitution is secondary to the whatever Kamala have in she head in the morning. There's a constitutional requirement that the political leader should not be elected with the executive. And I remember how that came about. That's under Pandey, when Pandey had an election with Ramesh and Carlos John, and Pandey was supporting Carlos John, and Ramesh went up against him, and there was a feeling that the political leader had endorsed as a chairman and executive. And after that, the party constitution was revised so that the political leader would not go up for election. It seems I'm the executive, because this way it would take away from the fact that the leader supporting a slate and so on. And that has now been thrown into the garbage heap, because now the political leader going up the same time with the executive, everybody know who she's supporting, who she is supporting, and they vote accordingly.
Wow.
The party function, the organs do function, the women's arm do function, the youth arm do function, the PR committee don't function. I mean, the only thing functioning is what Kamala say.
Wow. So
the party moved from having a headquarters in Rienzi to operating above a rum shop, Rising Star in San Fernando. And it's some, I mean, when you look at the PNM having a massive building, right? UNC have nothing like that. NAR have a building compared to UNC.
Yep. Yeah. So, Mr. Maraj,
this from a party whose majority of the members, everybody, they have a stereotype of liking land and property. Indian like land and property, but the party that represents the majority of Indians do have property. The irony is stark.
Wow. So you sent out a press release. You want to just share that with us? I want you to share what you would have put out in your press release to the listeners of
I'm touching on it all the time. I mean, is there a particular part you want me to look at?
No, not really. But you see, for me, hearing coming from you, because I know that people of Trinidad and Tobago, the only time they really take something serious is when it comes from somebody who was in the belly of it, who was a part of it. You understand? And hearing from you this afternoon, or this morning where you are this afternoon, you're sharing with Trinidad and Tobago the seriousness of looking at what's happening in the UNC, and don't just take it lightly. You have to look at it and take it very, very serious.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, people don't behave like that. I mean, I think the issue of crime, I think somebody yesterday was telling me about a shootout that happened somewhere in Port of Spain, Maraval or something, a few yards away from the police station. That is what resonates with people.
Mm-hmm.
That is what resonates with people, and they feel that the Rowley administration is not doing enough to curb crime, and they're willing to gamble with the country with a chance with Kamala. I mean, I was just talking to somebody on another interview. I said, look what happened in El Salvador. El Salvador was the country with the highest crime rate. And now it is the country with the highest incarceration rate, because the new president adopted some very harsh measures to deal with crime. And now El Salvador is the safest place in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, I saw the
If you're not aware of that situation, I encourage you to go and look. And you see, Gary Griffith had presented himself as that kind of crime fighter for Trinidad and Tobago. A man who would have done what is necessary to deal with the criminals, to get the gangs out of the government contracts and things,
Yeah. Well,
Kamala is only concerned about one thing, preserving her own political power and her own political office. Nothing else.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I want to thank you very much for taking my call. And
no problem, my friend.
And I want to say to you, We're gonna keep you on our call list, because you, as things unfold, we want to hear from you and your views on it.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Maraj.
Thank you for calling.
All right.
All right.
I wonder if anybody pull back that song, Bite Boy. The man say he prefer to see Colm Imbert as his Minister of Finance. He prefer to see the man call out some ministers' names. Wait is. So what we talking about? You all want to know what we talking about? We're going for a break and come back. When we come back, I'll tell you what we continue to talk about. Because you all heard, you see, some people really think that we are fools, eh? So my thing is, he beaten me, he lied to me, he tell me all kind of thing, he fooled me. I don't care. I'm gonna deal with that. Let me marry. I want to marry them. Because I don't like the man I'm with now, and I feel the only time the man I'm with now will leave me alone is if I'm married. Huh? Mad people think, eh? Mad people think. So do me what you want. But we're going to pay some bills. When we come back from paying those bills, I'll take some of your calls. I'm going to see if I can pull back that song bite with Mr. Dr. David Marad saying what he said. Oh, yeah. We come back from the break. I'll take some of your calls also on 342-0081 and 466-5391. Let me thank Dr. David Maraj for taking my call and being a part of the discussion here on the Street 919 FM.
The season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
If you want greater respect from your bankers, bosses, those in authority, then words matter. If you want more productive business relationships with co-workers, customers, or clients, then join Dr. Madonna on the Street 919 FM every Monday, 11 a.m. to 12 noon for Words Matter. Communication for joyful workplaces. Dr. Madonna will help you unlock the secret power of words for your financial, relationship, and physical well-being. Whether you work at home, on the road, or in an organization, join Dr. Madonna every Monday, 11 a.m. to 12 noon for Words Matter. Communication for joyful workplaces.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon and every Wednesday night from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. live on the street 919 FM as he talks about LaVive, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in LaVive are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, goji, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health performance and disease. Join him as he gives live testimonials of the LaVive healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079 or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com. Remember, every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7:05 p.m. live on the street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko, in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry, every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Mondays, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Trauma and Bereavement. Also, every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Low and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Dealing with Disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., the all-night prayer live on the street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with the day's issues from a biblical perspective, and you'll also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed you, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of you, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 610-4673.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
We are a strong party. We have over 300,000 plus supporters. Do not play the fool with us. Smaller parties must be willing to work and carry their weight. It cannot be that UNC supporters must be sheep, must do almost everything.
Opposition MP Kamla Prasad Besessa standing her ground, as it were, during the UNC's cottage meeting on Monday night, as she called on what she identified as smaller parties to respect her party's membership.
UNC must host the events. UNC must provide the resources. UNC must bring the supporters, bring the sheep. And then these other organizations want to come and swing in and stand up on the platform and talk. Do you agree with me? You must carry your weight. You have to bring something to the table and not just a social media presence, you know. Social media don't win vote, you know. It's warm bodies with a finger. You have a voting finger.
While the opposition leader did not name any of the smaller political parties as she described them, the National Transformation Alliance, the NTA, was in an alliance with the UNC for the 2023 local government elections. On Tuesday, TV6 News contacted the NTA's leader, former Police Commissioner Guy Griffith, for a response after his party issued a statement on the issue.
When I, as a political leader, walk the length and breadth of the East-West corridor to almost every hill, valley, road, track, and also going into areas in San Fernando and Sangre Grande to assist UNC candidates to help them win their seat in the local government election. Yet she has the audacity to speak about other parties needing to pull their weight. She needs to sometimes look in the mirror.
The UNC and the PNM each retained the control of the same 7 municipal corporations they won in 2019. The NTA gained an alderman appointed in the Diego Martin Regional Corporation. Mr. Griffith referred to the UNC's losses, such as those in the 2015 and the 2020 general elections, as he spoke about the 3rd constituency and gave the example of the Congress of the People, a party which was part of the UNC-led People's Partnership that won the 2010 general elections.
So it is hoped that the United National Congress and the supporters, who I have full regard and respect for, understand that the UNC can never win an election on its own. The only time it ever happened was in 2000 under Basdio Pandey, because he had the charisma and the maturity to understand, to embrace persons in that 3rd constituency, and that government lasted a few months.
The opposition leader did not dismiss the possibility of the UNC working with other parties in the future, but said there must be conditions.
We have to work together, yes, I agree. But others must say, hey, what is your membership? Did you have an election? My executive is an elected national executive, elected by the membership of this great party. I didn't name myself leader and then pick up 5 and make them deputy.
Mr. Griffith told the TV6 News if other parties want to show disrespect to the 3rd constituency, they can go ahead and do so, but he is about assisting in uniting Trinidad and Tobago.
So until other political parties and leaders understand that we need to work together and form a proper alliance, not a marriage of convenience, but something that is genuine, that the country will support and believe in, some people will remain in opposition.
The next general election is due in 2025. Jewel Brown, TV6 News.
Boy, that's what we're discussing, you know. That's what we're talking about. If you don't know what we're talking about and you're not joining me, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're into. But you know something? I'm going to take your calls, you know. But Mr. Devant Maraj made a statement. I wonder if you all... Hey, Mr. Devant Maraj made a statement. A former UNC... a former UNC minister. Listen to what he had to say. Listen, you know. You see, well, you feel be it making it up. I'm not making it up at all. The man just said this a few minutes ago. Listen what he said. If you didn't hear it, listen.
I telling you, let me tell you something. I am a UNC, as I said before, and but I will tell you, I prefer to see Kazim Hussein as the Minister of Agriculture rather than Ravi Ratirab. I prefer to see Colin Mbut as the Minister of Finance over Dave Tanku. And I prefer, as a member of the UNC who served at the level and still have my UNC card, I prefer to see Dr. Rowley as Prime Minister over Kamala. Because the mere fact is that I do not think the motley crew that she has with her have the competence, have the interest of the country at heart to be.
You all heard that? You all heard that? I just pulled that back. I just pulled that back from the interview I just did with Mr. Maraj. I just pulled that back. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. What's going on with you there? Just now. I hear you, but I hear you real soft.
I realize that.
All right, I hear you now.
Right. So, thank you very much. Because this morning, I called 4 of them names. Dr. Devon Maraj, Basan Bharat, and 2 others, stating that they were there. And this is what they're telling us. But you know what is surprising? Gary Griffith, I just made a statement and somebody laughed. Gary Griffith said to us, you know why I have bags underneath my eyes? It's because of all the hard work. Well, he just tell me he used to walk all about and walk here and walk there, and Kamala was home in she house. So I understand now how to get back.
Just now. As I tell you, these people that take us, some of these people that want to take us for fools, you know. You remember when he made the statement that she is one of the worst, most hard-working Prime Minister?
Prime Minister ever had.
Remember when he said that he does be calling her all 2-3 o'clock in the morning?
I want to let the man tell me get bags under the eyes.
But no,
so I'm asking myself now.
But now he's saying, we just say that she was home when he was walking. So then it was just lying to we. Well, lied to us in order for people to vote.
So the bags he was talking about, Masi Groshi was making under the eyes. Couldn't be work. He was working for the UNC or for the betterment of Trinidad and Tobago. Apparently, all that work was for he to get inside with Kamala. And Kamala wanted he to get she inside that she could free all of them. What they call it, the chief whip. With how much bail on? All the chief whip. All Geraldine John, all Munilal. So me go on. All these people are before the court. So understand what they're fighting for. They're not fighting for Trinidad and Tobago. If after 23 years, a group of people could come and admit Section 34, and before the ink could dry, Monday morning, a group of people was in front of the court petitioning the state in order that they, and Julia played a clip. No, Mr. Yates called me this morning and reminded us what happened to Jack Warner. You forget Kamala make Jack Warner get locked up on Friday and had also come out, get bailed on Monday. Remember that? But she didn't do the same for Isha and Steven. So if Barracuda come out and tell me shark inside it, would I jump in? So a man telling me, vote under the pavement was telling me that I the best Prime Minister, vote for Kamala because she will help out black people. If Devon telling me that, where you want me to say, Pastor, thank you. Hope black people wake up. Oh, yes, Mom.
All right. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm quiet, and yourself?
Watching tricks.
Well, that's the joy of it, brethren. You just want to know you're on the right track. You're in the right place. You're not going and just move like any and anybody. You know full well that the People's National Movement is the best political party to govern this country. You know that. And it has thousands of other citizens who know that too. And it has been demonstrated in the last general election where the majority of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago placed their vote. And they place it in the People's National Movement. That's why they are in the executive arm of government today. So we don't know the battle we're in. It's whether or not we're willing to continue to be strong and keep the course. The interview with Dr. Maraj, it's nice to hear that he has decided that the best people to govern the country is the PNM. But that is not what I want to help me stay in the PNM camp. His endorsement of the PNM is not what I need to help me stay in the People's National Movement camp. I have been doing that for a long, long time. And I hope that as you continually listening, you continue to keep it strong. Because there are real people supporting the People's National Movement. Have a good evening,
Thank you very much, sir. Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Why do you think he could have said that? He said that because in his mind, going back from 2010 to 2015, he know these people leave this country in problems. And thank God, Dr. Oli, after 2015 till now, did human service to this country. So Pastor Google, you know what he has said? He is supporting country above party. He not sound like a fanatic, like what I come on the UNC party first then country. They don't mind, them UNC people don't mind. We live in the ashes, you know, Pastor Google. If they, Pastor Google, if they remain in power after 2015, we worse than it. It will have rats in the street. You see, I always believe in playing for what I could see and not what I can't see. Because obviously, I know what Kamala did in the past, and I know they have not changed. So I don't know how I and or the UNC people could vote for that. Thank God that the former minister and MP is seen like I will vote for Dr. Oli any day and support the PNM any day than support the UNC. Kamala is a disaster. When she came into power, Pastor Gula finished now. When she came into power, she had a very good chance of annihilating the PNM, you know. But apartheid was in she brain. Apartheid was in she brain. It's we time now. It's Indian time now. And all kind of nonsense. And they showed it. And all they want to come back, Pastor Google are gone.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon, Zena.
I was trying to get you, but you take up all your time talking to Devon Maraj. Well, let me tell you, me even want to hear he. Them does only talk when they far away from the UNC party. Well, if he party is so good and it ain't good at all, why you leave it? Why ain't chuck in he UNC card, throw it in and say, you know what, I form in a party, a proper party that could fight the PNM. All of them just want to talk from abroad. Them only talking from one side of their mouth. And I ain't letting none of that set of foolish distraction where you see Gary Griffith and them going on with there. I'm not taking it on because I know when the election bell ring, all man go forget all the choppiness what they say and hug up and kiss up just because they want to get rid of Dr. Rowley. So away with all them set of foolers.
And that is why, why we need to remind people when all of that is going on now, we need to remind people next year when they hug up and kiss up and join up that these were the things that they were saying about each other.
And here what a talk of is coming up here in of late. It's who said lately they is it come out from the event about take care about the crime and the traffic and all that. When Mr. Manning they talk about and pay for the monorail, what went on in this country? We should have a rail here now. What went on here, Google? You remember the Kuala Balu and all he's spending all the money and what we want that for? There was a time when people make noise about the traffic. How fast could they build roads and where they going to build it? In the sky? Because when and I think it was the very Mr. Manning government, I'm not sure if it was Dr. Rowley, when he did put a cut back on foreign used cars. You could remember the bacchanal he got into with the people from the Bamboo. You could remember the president of the association down in there. And start to call out about how they go suffer and how money go lose and what it. So when they want to bring the million cars, new and the new companies are selling new ones and them in the Bamboo are bringing old ones. Where the cars going to run? You go run on top of everybody's head just now. Just now is a good thing I ain't working anymore. So I home in my house. I go come and jump up in the highway and park up there. And the days will go away. I go on.
All right. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon.
I just want to share something with you. And it will be two quick things of sharing with you. Be careful, as Zina said. Be careful about who you feel is your new friend and who you feel believable. Believable. You see? Let me tell you something. How is only now that he's far away in Canada that he sees all the evil or all the evils of Kamala Prasad, etc. Let me just remind you of something. There's something people in this country may not know or may have known or may have forgotten. There is a certain politician who, when he was very close in the UNC, very, very close, he made a statement that listen carefully, all Muslims should be wiped out from this world. All Muslims should be wiped out. I'll leave it to think about that. And secondly, either PNM or COP, in 2007, they had sent up a candidate in Couva South. And this same person was going up in Couva South for the UNC. Same person, Same person you just talked to. He made a statement to the effect and advised voters in Couva South, be careful about who you're voting for. Because there are people who sending people into your constituency, listen carefully, to contaminate, listen to the word, to contaminate your community. I am stating facts here. So I would just like to suggest to you, be careful who you feel you're getting balanced, dispassionate, informed commentary from. You are playing with fleas. You are looking for the opinions of racists. The opinions of racists, very dangerous people. Because you could bet your life, bet your last dollar, if he had been embraced by Bissetta, he would have been singing a different story today. So just be very, very careful with that individual. Not calling any names, but I leave it a chew on that. Not because he bad talking Bissetta, no, that means he love PNM. All this talk what I would prefer call members and I like Rowley as Prime Minister. That is what we used to call rum talk, R-U-M, rum talk long time in my generation. But you see, I know of certain statements made by certain people in the past, and I will bring it, I can recall it to mind and bring it to your attention. And just a little quiet word of caution, be careful whose views you're soliciting, because it's good optics, and it sounds good, and it's sounding like music to your ears. But be very, very, very careful. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Let's see if I have another caller holding here. Caller, you there? All right. While I wait for another call, let me play this video for you. I want you to listen to this video very well,
As the right hand, Patrick Manning, Bazio Pandey, Keith Rowley, and Kamala Prasad Vicester. And she is indeed one of the hardest working Prime Minister that I have.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie?
Not one day has she spent a day, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday in office. Hardest working Prime Minister that I have. She comes up to Port Spain Wednesday night, goes in cabinet, goes in Parliament, stays in her office. Hardest working Prime Minister that I have.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie?
She then go inside Parliament, she spend about 10 minutes she had a talk about her vote, and then goes back south. The political leader of the UNC, Kamala Prasad Vicester, she starts work at 4 a.m. So at 4 a.m. she will be calling me and work starts. We don't stop.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie?
Her weekend is from Friday night to Wednesday night. Monday to, I don't think it's the records there. So at 4 a.m. she will be calling me and work starts. We don't stop. The way you tell a country that you want to come for another 5 years and you want to have a 5-day weekend, they will tell us, so we have enough, you and I have enough amount that woman to let you know, look, you can't play hard.
If the thing that we have there, that we discovered in the house, which we have not made in public yet. Yeah.
Teacher Pussy say if you tell a lie, you're going to hell as soon as you die.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Yeah, we just continue to flip-flop and say things talk out of time like he don't know really where he stand. And a man who's leading a political party, people, he makes people lose confidence in him. He's too arrogant and narcissistic and too preoccupied with his own objective. I mean, you have to be holistic and balanced and be all embracing. And don't feel you alone could do it. You're not you alone. He alone cannot attract the type of vote that he really feel could attract. No, the people won't allow it because people see him for what he really is. He's just self-centered and is either he way or the highway. And that kind of attitude won't work not into this politics. You can't be talking and over talking and like you're not sure exactly where you stand. I mean, you have to be genuine, let people see, you know. And not only talk, it's action. You have to do things and let people like you and attract people. And be careful what you say because always it will come back to haunt you. You understand? So you have to know what you're doing and stop talking all the time. And it's your mouth that's put him in trouble all the time because you're over talking. And then you're trying to analyze the politics properly and take your time and study what you're doing and have a proper plan what you really want to do. Yeah, if he party go up a load, they might as well ain't gonna vote. They won't gonna vote. You can't disrespect while Mr. Sota will have she Paul chairs. She has all talking, same thing all the time. She has to be careful because I mean you want to attract people and you're talking about but if people come to the party they have to respect the membership. All them things have a time for that. No time to talk them kind of talk. Coming close to the election and you know your business up properly well structured and organized, well, then you think, but not it's too early to say all the time and talk. You make it, you can't attract voters to that kind of talk now.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very
all right, much, thanks, sir. Thanks, Pastor Guru, and good afternoon.
All right.
All the best, all the listeners and callers.
Thank you very much, caller.
Yeah.
All right.
So people, don't be fooled by this incompetent and lazy Prime Minister. And I will be very disappointed to see you all sit down like a little fowl in a yard. Yes? You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell. Because so make me proud tomorrow. Boycott that forum tomorrow. Fowl in a yard. Yes? You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Yes? You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Yes? You have to support your party. You say you support country before party. Well, go to hell. Go to hell. Because
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Pastor Google. A blessed evening to you. Now, come and going back to Mr. Gary Griffiths. There is always a first, and there is always a last. Could you remember when that individual came out from the army, he was honored with captain?
Yes.
All right. And that individual made himself a disgrace by he was dishonored. Dishonored with that captaincy, it was taken away from him. And he continued to make himself a disgrace.
Prime Minister, not knowing how dangerous it is, because stalking is a charge. He don't know, and he keep on talking and pushing himself more down in the pit than trying to get out of the pit. He talks too much. It's time to take away that oil seal from him like a parrot. God bless him.
All right. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Hi, good
and I did hear your interview this morning. Pastor Google, you see what you just played there with the voice of the opposition leader? I think you should play that every day because it's really, really sickening and bad. And she's saying, what? You sit down like a fowl in a yard, or I don't know. Let's get this too. But they also have a master who feeds them well. And they give the master eggs. They reward the masters with eggs. So she's saying she would not treat her pets the same, because I don't eat meat, so I wouldn't be eating them then. So, but I am saying you should play that because this is damning to her people, because she's the one who tried to get sanction. And if they had sanction here, her own people would have suffered. Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Boy, oh boy. And let's go and remind you what they said, Not what I see, but what they said. You know what I mean? Just a gentle reminder. Only remember this? Only remember this?
Is the best party to take Trinidad and Tobago out of the morass. Is the best party is the PNM party, and the PNM party is the best, and the PNM party is the best party to take Trinidad and Tobago out of the morass and out of the nonsense and out of the stupidity that passes for governance in Trinidad.
Hello, good afternoon.
One more time to say great is the...
Hello, good afternoon. Yes.
Afternoon, Pastor. I heard Dr. Barad speak about El Salvador.
Yes, he did.
And we have established that Gary is a liar. But and he thinks that Gary wanted to introduce something similar to the guy who was ruling El Salvador with respect to crime. However, Gary has a effective personality, and he cannot be controlled. And Dr. Rowley even hinted on certain things, he'd blow up. We cannot have a gentleman with all that power, given that leeway, to behave like that, the head of El Salvador right now. It would be a disaster. You saw what happened to the two guys who were suspected of killing that lady, I can't remember her name, who was supposed to have fell off a chair. They say that I think it was indicated it was beaten, meaning that it probably was beaten to death, And I cannot see Gary with that type of personality in that role, seeing about administering a crime plan that will suppress, that will be very heavy-handed on the criminals to that extent. You have a good day.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Google, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pastor Google, how you doing?
I am okay.
Wonderful. I like the beard now. The beard looking good. Pastor Google, I ain't hearing you.
I'm listening to you, Mr. Leafy there.
Wonderful. Pastor Google, I have a challenge for you.
You have a challenge for me?
Yes. I know you just do your good news segment where PNM do things on your program, their projects. Monday, heavy showed us where things that the UNC did when they were in power for the 5 years. are you willing to compile things that the PNM did or doing and show us what the PNM did in the 8 or 9 years in power?
Mr. Livider, you really calling me to ask me that?
Yeah.
You don't listen to my show. Why are you calling to ask me that if you don't listen to my show?
Well,
if you have listened, if I don't have to compile nothing. If you listen to my show, you would see where I've been showing all of the stuff that the government has been doing.
Yes, but what I'm saying, you will come one day and you will show probably two things.
So then if I show two things, you want me to shut up and then show everything? You want me to shut up and then show 9 years of all what they have done? That's what you're saying?
Right. I want to compile things that the PNM did in the 8 or 9 years and show us that.
But Mr. Livider, I've done that how many times? You're calling to talk out of my topic to tell me you don't want you see this discussion I have in here? You don't want this discussion. Here what you want me to do? Shut up and then show 8 years of 9 years of all what the PNM have done. That's what you want, right?
I just given you a challenge, Pastor Guru.
And listen to me. Listen to this. You're giving me a challenge, right? I want you to listen carefully to what I'm saying to you. You just said to me that I have a good news segment, that I just show what this government has been doing. Listen there? And I want you not to be able to listen to what Mr. Livider is doing. I want Mr. Livider coming to try to make me look like a fool on the radio. So wait, listen what you do. All right, listen what you're saying. Pastor Google, you know you have your good news segment. Where to show what the government has been doing. Here what you to do now. Show what the government doing for the past 9 years. Because our announcer come and he show what the UNC do for 5 years. So you come now and show us what the PNM doing for the past 9 years. But you know, you have a good news segment that you just show 2 or 3 things that the government has been doing.
So you're not willing to take the challenge?
Let me take a call now. Hello, good afternoon. Hello? Caller, you're live. Caller. Hello? All right, so you're not ready. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor. Good.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chama.
Let us leave it right there. Yeah, go on.
Hello, caller. All right, you're not there. Let me take a next call. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon.
See, this half scene, man, was called every day and say the same thing like he have bipolar. That wasn't my guess, you know. That was some the show, 2 shows behind you, you know. Then said that he was asked to come here and do it. You believe this or not, you know? About that?
I didn't even know he was asked to come and do it. If he was asked to come and do it, it sounded like a fool. Because if you're telling me, if I don't show, you know, I can understand if he's saying, well, here now, announcer show all what the UNC did when it was in office, you know. Why you don't show what PNM doing? But you know what he said? You know what he said? Yeah. He said, you just show, he said, you have a good news segment on your show where you just show 2 things, at least 2 things what the government has been doing. He is saying to me, he want me to do what he...
Yeah, I hear everything. I was right. You know, I was waiting for it because I knew a couple of days ago. I know what I saw, and I was waiting. I find it take long because I was wondering which one of them would have come and answer this question. Because they're saying you're showing 2 and 3 things, and you're like something. Look thing here. And I'm saying, wow, just now I will go and go call and do this. And I look at come today. That wasn't my guess until I saw that. But you know what? Some people have to do. If you want to come on a microphone to more or less try and chastise somebody or try and build somebody in the same building, something has to wrong with you. Anyhow, lots of listening.
Yeah, man. Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Google.
Aye.
Listen to me, a caller called two calls before you were rudely interrupted. And he was talking about Gary. If he talk and talk and talk. But let me tell you, you realize, I want people in this nation to realize the type of person Dr. Rowley is. You realize, with all the talk going on and all the WhatsApp and who say this and who say that about even the oil spill, and trying to reply to anybody who tried to incriminate the PNM in this story, you realize Dr. Rowley don't jump in now, go on the media and say anything at all? He learned well from Dr. Eric Williams. Let the J.A.'s bray. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, you should have asked him. Asked him, which government in this country tried to interfere with the decision to extradite two men because of all the theft that went on in that Piarco Airport Terminal project? Ask him, who tried to interfere with the prosecution of people connected to that airport project? Who was instrumental in blocking the extradition of these two men? Who did it? Dr. Rowley? Dr. Rowley? No. It is Bissessa's government in 2011. And I should have asked him too, who gave us Section 34 to kill all the charges against these two men? Who did that? Dr. Rowley did that? No, he wasn't Prime Minister. The then Prime Minister led her cabinet down that road to block the prosecution of their friends, their financiers. That is what they did. And he should have been told that. Dr. Rowley had nothing to do with blocking people's extradition to Florida. He had nothing to do with that. Dr. Rowley has never been involved in interfering with any court matter involving people thieving from the treasury of this country. Those are the things he must be told. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. I want to ask, good afternoon, Pastor Buka, and all the callers and listeners. I want to add something to your program. Mr. Livide always calling and talking and trying to change the narrative of your program and saying things, contradicting himself in other words, and saying and sit out that time in thing. He had to know how to have respect for you as the moderator and be careful of what he's saying. Because most of the time he's either out of timing, he's bringing out some other talk to distract you from the topic you're dealing with. And it's time you stop that foolishness. You understand? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so people, they want to see what the government do. Come on, you live. Come on, you live. So the meanwhile, I'm taking your calls. Say, who only live, you all will see all what the government do. All what the government do, Mr. Livide, I want to see. Come on live, you're going to see it. So let me see if you have any calls holding. Have any calls here? No. The call here? No. All right, so I'm taking your calls. Hello, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon.
Pastor, you know what stock call is? All you do is show one hospital that's finished up in these, you know. That's stock call is, you know. Hello?
Yeah, I showing all the government do right now. They can go on the live and see it.
What starts all this consider what all this is all you show a couple of days ago. One complete hospital has finished up in the east with no cost overruns, no bacchanal, no kickbacks, no thing. It's finished on time and in budget. And that's what our problem, you know. That's one hospital we show, you know, that's finished, you know, on time and in budget, you know. And when them bill one down the road in Cuba Day, and we still paying for it. You understand? That's what them, you know. That's what you show, you know. That's what up and down we ain't paying for them. It done on time and in budget. But the one in Cuba with the silly bill, we still paying for it. What's honest?
And Maloney say that never in their wildest dreams or lifetimes did they think they would have access to community swimming pools for public use free of charge, especially in their own neighborhoods. Naturally, there's added value here. Along with this program came the benefits of discipline instilled in the youth by their well-loved pool program managers.
So if you're on the live, you're seeing it.
Keith Rowley personally championed the cause in cabinet meetings to realize the construction of community swimming pools. They rebuild community spirit and mentorship, bringing the young and young at heart even closer. To ensure success, Dr. Rowley went a step further, tagging the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Coast Guard with direct management of these swimming pool programs. The vastly growing subscription of persons registered and participating in the Learn to Swim, Aqua Aerobics, and competitive swim training courses is enormously encouraging. The Aqua Aerobics programs at the 3 swimming pools are oversubscribed, with residents fully participating. One of the happy Morvan residents, as well as an instructor, had this to say.
I started this class August last year, and it has been very beneficial to me as well as other persons who come to the class.
This session is offered on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The only day we don't offer this program is on a Wednesday when the pool is closed to the public for maintenance.
This program is something that we have seen pique the interest of many of our more senior citizens. We see that, the progression of many people would have been coming, needing assistance to enter the pool, and over time would be able to walk without canes, exit the pool on their own.
Children have also been enjoying the Learn to Swim programs following the guidance of their swim instructors, many of whom have become cherished mentors.
My name is Makila, and I like how the pool is big, and I like to do the starfish.
My name is DJ, and I like to swim from the next side to the other side.
Hi, good morning. I am Elizabeth Gabriel, principal and founder of a home school entitled Liz Wiz Educational and Cultural Center. There are 20 students in the class. They are all at the age 8, and we are going right up to standard 5. And here was another opportunity for them to learn to swim. I must say that it has helped the children to be disciplined, to be a little more focused, and when they come here on a Thursday morning, they have lots and lots of fun.
But aqua aerobics and learning to swim are not the only sessions offered at the pools. Rescue programs are also available. Pool program lead officer Ronald Madu, along with one of the participants, gave some insight.
What we just witnessed here is the Certified CERT program, which is the Community Emergency Response Team training program. This is a blended program. It was a request came from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, in where these volunteers will be out doing rescues during the rainy season for maroon victims. It would have incorporated a learn to swim program as well as a basic life saving, which is more or less a non-contact rescue. These participants had just exhausted 36 contact hours of training. Intense training made up of lifeguards, coaches, medics as members of the Defense Force.
We learned several techniques. We learned how to be safe. We learned how to rescue persons in emergencies safely without becoming a victim ourselves.
So taking your calls there, 342-0081.
With that, we did not
466-5391. I don't understand. People saying nothing ain't happening. I have been showing all the time what happening. Hello, good afternoon.
Get led astray, you know.
No, I mean,
going with your program, yes, because you have a good segment. What's it there? Oh, leave it there. When let he listen to that. And yes, there's a time, and we want to know what is happening. But you were on a topic. And when name called to try to lead you off of that, and we still going to go on it, and we go to have to pound them. We owe on what Gary Griffith and Kamala and them going on with now. Don't come to steer us away from that. So this was saying, do you have your time for that? So we'll leave it there. Think he must hear what he want to hear when he want to hear it. Don't let me fall out today. Go back to your program because I want to hear more. Repeat what Kamala did say and what Griffith say, and let us talk about that and to show up that is not the government for us. We will stick with Dr. Rowley. And all who can't take it, lie down side of it and drink all your coffee hot and see it get burn all your mouth. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon.
Well, one of the best things for the last 9 years I see with this government is making sure that the management of the economy is on the right track.
Beautiful.
You understand what I'm saying, Pastor Google?
Yeah, man.
No matter what projects or plans that they can accomplish, the management of the monies in our treasury towards the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago is one of the best I have seen, if you understand me. Yeah. And you know, up to now, the UNC or none of them can point their finger and say, this minister in corruption or that minister in corruption.
Thank you. Who before the court? Who name calling in corruption?
Dr. Pastor Google, I himself want to say what's happening to them, if you understand what I'm saying here. Because they want to point out what the PNM is doing, so that is what I do, and if you understand what I'm saying here. Them in the courthouse, even the judiciary and all, slack, if you understand me.
Yeah.
Because you have people here 5 years, 7 years.
Look how fast that case with Coco call, and up to now, just certain cases can't call.
So we see the bias within the judiciary, if you understand what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, Pastor Google, this government have been managing this economy prudently, and as I show you, they cannot point the finger and say corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon.
We were there and them can't set no agenda here. We were there and them in opposition to the PNM. We don't know that already, just as what Zina said. We don't know that already. And the same way to have thousands of them in opposition to the PNM in Trinidad and Tobago as well as outside is the same way to have supporters of the People's National Movement by the thousands. And that is where we need to focus. Sometimes the distraction is not about them. When it's ready for them, we deal with them. But sometimes when it's time to deal with the supporters of the PNM, focus on the supporters of the PNM. Will you do that? They're changing their position. He's still going to call in the morning and talk about Dr. Rowley and the PNM, and I will leave it there, and he go anyway with a mystery for everybody to be confused about what he's talking about. That's just who he is. I will leave it there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. All right, you're not there. All right, so let me take this call. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good evening, Pastor.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. Congratulations. I know you are praying that they will go to the Ministry of Communications and put on all the things that this government has been doing. Just refer them to TTT, the Minister of Communications. They see all what this government is doing, and I'm glad the turn that you take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. All right. Caller, are you there? Caller, you need to load on your radio, please.
Yes.
All right. Take the next call. Okay, I can't take that call. All right, let me me end this call and try and take this call. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
You are being distracted by Leave It There. You're sucking to his requests and you change the program.
Okay, I hear you. Right. So, you all might say that I was sucked into Leave It There, but everybody knew, or everybody know that there are times when I would show on the good news. I had something called the good news segment, where I will show, and I have been showing, some of the good things that the government have been doing. So even if you're saying that I was sucked in by Leave It There, I'm still saying to you all, at the end of the day, 15 minutes or 20 minutes before the end of my program, I would have shown you all good things that the government have been doing. I want to make sure that is understood. Right? And number two, you see, while you all might say I was sucked in, right? I still want to show him that even though he on nonsense, and he and all was sucked in to believe stupidness. Because Mr. Leave It There was a man who used to talk and defend the truth, you know. And he gone and he was sucked into nonsense. But before I leave, I want to say this. Professor Selwyn Kojo told Ms. Bissessa and they to say something on their platform, which is something about truth, and the truth shall prevail. You see, you know how when your words are powerful, when you start to say that, all kind of truths start to come out now where you and Gary Griffith cannot be together, or they cannot cause a coalition, because the truth is not in it. That's one. Two, I want to say to the People's National Movement, do not feel for 1 minute that because what is happening between Gary Griffith and Ms. Bissessa is some railroad to just feel well you win. Because you know that has been the statement for some PNM people. We done win already. You understand? So, I want to ask you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the right-thinking citizens, to don't allow this situation with Ms. Bissessa and Mr. Gary Griffith to make you all get comfortable at no point in time. Hello, good afternoon. Last caller.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. The words of the professor is, great is the UNC truth, and it shall prevail. A spin-off from great is the PNM, and it shall prevail. And claiming that Dr. Williams did plagiarize that from some Italian man. You know? So, but the truth is prevailing at present. Because the two people that she fired prior to the local government election, she said, look at this awesome possum. And the awesome possum is total disrespect and riot. I'm gone.
Thank you very much. So I'm out of here. Coming up next is the Juju Love Show. And I want to tell you all again, don't get comfortable, you know. Don't get comfortable at all. All right? Have a good afternoon.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Conscious Talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk. Talk.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
This is a Big Mike, not the mass man, the health man. And joining me will be Little Mike as we discuss tips on taking you from zero health to optimum health using different protocols and techniques. Trinidad and Tobago, join us every Wednesday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. on the Street 91.9 FM for Health Talk with Big Mike. It's not where it is, it's here it is. Boom!
Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 to 186 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on The Street 919 FM.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282 or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. Everybody just share the live. All on Facebook, share the live. All on IG, share the live. Share the live. Share the live. Everybody just share the live. You listening? Listen now.
Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919. Expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Good afternoon and welcome. Greetings in the name of the Most High. Time on the inside, 2:06 p.m. on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Folks, this is the Juju Love Show and the People's Parliament and the No Safe Zone edition. You are tuned into the Street 919 FM and we are streaming live on Facebook, YouTube and Instagram. As usual, let me send out my love to all of you who are always tuned in to the Street 919 FM from very early in the morning with Sharon Felix and Titans of Democracy, followed by Dale the Voice and DJ Bruce Wayne, followed by Pastor Google and Constructive Talk, and of course followed by yours truly, the Juju Love Show, followed by Heavy and TC from 4 to 7. But not forgetting our DJs, our health segment, and our religious segment here on the street that you also support. For that, we are extremely grateful and we are thankful, and we want you to know that we appreciate you a great deal. Folks, Mr. Aruka is supposed to be here with me today, but as usual, Mr. Aruka is running late. So, we are going to open the lines and take a few calls and wait the arrival of Mr. Aruka. As well, I have spoken to a member of the UNC. I hope I am correct in saying a member of the UNC, to get his thoughts on what is happening, the imploding that is taking place in the UNC currently, and we expect to talk to that individual at about 3 p.m. or just right after 3 p.m. So you can look forward to that. But in the meantime, as I said, let's take your calls and hear what you have to say.
Hello.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Quick, yes, sir.
Hello.
Caller.
Yeah. I want to tell you, you're looking real sexy and real beautiful on that program.
I don't know why every time you come in the studio here, this be the problem. The mic,
I hear you.
The mic is
I know
up.
you want to get that kind of compliment, but
Caller,
this
go
is how
right
I feel looking. Hello?
Right ahead, caller. Sorry about that.
All right, okay.
Caller, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. What I'm saying, the program, you look very nice in the program today and continue to keep looking good. You always look good when you come there, but today is a kind of exceptional day in the way you look. I just want to give you that compliment now. I like to see men with black African women look like how you looking. You look good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The numbers to call 342-0081. Yeah. Sorry about that, folks. Satan, not today, Satan. Not today. Please. Right. When you come in the studio, leave Satan where you met him outside, Mr. Aruka. Please, I'm begging you. Right. Sorry about that little hiccup there, folks. Let's continue to the calls. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Julia. Good afternoon, Mr. Aruka, if he's here, wherever he is. Juliet, but going with Gary and UNC, that'll face me. Because if an election bell ring tomorrow, they're going to close ranks. So that'll face me. That is to me a charade. Because like I say, if an election bell ring tomorrow, then all I'm going to close ranks. Because the two of them have one thing in common. Two of them have one thing in common, they love for bad. Even though they don't make sense, they love for bad. So I know if an election bell ring in the morning, two of them going to close ranks. What's on listening?
I hear you, caller, but I beg to disagree in that I think the electorate would be suspect of their objective, their ambitions, and it would not help them. I don't see any coming together in the future. I think there is too much bad blood coming out of 2010 to 2015. And then again, for another time, it is clear that we will correct, the Jujulov show will correct in saying that the union that took place for the August 14th local government poll is one in which could not stand. We made that clear, and so it came to pass. Just like we made it clear in 2021 thereabout with the THA election, that persons are bouncing their head in Tobago, they're buying cat and bag,
and that union would not last.
That union would not last, and so said, so done.
Good afternoon.
But let me say good
afternoon,
afternoon
ladies
Mr.
and gentlemen. Good afternoon, viewers, listeners, callers, lovers, and friends, and haters can rock so haters.
Mr. Aruka.
Juliet, the Motley Crew.
The Motley Crew. We have a caller, so let me take
the
this
Motley
call,
Crew,
and then we will continue with our substantive history. Caller, good afternoon. Thanks awfully. Caller.
Try next time.
Afternoon, Juju. Good afternoon, Mr. Aruka.
Okay. So that's it really cause, because I don't want anything to frustrate me today, because I have a bumper program.
Yes, Juliet, we want you to share. We want the callers, viewers, and listeners to share the live. We have a tight show. Very, very informative and entertaining. And so we want you to share the live. Call your friends and tell them Mr. Aruka and Juliet Davy is on, and we have lots of information to share with you.
Okay, so one of the things that we want to share with you is the screaming headlines that came out on the
Guardian this morning. Juliet, just as we said, the minute Gary Griffith started his belly aching as per usual, like the untrustworthy wimp that he is, we said that the partnership is a leaking ship as per usual. And with Gary Griffith, that G-string, as he was called, that G-string acting up again. Gary Griffith is a colossal failure at everything he touched, and people not recognizing and noticing that. It didn't surprise me to see the headlines this morning. I was not surprised. As a matter of fact, I was particularly pleased because just before the Guardian came up with that headline, we said that this the unity talk that Kamala Prasad and Gary Griffith and them were talking about it with the NTA was a non-starter from beginning. We did not realize the depth and magnitude of our premonition. We did not recognize that Jolene Judd, Jack Warner, all of them were against Gary Griffith's re-entry into the UNC, because we remember we asked.
You didn't realize?
No, not we. They did not. Oh. We did not realize that from beginning. We knew that they were belly aching, but little did we know that Gary Griffith. Let me put this way: that Gary Griffith will come and prove us to be correct, because we said, how can Kamala sit down and stomach Gary when he destroyed her party in 2015.
We said that.
We said that.
We said that.
We said that there's no way, and whatever was attracting them this time could not be enough of a glue to keep them together. It's not enough. Gary Griffith, not only that, When Gary Griffith making claim that Kabbalah have members of her entourage who have links in the criminal underworld, it puts, according to you, this relationship doesn't seem to be that it have any mending. In divorce court, it's called irreconcilable differences. It cannot be reconciled. But I beg to differ a little bit. You see, Mr. Pandey said something. He said, for the love of power, they will go back and hug up and love up in that incestuous relationship.
Has a morality of its own. So let's continue, because we have a lot
of Juliet, start.
Snippets from interviews as current as today that we want to share with the public.
Well, start.
Now, for those of you on the social media, I put up there the front page of the Guardian newspaper.
No more unity.
Which speaks of a very sad tale of events. Not that it was not expected.
No, we foretold that.
That's correct. And so the headline this morning, no more unity. And it also went on to say, Gary accuses Kamala
of blatant disrespect.
Mr.
Disrespect himself, eh?
One, says she's seeking to undermine his third party.
What third party you talking about?
2, and 3, warns UNC of certain election defeat without NT.
Gary Griffith, the UNC had already delusional. UNC had lost the election a long time ago.
Yes.
It's only you now pretending that you're now coming up with you now get an epiphany.
But not only on the UNC side. To my mind, Gary is too much about himself, making himself appear to be this big political heavyweight. And I am like, but it's not just the other day this man appear on the scene. This man party doesn't even have members. This country isn't sold yet on who exactly is the executive of this party. Why aren't we seeing the communications person doing more talking than Gary Griffith, the political leader? It would appear
there is no communication,
right?
No
so
PR.
It would appear to me that this NTA, as some people has dubbed, not that a party, would appear that this is a one-man show. And I don't know from where Gary Griffith is getting his delusional statistics, but Gary is saying to the UNC, once the UNC have certain election defeat, okay, but then he went on to say without the NTA. To my mind, we had an election in 2020, not so?
That's general.
Right, general. And we had one, a local, a small one, local in 2023.
Yes.
And to my mind, the UNC, say what you want about them, say what you want about Kamala Persad-Bissessar, they continue to maintain control of a certain portion
of the opposition,
of the votes coming out of
the opposition, persons who are opposed to the PNM.
Right, and to use the UNC's words, UNC speak about having the popular vote. So, to what credit, Mr. Ruka, is this untrustworthy wimp, this half-educated individual, this sissy? And those are not my words, I'm just regurgitating
what
words
people have said before,
of Mr. Hines. This narcissist that Trinidad and Tobago has described him, where is he getting off with this grandiose behavior about himself?
Gary Griffith is bipolar. No, he's bipolar. No, this tragically, Tragically, Gary Griffith suffers from anything that involves a psychologist making a diagnosis.
Oh my God.
That's how bad it is. He has not been diagnosed unless he can be treated.
Oh my God.
Narcissism is part of his bipolar state.
Okay, so let's not digress too much.
Yes.
Guardian. Unity between UNC NTA evaporates as Gary fires back at Kamla. And it's a story by Gail Alexander, senior political reporter. Disheartening, divisive, dismissive, and disrespectful to third parties. That's how National Transformation Alliance leader Gary Griffith described Monday's statements by United National Congress leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar about smaller parties, as the unity between the two seemed to drift apart yesterday. However, Griffith said the problem was not really Persad-Bissessar, but UNC Deputy Political Leader Jolene John. I have no problem with Kamla, Griffith added yesterday, but Jolene has been the issue. The problem is Kamla being influenced by Jolene and falling victim to Jolene's fantasy that the UNC can win general elections alone. It seems Jolene has now won over Kamla to thinking that. But Griffith said the NTA will continue to soldier on, extending a hand of cooperation and dialogue to all political entities, including the UNC. But NTA won't be party to political domestic violence, being abused and bullied behind closed doors, and when we come out in public, you want us to put on makeup, pretend all's well and smile, Griffith said. Griffith spoke after Persad-Bissessar warned smaller parties that while the UNC is open to working with others of similar vision, she won't allow her members to be disrespected. Speaking at the party's Monday night report in Couva, she said, smaller parties must carry their weight and not play the fool with the 300,000 strong UNC. I will leave it there. That is just to give our listeners and our viewers a taste of how far the thing has reached. This imploding, this infighting, this toggery. Mr. Ruka, let me ask you the question. Based on all that has transpired over the last couple of days, would you agree with me when I say that it appeared that Gary Griffith, recognizing coming out of the August 14th local government polls that his party doesn't stand a snowball of chance in the general elections, and so he attempted to pull off a palace coup of sorts in the UNC. What are your thoughts with respect to that?
I find it instructive that Gary Griffith would go after Jolene John, the African woman in the party, while there is another deputy political leader who is suspiciously quiet about everything that is happening here. Kunilal himself, who is the heir apparent, the most desperate of all of them. No, he has not made a comment, not that I've heard of. And Gary Griffith ain't saying nothing about Kunilal.
Very interesting, and I'll tell you why.
No,
right here in these studios, Mr. Ruka, listeners and viewers, I had the displeasure of reporting to you that a former housing minister
very good.
In a discussion
I'm not remembering that.
with a activist of the UNC
Name call.
told me that the minister said of Jolene John, if I tell her to go and clean the toilet now, you will see how fast she will run.
My point
so
exactly.
Perhaps your answer could
My
be
point
found
exact in that preamble there.
Right.
That Miss John have found herself the target of persons who attack women and African women. That's the first target.
Mm-hmm. Instructive is that Jolene John has had a close relationship
with Mr. Munila,
with Rudal Munila,
yes,
who was the former
and
Minister of Housing, and Jolene, the former housing minister. No. Director of AGC.
Yes.
So both Jolene and Munilal would have shared close relations, and I guess they would have little secrets for each other. Moreover, notwithstanding that Jolene John, I stand to be corrected, is part of what is now the matter of subject of the court, which is EMBD.
We stand to be
both
corrected.
Munilal and Jolene John have been fingered, if I can use that word, have been fingered and probably has questions to answer as former
I keep noticing they're saying that Munilal have been asked to put in a defense, but they didn't say Jolene. So I think we might somewhere along the line we got thrown off.
Well,
the hongs get thrown off.
Well,
but it's difficult to solve these hongs.
As former director of AGC, I think somewhere, just like she was had to testify at the Piaco Airport corruption, being the former I think was managing director as well.
Yes.
That one I'm not too clear about. Had to testify at the Piaco Airport corruption as commissioner of inquiry. So too, she possibly will be called upon when this EMBD matter.
Let us just say breach of a fiduciary duty. Yes. Once you hear your pass through the dance, at some point in time when they're questioning everybody, they're going to have to question you that you might have breached your fiduciary duty somewhere along the line and found yourself vicariously liable in this matter. Now, go ahead, Juliet.
But you raised that point, and it is a point that Kingsley raised as well. I explained to you about a former housing minister describing Jolene in a particular manner.
Yes.
As you would recall, Jolene John, as an African woman, the go-to woman because of her work ethics. She was well sought after. So she was like a point person in a major food franchise in Trinidad and Tobago. I observed in this brouhaha, in this brawl, in this impasse, Gary Griffith.
This is a street fight, you know, Juliet.
That Gary Griffith.
No holds barred.
Disrespected
Miss John.
In a manner that that we must not accept in this country. You see, Gary gets to talk a lot and say a lot of things. This is the same Gary, I want people to listen to me carefully, you know, who, when being interviewed about a conversation that represents current affairs for the media, the journalist asked him whether he ever misdemeaned himself.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly what it was about.
Tobago correspondent, yes.
And in his response,
I remember,
to that journalist, he turned and asked her, you ever make, you was ever prostitute, you ever make fares,
you ever smoke drugs? And Juliet, I want to tell Gary Griffith, us African men not accepting your misogynistic, racist, apparently to us, because it looked like all you have strength for is women and African. And when the combination comes together, because you're always attacking African women.
Right. So to get back now to Jolene John and this impasse that is taking place with the NTA and the UNC, Mr. Griffith tried to demean Jolene John by talking about how all she capable of, I think it's fried chicken. It's fried chicken
and coffee.
And coffee
in a particular institution.
Now tell me, and this is the gentleman.
I'm saying because she's African and a woman. I am saying that it always reeks to me. It always reeks to me of a racial overtone. They have no impatience. They are impatient and intolerant of the African community.
Correct,
it's the same thing he did.
Correct.
While little young African children, all under 15, hands up, hands down, Uncle Gary, we love you. Say it again. While he went to another part of the country, in the same demographic, with lighter skinned people, and he was praising them. Rowley, you can't tell me who I shouldn't arrest and prefer charges against. I watch them. I am telling you, this is where the root lies. Mr. Griffith cannot tell me that the only problem he have in the party, in particular, is Jolene John. What about Kunilal? You feel we're stupid? We know for a fact, we have been told that the minute you open your mouth in the party, Kunilal and all of them was objecting to you coming back in the party, and rightfully so, because
you're a loose cannon.
You're a loose cannon, as proven. So you have to give them.
Gary Griffith.
Don't forget the Motley Crue. You know, we have a heading for them. They're the Motley Crue.
So Gary Griffith was interviewed.
Yes.
On WESN. It's an online talk show, and it is the most current, I think, of his interviews.
Most recent. Yes.
Most
recent current. Yeah.
Yes. So let's listen to what Mr. Griffith had to say in these interviews with respect to Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Jolene John, the UNC, and pay attention, people, because when we said that this was an apartheid regime between 2010 and 2015, there were persons who looked just like us that wanted to take us to task. But based on what Mr. Griffith has said, it is clear that we were spot on. Not only that, when we said that Kamala Persad-Bissessar had one of the best dispensation given the configuration of the coalition of 2010, that she had the best opportunity to unite Trinidad and Tobago, but did not do it. Gary Griffith, speaking to us in this recent interview, would have indicated exactly that. So let's go to our first video with Mr. Griffith and listen to him rant.
Political history, she doesn't understand the power and the strength of that third constituency. My intention is to ensure that we form some type of a strategic alliance, but we are not going to be disrespected. For 3 weeks, she has never communicated with us. We got a message that was claimed to be sent by her stating that we have to ignore Gary Griffith and Jack Warner and make them irrelevant. So she's doing the exact thing that she did, as I said, in 2010 to 2015. I saw political leaders of the COP stand up in the corridor in the office of the Prime Minister every Thursday after cabinet for hours, waiting to see her for 5 minutes. That is the type of disrespect we do not want. We are fully aware that the UNC is a larger party, but we are not going to sit idly by and see a repeat of that 147,000 voters of that third constituency be disrespected. The audacity of Kamala Persad-Bissessar last night to state that virtually there's no such thing as a third constituency, there's PNM and the UNC, and there's no room for anybody. She went along that road of trying to disregard and disrespect persons who might easily say, I am not in support of the PNM and I'm not in support of the UNC. And to disregard them by trying to say that people are doing that because they see the PNM and UNC based on tribal politics. No, that the bulk of that 147,000, it involves persons who just want a change. They want a different type of politics from the PNM and the UNC.
Next one.
But how are you saying that the bulk of this constituency wants a change? They neither want PNM or the UNC. But yet, you are trying to convince people and you want to bully the UNC into an arrangement with you. But remember, I had asked you a question and you didn't answer me the question. I had asked you whether, based on Gary's behavior, if he was not attempting a palace coup of sort, meaning that he wanted to take his small party, given his demeanor, that he is this Superman, political Superman, and that the UNC, to use his words, could never win the election unless they are involved with the NTA. So he wants to move into an accommodation and take over the UNC and the base, the 300,000 that Kamala spoke about, under his control. Don't you sense that he was attempting some palace coup of sorts?
Of course. But as we said before all of this brouhaha, the leader of the opposition is a whole cuckoo scorpion, and she would have none of it. And I'm in full support of Kamala Prasad today.
Full support.
You have the 300 UNC supporters is not at liberty for you to touch, not even one.
But
Find
you
your
never
own
built
supporters.
anything. As a matter of fact, you never built anything insofar as the UNC is concerned. But in fact, you can be pointed as having destroyed something, because you would have been part of.
No, he was instructive, not part of. Gary Griffith was instructive in the defeat of the opposition of Kamala Prasad's government in 2015.
But you know what he's saying? He is saying that the defeat of the UNC in 2015 was because Kamala Prasad, Bissessa, and the UNC described their partners as knife and fork in Indians. And
well, that was done long before.
Right. But he is trying to say that he has not contributed that issues like the SOE, the live sport, the wastewater treatment plant.
The Attorney General being arrested.
Right. He has not, because he wants to sell the idea of, because he did it in the local, he wants to sell the idea of accommodation as being the only way forward for the UNC. So he's using issues that is of no significance to why UNC lost the election, but that would make a connection with what he's trying to advance, which is that they lost the election because they didn't treat the coalition partners right. That might be, and that is a fact. They did not treat their coalition partners, but that is not why the UNC lost the election.
You see, Juliet, we said before, your Attorney General being arrested and charged for misbehavior in public office and witness tampering is a cause for any government to lose their franchise. The reason being that for a government to be formed in the Westminster system, it takes two people. One half have already been arrested and before the court. That in itself was the lethal blow to the UNC. I want to call on Munilal today to break your silence and deal with Gary Griffith, because if you're playing waist G-string, Munilal, if you're playing G-string, we know you're good and capable, you know, because you're under Kamala Petticoat all your life. I don't know how all of us watch all your female people in their face. If I was a woman, not saying that I wish, no man like that could have come and talk to me.
Stick up in. Let's go back to Mr. Griffith.
blatant disregard for that third constituency, and feel she could do the same thing that she did in 2010 to 2015. The People's Partnership collapsed because of the disrespect for parties outside of the UNC. And let me tell you, to all members of the UNC, I am more UNC than most persons who are around Kamala Persad-Bissessar. I was in the UNC executive. I won my seat against the Pandy slate, inclusive of Kamala, in 2006 on the Dukaran slate. It was just myself, Manohar Ramsaran, and Sadiq Bashi. 3 of us won out of the other 15 because the UNC rank and file saw Gary Griffith as somebody that they wanted to assist in the leadership of the UNC. So let us not try to fool anybody about feeling that guy. I am more UNC than most persons in the UNC. So I fully understand and respect the rank and file of the UNC. But everybody in the UNC is fully aware that to win, we must work together.
Mr. Ruka, it must not be left unchallenged that the reason why the UNC lost the 2010 is because of corruption coming out of the UNC, one in which was described by Gary Griffith himself.
Correct.
It must not be left unchallenged.
Criminal conduct.
Gary Griffith saying that the 2010 election was lost because of how UNC treated their partners. No, that is as minute part of it. Corruption was at the heart of why the UNC lost the election, because the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago used a moral compass
to remove them.
Plain and simple.
Plain and simple. You know what is instructive, Juliet? The proletariat had institutional memory of the government before 2010. They say nothing like that never happened within the PNM party under Mr. Pandey, under Mr. Manning, and Dr. Oli take it over now. We prefer to give him the office of Prime Minister than what we are witnessing now.
Correct,
Juliet. When they watch Kamala Persad's behavior over a 5-year period, so capricious, so undemocratic was Kamala Persad-Bissessar. So apartheid in thought was Kamala Persad-Bissessar. She remained the constitutional 3 months and take an extra 14 days. I want them mocking pretenders who. I want to digress a little. I see people talking on this platform how they want to leave the country. I say, leave. Don't wait for election to come at the party. Only leave. All who want to leave now. Don't wait. Because we're going to put yourself through that torture for pay them go and win the election, partner. Go now, you clown. And here what's going on. When you go in, I wonder if you know you need a passport. Get all your passport, your family passport and all of them ready now. And go and all don't come back. Because all you're doing nothing for this country at all.
Digressing. Stick up in.
And also I ain't digressing.
Go ahead.
Apparently, some people in this platform, in this space here, didn't get the memo. The next time all they come attacking the Juju Love Show are writing a letter officially to the management of the station, let them enforce the law.
Right.
Because the law said nobody can attack nobody's show, and they cannot allow the callers to attack nobody's show. I saw some of that.
Okay.
And I was upset. I just let you know.
Stick up in. Let's go back to Mr. Griffith from his interview today on WESN.
To be humble, to embrace, and to unify and show that there's a space for that third constituency, and not to use them as you did in 2010 to 2015, and then when you get in government with your 21 seats, you can discard them. So the game plan of Jolene John and company is for UNC to get all the marginal seats, win about 22, 23 seats, give the third parties to go up for Lavantil and Labre and Port of Spain, and then after you have your 22 seats, which is exactly what she did in 2010 to 2015. I give the promise to that 147,000 persons who voted in 2007 and to the young voters who did not have that opportunity. I am not going to let that happen. I am not going to have that third constituency disrespected. But in the same manner, I do understand the importance of us working together. It seems that Kamala Persad-Bissessar does not want it to happen. The comments she made last night, she drew a line in the sand. How could you, let me quickly add, how could you be a political leader and you are leading an army and you know that you have limited resources fighting against the real enemy, and instead you're now going to try to pick a fight with other armies armies to fight against them, that is now going to diminish your resources in your front line against the real enemy that is attacking you. So now she's going to deplete her resources because she's trying to pick a fight. You as the UNC should be trying to embrace other parties, not come on a platform last night to attack, discredit, undermine, and make fun of a third constituency.
This man is a parakeet.
A diary of the mouth. Diary of the mouth. The man would not stop talking. It's the same attitude he had with Dr. Rowley when he realized that he's not getting back his contract, you know. The man went on a diet, on a tirade. We wanted to, the country wanted to know, you're sure Gary ain't losing it up here?
He's consistent.
He's consistent.
Who would want to identify, which serious party would want to identify with a man like that?
None that I can think of. Gary Griffith, NTA, didn't want to identify Gary. Gary he spent 6 weeks walking up and down Trinidad to make sure UNC representatives win their seat. Weren't you representing yourself, Gary? Or they didn't want to?
What is this?
Weren't you representing
the party
NTA?
And you spending 6 hours a day campaigning for the UNC and not for your party? But let me tell you, Philip Alexander.
That is the man. And you know, if now I see how Philip Alexander spoke for me, you know. Philip Alexander is the man. Everything we see now, Philip has told us long before.
Well, let me tell you something. Let me just play this last
clip please.
With Gary before we go to Philip and before we go to the calls.
Yes.
Saying this morning, this strategic alliance, as it's been referred to, is dead. There is no possibility that the NT and the UNC will work together again in the next general election.
No, definitely not. That's definitely what I'm not saying. Being somebody in the military, I play to win, and I intend to win. What I do know is that I am a realist, and I understand political strategy. I will not be easily influenced by someone who was a fried chicken salesperson to direct me as to what to do. Because what happens, you know, there will always be persons within the UNC, as small numbers they may be, will prefer to be big fish in small pond. Some of them become intimidated when that third constituency joins with the UNC. But I am also aware that there's not a snowball chance in hell that the PNM could ever be defeated if there's a 3-horse race. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, you can't be that naive. She was part of that third constituency in 1991 when they got 127,000 votes and they did not get a seat, but it ensured the PNM easily won in 1991. The same thing happened in 1981 when the ONR got 91,000 votes. The same thing happened in 2007 when the...
Juliet, Gary Griffith give you the impression that he's begging? Because I get that impression.
The man literally begging.
The man tossing up Kamala and then telling you...
said yesterday in one of the clips he played, the man knocking at the door. It has somebody ran knocking at the door.
Knocking at the door. Telling you, fire this one, fire that one. And when you ask him, who you going to put? Him, well, you go put me now. And I knocking at the door. Watch that. Kamala is more old nigger than Gary. And that is what I like about this fight. It's a ring down.
That term old nigger.
All right, so let me clear it up. You know, in our Palang, if you're behaving nasty...
There's no balance that allows for us to use that word.
Right.
Unless we in close quarters with each other.
So let me move on. Yeah, before I use it again. Because,
go right ahead.
No, a Marlene Kuje, not Marlene, a councillor in the Sandy Granny Corporation used that same term and run into real political trouble with that same term.
When we close quarters and we among ourselves and we could use those
terms. In any event, Kamala is a more street fighter than Gary Griffith. She knows all. Yes. Okay. I am supporting Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. First time in my life, I supporting Kamala Prasad-Bissessar.
You're supporting Kamala Prasad-Bissessar
in this fight with Gary Griffith.
I just want to make that clear as well. Let's open the lines before I go back to Philip, because Philip is like icing on the cake. Philip is like lining up. So we'll hold Philip a little bit and we'll go to the lines.
Numbers to call. He's not my favorite person. As a matter of fact, I don't like the guy.
Who is that, Philip?
Philip.
Okay. Let me call the numbers 3420081 and 4665391. The lines are open. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. I don't know where Gary Griffith gets his figures from. I think he's just crazy. He was referring to the ONR in 1981, getting 127,000 votes. Where did he get that from? The ONR got 91,000 votes, did not win a seat. The COP in 2007 got 147,000 votes and did not get a seat. So when he talk about 1981, is the ONR we talking about? ONR did not get 127,000 votes. They got 91,000 votes. So he's misrepresented himself. He's lying to himself. He is deluding himself into believing that he has political capital and numbers, which he does not have. Which he does not have at all. Never had and it does not have now. And just finally, with all of this thing going on here, if this rift is genuine, if it is a genuine breakup, I'm not sure about that, but if it's a genuine breakup, to me, the instructive thing here is that going forward, it has implications for that witness tampering matter between Anand Ram Logan, David West, and Gary Griffith as the chief witness. I would like to know what his stance would be in that matter going forward. I would like to know. Because he's a comedian. He could jump all over the place at any time. So we have to watch him very carefully. He stands for nothing. Anything is possible with him. He could, as a matter of fact, over the weekend he said, one of the questioners asked him, well, what about this fallout with the breakup? He said there's no breakup. He said there's no breakup, there's no rift. So, I'm just saying, if this rift is real, there's a breakup. If it is real, I am just looking down the road and waiting to see what, if any, are the implications for the witness tampering case that should come up sometime involving Griffith, Anand Ram Logan, and David West.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good
afternoon and welcome. Okay, so I'm going to go direct
to Philip Alexander because we're real pressed for time.
And folks, I want you all to listen
and share the live, folks,
carefully to Philip Alexander, because this wasn't said at the time when this impasse was going on,
This was said before.
This was said when they were in love.
You mean Philip is a Sia man too?
Philip is a Sia man too. So let's go to Philip Alexander.
But I'm going to rubbish and destroy that notion that in any way, any of the votes that went to us could have ever gone to the UNC. None of the people who voted for us had any interest in the UNC. And if we were not there, they would not have been voting at all. What we have to face this morning, and I want you all to know, so you'll start putting pressure, is the negative impact of Gary and Jack on this campaign. Gary Griffith, now that the election is done, I'm going to show you all why he was always all hat and no cowboy, and he did nothing for the election. The police service did not vote for him. All the talk he talk about, he's the most popular police commissioner ever. How come the police service did not vote for him? He had asked himself that, because they have 6,000 police. He should have get 6,000 votes or 3,000. You know what Gary got? Gary got less votes than Kamala is traditionally getting in those same seats that she retreated to give Gary a space. So the UNC under Kamala went backwards, retreated into a smaller party, because a Dr. Farhan or Saran or whatever his name is was very clear to point out on his debate, on his panel, on the panel on CNC3, that they are not partners with the UNC, that they have nothing to do with the UNC, that it was an accommodation. I don't know if it was out of fright, out of fear, out of desperation. I don't know what he was trying to peddle. I saw Gary wearing a blue shirt over a yellow jersey, but these people lie conveniently. They say what they need to say to get what they need to get without bothering about things like integrity, ethics, and honesty. But if you look at what took place in the elections, if the UNC did not have the NTA, the UNC would have gotten those exact same numbers. Worse, the .14 votes were already UNC candidates that were screened as UNC candidates before the NTA was even formed. Gary had a screening at their headquarters and got nobody, and had to beg Kamala for her candidates and had to beg Jack for resting ILP candidates. Jack Warner, coming into the election, may have turned people off. People who might have voted for the UNC. But the UNC spent this election on the most dastardly, disgusting, denigrating, abhorrent, violent, distracting, misdirecting campaign. And they are going to pay a heavy political price. Because this morning, if nobody else do nothing, if nobody else try to impact on that, whatever that is, Kamala is stuck in a devil's threesome. She cannot wiggle free of the promises that she made to Jack.
We'll be right back, folks. Don't go nowhere. We'll continue.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Conscious Talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk. Talk.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko, in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry, every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Mondays, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Trauma and Bereavement. Also, every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Low and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., the all-night prayer live on The Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with the day's issues from a biblical perspective, and you'll also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showed you, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of you, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 610-4673.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
Folks, welcome back. Time on the inside, 3 p.m.
We have an interview?
As promised, we have a member, I want to stand with that, he can correct me, of the UNC, one of the persons who would have challenged Kamala Prasad Bisesa for the position of political leader. in none other than Vasant Bharat. Mr. Bharat, good afternoon and welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Juliet. Good afternoon, Mr. Ruka, and very good afternoon to all of your listeners.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bharat.
We are, wrestling here with time, so we want to do this as quickly as possible. Let me thank you for accepting to speak with us this afternoon. We don't have 20 questions, but we have some questions we want to get out of you. What's your take on the impasse that is happening now between the UNC, its political leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar, and the NTA and its political leader Gary Griffith, and notwithstanding that just about 6 months ago they were involved in election process, as it were. What are your thoughts? Mr. Vasant?
Yes.
Right. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I have stated publicly, Juliet, maybe, 7 or 8 months ago, prior to the local government, that this was a recipe for chaos. And I was on one of my Facebook posts, and I spoke about it publicly on radio and television. And the reason being, it was simply a cosmetic getting together of two organizations with a hope to beat the PNM. I always feel that these things, I think the public is wary of these marriages of convenience, and I said that at the time, because, and the reason they don't work is if you don't have a common ideology for coming together, it's like two organizations two companies in the corporate world coming together, and they don't have a common ideology of the way forward, or they don't have a common ideology of their foundational principles on which they are based on their policies and so on, then you are just essentially getting together in a cosmetic way that has no sustainability. And we saw it happen, all of us. People may want to deny it, but we saw it happen with the amalgamation of 5 parties for the 2010 elections, where it was a coming together at the last minute with the hope that, that we will galvanize national support, which took place, but soon mashed up with the MSJ and with COP and TOP and so on, because there was not a common ideology of the way forward. And unfortunately, the level of maturity within the UNC is such that they don't understand, or the leadership of the party, unfortunately, doesn't understand what is required to hold things together, because it's all about ego, you see. And this ego is bigger than that ego. And so therefore, no one looks at the bigger picture, which is they're taking the population on a roller coaster ride, and the population is becoming more and more
wary of that.
More and more
yes.
tired of that kind of politics. Because ultimately, Julia, right, at the end of the day, what is a politician's rule? A politician's rule is to improve the quality of lives of the citizens of the country. When a government either or a minister leaves office or moves on elsewhere, that government or that minister must be in a position always to look back and say, you know what, I came here and I met this in this condition, or I met these things or these conditions in a certain way, and when I leave or having left, the quality of life of the people I served is better than when I arrived. Because if you don't do that, then you've not done your job, right? Okay. So what has happened is that people have become just wary because of all of the issues in the country. People have become so wary of these marriages of convenience, which they now find very, very... Every time this happens, every time a mashup like this takes place, people become more and more disenchanted with the politics of Trinidad and Tobago because they see that they believe that these people are just doing this for themselves. Okay. And that is the unfortunate and regrettable part about this.
Okay, so my next question to you is this. Mr. Griffith of the NTA is purporting himself to have a greater political currency. And he went so far as to say that without the involvement of the NTA, the UNC does not stand a snowball of a chance in the upcoming 2025 general election. What is your take about Mr. Griffith's NTA and their political currency?
Well, what I will say is that the information that can be gleaned from the local government elections, and that's the only information, that's the only data that we have, and we have to look at this thing dispassionately and unemotionally, right? The data from the local government election shows that the NTA didn't make any significant strides in any of the constituencies beyond the votes that the UNC would have gotten. So if you compare the last local government elections results in the seats that the NTA fought in 2023, you will see that the differences in the number of votes that the UNC got in 2019 and what the NTA got in 2023 were not significantly different. So I think it's a fallacy to say that the NTA made any significant inroads into gathering any large numbers of new votes for the UNC or for the Alliance. What I will say, however, is that the UNC cannot win a general election without attracting people who would ordinarily sit on the fence. That's a fact. And the UNC has done nothing in the last 8-9 years. In fact, they've done nothing. The party has done nothing at the party level since 2010 to actually get new support or get supporters to look at the UNC differently. And whether we like it or not, the UNC is perceived as a Hindu-centric, South-based party that's retreating further and further south, and it's not attractive to the general population. So from that perspective, the statement that Gary made with regard to the UNC not being able to win an election without those what we call fence-sitters or the typical COP-NAR type, is quite correct. The UNC will not win an election without them.
Okay, my final question to you, and then Mr. Ruka have a few questions of his own. Word coming out from the rank and file of the UNC is that the political leader plans to postpone the upcoming internal elections. What are your take on that?
Well, I think clearly what she's attempting to do is position things in a way that she's forcing the hands of the people from within the party that might not be supporting her to come out in the open. So, for example, I gathered that she declared on Monday night that that nominations for general election is being closed shortly. So what that means is that the people who are sitting within the parliament and who are looking to get back their safe seats, they're clearly not going to be looking to come out and challenge her for an internal election, because, of course, it means that, remember that the selection committee for members of, MPs is solely down to the political leader. This is not an open process where you have a real committee that sits and makes a determination and they score this one against that one, or they have certain scoring points determining on how the candidate performs. The MP is selected, hand-selected by the political leader of the party in this. It was never like that with Mr. Pandya. It is like that now, where it is solely down to the political leader to determine. And that's the reason why, of course, you have the level of or the caliber of people that we see in the parliament today. Their role is simply to support Kamala Prasad-Bissessar and to be loyal to her at all costs. And I don't think that's a good thing, because I don't think it's good for the country to have people who are not capable sitting in the parliament at Trinidad.
Mr. Barrett, yeah. we press for time. Okay, sure. Your take on Mr. Griffith describing Mr. Pandey treating his supporters as sheep, and Kamala following suit. You are executive member of the UNC, and you can either support or deny that Mr. Griffith's statements are correct.
And mind you, Vasanth was very close during the reign of Basio Pandey with
Mr. Pandey. Yeah. And now that in itself is a very indictable statement. We on this side have always said that the UNC has no real party. It's really a sheep bunch of a sheep group following a leader. What are your thoughts, Mr.
I think the UNC has regressed significantly in the last 10 years. It's borne out by the fact that, this is not my opinion, but it's borne out by the data that the UNC has lost every single election it has chosen to fight against the PNM in the last since 2013, in fact. So came in on a landslide with other parties not winning on its own, came in on a landslide, and then immediately within 3 years started to lose consistently. So we lost the election in fact, we lost the THA election in early 2013 by a landslide for the PNM, 12-0, I think it was at the time. We lost to Mr. Warner in Shagwanas West. We lost MP Volney's seat to Terence Dialsing, all in 1 year. And that year also, the UNC lost. We had 11 regional corporations. We lost 5 and we went down to 6. All of those things took place in 2013, we must remember. And UNC has continued to lose since then. The worst part of that is that, yes, people suffer losses in life and businesses and so on, but they always sit down and try to do an assessment of why they're losing. The sad thing is the UNC has never done an assessment. It is almost as though, let's forget about that, let's just move on and forget about why we continue to fail. But with regard to Mr. Pandey, I sat, as you know, I was very close to Mr. Pandey. In fact, I chaired most NATEX meetings in Mr. Pandey's absence, particularly when he wasn't well, and then certainly when he was imprisoned. I was the de facto chairman of the UNC for a long time. I've worked with Mr. Pandey intimately, both in the parliament and at party level, and I can honestly put hand on heart and say he never treated people like sheep. One thing about him is you will notice with the caliber of people that he surrounded himself with. You look back, the Kelvin Ramnath, the Ramesh Lawrence Maharajas, myself, and other people of national importance. You compare as compared, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett, and as compared to the kind of persons Kamala will support, would surround herself with, who is persons who are before the court on criminal charges and all sorts of persons. Mr. Barrett, one final question. You are still a member of the UNC, correct? And are you going to, based upon this last demonstration to the public that the UNC is not a viable option, would you continue to be a member of the UNC, and why? Well, you might consider me to be mad. I am. Well, I tell you the one time, you're mad. Just you say that, you're not mad already. But yeah, well, Trinidad's a very small place. You guys know the politics in Trinidad and Tobago. I've always said, and I think Juliet knows this, I will always put country before party, right? I will always put country before party. I do not believe, in my humble opinion, that the current regime has done enough to improve the quality of lives of the people of this country. And I think and I say this on the basis that I work all over the world. I've just come back from Cambodia. I'm doing a project there. And when you look at what's happening in Cambodia, you look at what's happening in Mauritius, you look at what's happening in Fiji, when you look at the quality of lives of the people there by comparison to the resources that they've got, we have a lot more. And we're just not utilizing it properly because I think we have the wrong people in the wrong places in the current regime. So whilst that is the case, and I'm in a position where I can help and I can assist, I will always continue to want to be politically involved, because it's only by being politically involved, guys, that you can make the kind of transformational changes that this country needs at this point in time.
Okay, Mr. Vasanth Bharat, I want to thank you very much for joining us at this short notice. And we just want to wish you a blessed day.
Mr. Bhatt,
thank you very much.
We want to unofficially invite you into the bosom of the PNM. Your expertise, it's unofficial, but your expertise is well appreciated, and we invite you to come over to the PNM. Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks, that was the voice of
former Agriculture Minister, former chairman of the chairman of the UNC, strong hold high positions in the UNC. I like the last statement that he made, that this government has done enough
to improve the
quality of life in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to say to all the persons who pretended, you're talking now, according to Dr. Oli, you're talking now because you could talk. When COVID was here, if this government didn't take a certain position as to treat with the COVID issue by giving you punching and lime to drink, you would not have been here to give me talk now. So we take it that you're happy, you're breathing. Vassan say, not me, Vassan say that this government have done enough. Just that tenure of handling the COVID so successfully until Kamala was so intimidated by us holding the #1 position. She come out with a vote with the candlelight vigil. Candlelight vigil. And aided and abetted by Mr. G. Ching himself. This country pretending that these people are good. They are no good. Kamala thing holding for Gary holding a thing for Kamala. I could imagine the phone call. Gary, all I needed to do is to help you down here. Rowley looking too good, boy. Give them people a chance for community spread now. Gary, I go fix that, Kamala. I know that is the secret they're keeping for another. Gary, spill the beans on Kamala.
So let's move on, Mr. Ruka, because time is of the essence. I want to go back firstly to Philip Alexander and where we left off.
You Philip again?
It's just the end.
You don't like that fella in too much, you know?
No, that's nothing.
Right, okay.
Let's continue where we left off.
If nobody else try to impact on that, whatever that is, Kamala is stuck in a devil's threesome. She cannot wiggle free of the promises that she made to Jack and Gary, whatever those promises were. And she got nothing in return. And Rudal Monilal and the rest of challengers inside the UNC, Gary is no challenger for the leadership of the UNC, because each and every supporter of the UNC will see that Gary Griffith failed. He brought nothing to the party. He cost them. They lost ground with the inclusion of the NTA. Understand this. There are plenty people walking around looking like adults who are drones, whose brains are switched off, and they just peddle party line. I want to tell you again, if the UNC would have gotten 100 votes, they got 100 votes. They didn't get 101 vote. Gary didn't bring a single vote of substance. It made it worse.
And he is absolutely correct.
Yeah. While I don't like the fella, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Juliet. What is more instructive than this? So misguided and miscalculating, Kamala's decisions usually always bring those kind of results. Kamala not understanding truly how the local government and proportional representation mechanism works, where an alderman is appointed, can be appointed just by a mere 25% threshold, where in the first past the post system, you have to go as far as 50. Kamala usually gets an alderman in the Diego Martin Corporation where she doesn't win a seat. She gets at least 25% of the
votes. Correct is right.
She put in Gary Griffith. You know what happened? The UNC didn't get an alderman. Gary Griffith got an alderman. I hear from that, just that faux pas. Just that faux pas alone. Kamala's leadership is a detriment to the UNC. The woman makes one of the most puerile mistakes, infantile mistakes. If you put Gary there and you know you got an alderman the last time, he's going to get the alderman of what purpose that is.
And I want to agree with you by saying while Gary are accusing persons who he described have the ear of the hierarchy of the party and suggests that those persons are PNM persons.
Obscene.
I want to use the same angle to suggest that Gary Griffith and Jack Warner was sent to finally put the nail in Kamala's coffin. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Juliet, I totally agree with you. What else would be their purpose? Because clearly, if Kamala sits where she's going to sit, as God gives her life, Kamala ain't going nowhere. They can say what they want.
Because let's face the reality, correct Mr. Ruka, let's face the reality. Who would make that type of mistake by embracing Jack and Gary? Who advised Kamala? Who whispered in her ear and suggested to her, let's take Gary and Jack back into the fold? Who would have advised her? To my mind, it would be someone who wanted to set her up. And set her up, they did. But let's listen to Kamala. Let's go back to the videos.
In war terms, they are called Kamasaki. A suicide bomber. Would embrace Guy Griffin and Jack Warner. Suicide bomber, you want to come? You have to be, you can't be serious. That's a suicide bomber action.
And a trained one from Sandhurst. Let's go to Kamala.
Not reach me now, because I'm on a platform talking. You may not reach me sometimes we're in the parliament, I'm in a meeting, but I try my best with my strength. So if I cannot answer you right away, at some point I will answer you. I give you that commitment again and ask you, if you want to go and tell people you can't reach me, tell them tonight, Kamala say. No, Kamala saying, listen, try. If you don't have the number, you don't have the link, try. We have the party headquarters. We have email addresses for them. You can always ask the party headquarters where to find me. Okay? And the same goes to all my MPs, local government reps, senators, same for them.
We have to be a monkey's uncle, and I hope I'm being politically correct here. We were born in the night, but we weren't born last night. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, who can hardly go to the parliament, the most absentee MP in the history of Trinidad and Tobago is Kamala. She busy. If you can't find me, I'm in a meeting with my prosthetic toes and all, Cannot find her way, always limping and stumbling all over Trinidad. Oh, she's so busy. According to Gary, busy doing what? Well, she's busy in a meeting and busy in the parliament. What parliament Kamala busy in? It's Gary who say you are a 5-day weekend. How Kamala so? Kamala, we want to get in contact with you. So anybody who has Kamala number, she say she can be easily communicated with. Send Kamala number on social media for me today. No. So that we'll call Kamala.
Let's go back to Kamala.
Because she says she's easy to come into contact with.
You are not sheep, and your children are not sheep to be led. You're important. You deserve respect. Have an equal space and voice in this party whilst I'm here. And I repeat again, and your children will lead this party when I am gone. Smaller parties must be willing to work and carry their weight. It cannot be that UNC supporters must be sheep, must do almost everything. UNC must host the events. UNC must provide the resources. UNC must bring the supporters, bring the sheep. And then these other organizations want to come and swing in and stand up on the platform and talk. Do you agree with me? You must carry your weight. We are a great party. We are a strong party. We have over 300,000 plus supporters. Do not play the fool with us. We respect our membership.
Hey, Mr. Ruka, if there were any doubt in the mind of the population of Trinidad and Tobago that the UNC is not an alternative to the PNM, it must be clear by now.
By now. Juliet, that is clear to us, But it appears to me that we are so ungrateful as I think ungratefulness is almost ingrained in our DNA today. That's why Dr. Oli speaks of building a new society, Ungratefulness is one of the first things we have to get rid of. Because you cannot tell me, after this big ring-down street fight, where every platform Gary Griffith is taking to cuss out Kamala, and Kamala cuss him out back, we are still talking about them as being a viable option.
And stick a pin, because this will lead me now to this video that I'm going to play. Because as a friend would have told me this morning, it is not only the NTA and Gary Griffith, but we have to keep our eyes on MSJ and others as well. Because if you would recall, the MSJ was busy campaigning with Kamala and the UNC for the local government election. But listen to what the NTA had to say about Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC, and ask yourself the question, are these people right in their head? And if they are not right in their heads, we are right in our heads, and we must take affirmative action to ensure that the UNC and its proxies, the MSJ, the NJAC, because Gary spoke about the NJAC in one of his things about when the NJAC come together. I don't know what membership NJAC has. The NJAC and all the other splinter parties, the Hope and all of them, all of them hoping that they can fool the population
and get into governance through the back door. I want to make a call again to anybody who have Kamala number. Please put it on social media, because she says she's easy to reach. So just post it now. We're waiting to see. And we're going to call. Yes.
Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Afternoon. All the liquor, all the bomb, all the country, all the way in this country. Killing out all the old people, and now after. Now I need any that new generation. And what is black, they can all be black. Now we want in this country. The kind of people are all the movement. What you call them? What's parish? What's short, young? What's up? Yeah, what you call them? Who making all the money? And what the other MP and all the other ministers, what you call them? And where them is. That is sure that man came on none of them, but all the liquor can't see. And nobody in this country. I want to say.
Thank you very much. I understand. Focus, because now, just to understand what we are doing here
will attract that kind of pervert. So I just wanted to say that Facebook, YouTube right now is 1,050, and Facebook is 440.
YouTube is 1,050. Yes. Very good. And share the live.
Yes.
This is an important video.
So you can go ahead, Mr.
I can't take any calls now. I can't.
Mr. Gentleman.
Trend of,
we appreciate.
Mr. Ruka, let's move on, please now. Please.
All right. So the other part of the conference is, of course, to address the attacks on Mr. Abdullah by Mr. Munilal, right? Dr. Munilal. So I have prepared a statement on behalf of the party, and I will distribute that to you all, that deals with that aspect of it. So Munilal's statement trying to taint David Abdullah is a case of misery-seeking company.
Oh, folks, this is an old video, but the reason why I am playing it for you, I want you to understand that what we are experiencing now with the NTA and Gary Griffith and Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC is nothing new to UNC's politics. Apart from what's happening now and what they were attempting to do to try to get back into the corridors of power, is precisely what they did between 2010 or in 2010. And it worked. They convinced you. You have to be aware. And to be aware, I need to take you back. Despite some persons or some people would rather that we say nothing about what transpired in the past. We have to bring you to back to the past in order for you to understand what's happening now in the present. So let's go back to communications person for the MSJ, which is Gregory Fernandez.
The MSJ and its leader, David Abdullah, does not care for the company of miserable, dishonest people. Imagine of all persons, Rudal Munilal, a man about whom there is nothing honorable, who is dishonest and unprincipled, and in the dictionary such a person is called a rogue. When you see he is trying to fabricate a story to tarnish the good name of David Abdullah, a man who walked away from corruption of the partnership government and who helped remove them from power, you know he is feeling, and this is Dr. Munilala, miserable and looking for company. Why would we say that Dr. Munilala is a miserable man? It all goes back to being part of the kleptocratic elites who are now currently out of power, the UNC. If you go to Wikipedia, it is clearly laid out for all to see and understand. A kleptocracy is a government with corrupt leaders, kleptocrats, that use their power to exploit the people and natural resources of their own territory in order to extend their personal wealth and political powers. Typically, this system involves embezzlement of funds at the expense of the wider population. A kleptocracy is a government ruled by corrupt politicians who use their political power to receive kickbacks, bribes, and special favors at the expense of the populace, or simply to direct state resources to themselves, relatives, or associates. Kleptocrats make use of political leverage to pass laws which enrich them or their constituents, and they usually circumvent the rule of law. And we can all remember Section 34. Kleptocratic rulers often treat the country's treasury as a source of personal wealth, spending funds on luxury goods and extravagances as they see fit. I remember a friend of mine once remarking that Kamala was spending money from the country's treasury as though her grandmother had left it there for her. Many kleptocratic rulers secretly transfer public funds into hidden personal numbered bank accounts in foreign countries to provide for themselves if they are removed from power. The effects, a kleptocracy is most common in developing countries whose economies are reliant on the trade of natural resources. Developing nations' reliance on export income constitutes a form of economic rent and are easier to siphon off without causing that income to decrease. The effects of a kleptocratic regime or government on a nation are typically adverse in regards to the welfare of the state's economy, political affairs, and civil rights. Kleptocratic governance typically ruins prospects of foreign investment and drastically weakens the domestic market and cross-border trade. I know of companies which refuse to invest in Trinidad and Tobago because they were asked for kickbacks in order to do so. As kleptocracies often embezzle money from their citizens by misusing funds derived from tax or engage heavily in money laundering schemes, they tend to heavily degrade quality of life of its citizens. Poor services, poor healthcare, crime, removal of the social net, unemployment and underemployment, and a deteriorating economy.
Folks, despite the MSJ having a press conference and describing the UNC as a kleptocracy, the MSJ in recent times, as recent as August 14th, like Jack Warner and Gary Griffith, crawled back into the UNC and was campaigning for the UNC
in the local government.
In the local government election.
You see, the proletariat, the electorate are the ones who are being fooled here and continues to play the fool. Because when you see all these machinations, not even conceived, but real factual in your face. You're seeing them. You don't have to take bully fair in the night to go and look for them. You're still saying they are alternative. By what? Yeah. By what have you drawn this conclusion? It cannot be that if you are walking down the road and there is a speeding bus,
you walk in front.
And you know...
Who does that?
Who does that?
Unless you are on a suicide
mission. And I am saying that the persons who we are hearing in front of these microphones also are also suicide bombers. And you're following them. Why you want to end your life with this dotishness? Let them go on their own if they want to go and meet their political maker.
So
as it were.
Let's
watch how
go ahead.
Devious these people are.
Quickly.
Big headline. Congress of the people and hope wed. Did you know that, my people?
Wed as in W-E-D?
Wed as in marriage.
When that took place?
It would appear that this took place Thursday of last week.
No.
Big thing, Juliet. Political parties Hope and Congress of the People have joined forces in a unified commitment to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. You hear how they're helping me? They're unifying. It's Trinidad and Tobago they're working for, you know. Recognizing the imperative to address the divisive need of the nation's citizens, both parties have strategically aligned to work in unity and transformative initiative geared towards the comprehensive sustainable national development plan.
So wait, this is not the same party Hope that at the most recent crime talks, one of the platform speakers, I think it was the goodly lecturer, Professor Kojo, called out Louis Singh and described the party Hope as hopeless.
Yes. But even better than that is where the two leaders, leader and deputy politically, was busy scaling a fence. One saying, I still have it in my youth. Look how I could climb fence. I wanted to say something else, but climb fence. She should be ashamed. But I know she has no shame for a woman. The next one, I don't know how such an intelligent,
but the one who climbed the fence, don't go so fast. The one who climbed the fence, what they had called her, the stormer.
Yeah.
Didn't she say sometime back that she wants to have no part of Gary Griffith?
Yes.
So then, Gary talking small parties, meaning
these are the persons that he's talking about.
In the third constituency.
Yeah, the third, yeah.
Right, and that Kamala dissing these people. Are you saying that the stormer, who is aligned to the whole party, will now...
No, please, careful. I hear who. Go over. Hope. You're putting up. I hear who. I'm not too sure, but now you're making it clear.
So you are saying that she would go into some arrangement now with Gary Griffith?
I think the first time I heard it was correct.
I think
it was correct. These are political. I think they are political prostitution we're talking about at a grandiose scale. This is weapon grade prostitution, you know. Because you can't tell me after Karen exposed herself and Hamel Smith get disenfranchised, the entire 1% disenfranchised Hamel Smith. They said we never thought Hamel Smith could follow Karen.
We out of time, Mr. Ruka, so let's go to another one of our videos.
National Front, a national force. We have reached an accommodation with the NTA. We have reached an accommodation with the ILP. We have reached an accommodation with the MND so that we will be partnering together to secure Trinidad and Tobago together. This is a movement of hope. This is a movement of unity. This is a movement.
Hey, Mr.
Let's go back. We have reached an accommodation with the NTA. We have reached an accommodation with the ILP. We have reached an accommodation with the MND so that we'll be partnering together to secure Trinidad together. This is a movement of hope. This is a movement of unity. This is a movement of togetherness. We need this now more than ever. If we want to rebuild, if we want to glue back the broken pieces of our land, we have to do it united together. So this election again I say, as we join with others in an accommodation, holding strong and flying high the flag of the United National Congress. In every corporation, I repeat, the UNC flag will fly high with candidates in all 14 elections. The 14 regions. And together, in the united accommodation that we forged, the NTA will also put forward candidates. So we do not fight against each other, we accommodate each other. So where they have a candidate for a seat, we will not put a candidate in the same seat. So we don't split the votes and allow the PNM to run away. That's where they have, we don't put. Where we have our candidates, they will not put somebody to split your votes. And therefore, united, we can pick up all the votes together. The only time we have ever won, I want you to remember, was when we united all the forces together. Remember that. 1995, 2010, 1986, remember the great 1986? We brought all forces together to build a united front, to vote the PNM out of office, and to build, rebuild, strengthen our great land. As I close, I said, despite the hurt and abuse, this regime has...
Oh God, Mr. Aruka, it is too much.
It is too much, Julia.
Don't vote. Mr. Aruka. But it would appear that somebody toted somewhere.
Somebody toted. Gary toted. Gary toted. And if if it's one time, you know that they are no good and you could never vote for them. If Gary could tote, why you going and vote? Look, Gary toting, and you come in and tell me you should go and vote. Gary is saying he toted, but you looking to go and vote.
Okay.
Come on. Anything that comes to the that rhymes to them, that comes to Kamala's mind, it becomes a campaign pitch on the platform. Now, since when we are taking our fingers, dipping it in ink to our soundbite, and making that policy, while Dr. Oli has just come back from a CARICOM conference in Guyana, and people are pretending that this country is not being looked after by a real steward. A steward that has the country's best interests at heart. I have never heard Kamala said in her 5 years, 3 months and 14 days, she does go to sleep
and worry about
the country. And you want, what kind of leader all you want? Let them, all of them who want to leave this country and go when the PNM win. Don't waste no time to wait until they win. They are going to win. Okay. Leave now.
Let's listen.
Before you resign, so you and your husband go play nanny. You reciting Trinidad lyrics like your name Princess Swanee. So you're getting licks. A ton load of licks. Since you want to teach the public how to load matic and empty clip. Take licks. A ton load of licks. Let me tell you, lady, why you can't escape this. Pure failure as a former prime minister. Cause your tenure was corrupted and sinister. You do a disservice to all women. Child marriage you never condemn. And human sex traffickers in your party you defend. You wicked old hen. Relics. A ton load of licks, but it's a plenty more crookedness. Me I finish. A criminal kleptocracy is what you lead in. Racism and hypocrisy you overseeing. You totally unfit for purpose. About $1 million election in a row you done lost. So UNC is a cross. A ton-load of licks. Since you insist you have no morals or ethics. Well, we pelted blows. Your worthlessness can no longer stand with the return of the boy man.
Okay, let's go to the lines. Caller, are you there? Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davies and Mr. Ruka. Ms. Davies, Mr. Gary Griffith said that basically he is strategic and analytic. So I am going to be this evening to be strategic and analytic and doesn't waste too much of your time. No, Mr. Gary Griffith have matter before the court. Kamala and them have matter before the court.
Hold on, caller. We don't want to go there with you because here what I'm saying. I am not aware that Mr. Griffith is before the court in so much as we
okay. He has a matter before the court where he has matter before the court.
Okay. We can go with that, right?
Before the court.
Right, okay, good.
Just as Ms. B says, members of parliament has matters before the court. So we can say they have matters before the court. So it's correct. It's in context. Right. Now, if you get in office, just as what Donald Trump trying to do, get in office to throw out all his matters, basically, they want to do the same thing. Donald Trump have no interest in the people. He just interested in his free self, and they're interested in basically if they could get all the court matters thrown out because as they get in, they consider discontinuing those cases. And then basically they go ahead with the kleptocracy. So that is all there. So all that big thing inside the media and all that talk about and blah blah blah. That is the aim. Full stop. I locked on and listening.
Juliet, I think what the caller was referring to is a picture in today's paper of Kamala Persad-Bissessar being flanked by two of her supporters. One is Johnny Abraham on her right, Gary Griffith on her left, both of them holding up Kamala. One thing is noteworthy of that picture is it speaks more than 1,000 words. Johnny Abraham is of interest to the internal investigative or investigation of the TTPS because he said that he didn't care about no internal investigation.
Go ahead, Mr. Ruka.
Kamala Persad-Bissessar is of interest to the TTPS as far as Fitzgerald Hines said. He hand documents to the police involving Kamala Persad-Bissessar. Also with Parad. And on the left, extreme left, is Gary Griffith, another one who has just been described as before the court. Now tell me, why are we as a people tolerating that kind of disrespect? Just a thought.
Okay, so we have two callers. I'm going to the one who was holding on the longest.
Right.
So caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Juju, with conscious lyrics like Buju and Mr. Ruka hitting them political boy. Appointed Street. Kamala last clip. All of them telling you, right, how much people she have in she group. But blessed is the man that sitteth not in the council of the ungodly. And that is what that group is. UNC use Negroes, and Negroes is a nice word, not the negative one. Negroes conveniently, UNC. The next one from MSG, right? We are talking them plenty, but it's a case of kettle calling the pot and telling him that he bottom black. Now, you said earlier that how they're trying to slip in the back door to get back into politics. What they're really trying to do? Burger Trinidad and Tobago right-thinking people? That kind of... We have to get them straight and put them on that road to the dungeon.
Leave it there for us. We're out of time. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Right. Every time UNC has been in a coalition with anybody, UNC always mashed up the coalition. 1986 with Robinson. Within a year, Robinson had to get rid of Humphrey and a set of them. They wanted to take over the prime ministership from Robinson. They ambushed him. So it is the ULF, Pandey and his ULF, that broke up the NAR. 1995, Robinson made Pandey prime minister. Pandey betrayed Robinson by firing the two Tobago senators. come forward, 2010, accommodation, UNC mashed up the COP. They destroyed. Abdullah went his way. That is what helped to mash up that attempt at the People's Partnership. So, and look last year now, August, every time there is an attempt at a coalition with UNC and anybody in this country, about 4 times, the UNC always destroys the coalition. So they cannot really validly claim to have country at heart and bring everybody together. They can't do it because they always want to show off that they're in charge and spit out people. They are never committed to a coalition.
Thank you very much. We're out of time. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Oh, good afternoon, you beautiful people. This country, what a tangled web these opposition weave in. Listen, right-thinking citizens, all those who sitting on the fence, always open my ears and eyes and see what is going on. Kamla, UNC, nothing. NTA, nothing. Who else? IPL, who is one man. Jack Warner, nothing. All the one, give me a ease. Give me a ease, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, sorry about that. I'll take my cue from Zena, that last caller, because she said it well. To play this video for you, because Trinidad and Tobago, I want to put it on record that the UNC is in crisis. Let me repeat myself. In playing this video for you, I want you to observe and to take notice, pay attention, that the UNC is in crisis.
Mr. Warren and I only wish for better lives for you all. Whatever differences there were, those have been sorted. As I said, Mr. Warren and I, we're not toting. We just voting. There's no toting. We are just voting. Mr. Griffith and I, whatever differences are minor matters, Griffith and I, we're not toting. We are just voting.
Mr. Aruka.
Right here, right? To the middle.
That's all. Ooh,
Warren and I, we're not toting. We just voting. There's no toting. We are just voting. Mr. Griffith and I, whatever differences are minor matters, Griffith and I, we're not toting. We are just voting.
How many times can you take this assault? This buggery? How much time can we take this political buggery, Juliet, as a people?
Stick up and let's go to the
next time. Ask for some political lubrication, please, before they sodomize you politically, of course.
I will just say it's simple. They like to use you and drop you. And if you don't figure out that is your business. And Mrs. Kamala Persaud is not smart. She have recognized that Gary Griffith and them brings nothing. The local government election told them everything. That they have nothing. They add nothing. And they cannot lock down the east-west corridor. So once you figure out that you can't lock down the east-west corridor and a low voter turnout, you know, you're gone. And all them budgets and them to get, and all these things the People's National Movement doing, they have nothing to get. But one more thing I say, and I'm repeating it again, they just want to use you and drop you. Use Jacqueline and Gary. Use them, drop them, use them, drop them. And them as men, you know, them call themselves men. I am out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruka. Explain this video
Juliet, the Cartoon Network provides an absolute description of the characters that we are dealing with. Motley and the partner Dick.
Okay.
Now take a listen, people.
Quickly.
Tell me if this does that describe Gary Griffith, Kamala, and some people right in this station here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But how, you fiend?
Diabolically simple. I merely turned the exit sign around.
It looks as if Dick Dastardly can't decide which road to take.
Quick, Muddy. Which is the road to the finish line?
Left, 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 left.
Right, 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 right. Drat! I'm stuck in the mud. Is foiled again. All the cars got through.
Perennial loser, Dick Dastardly. What happened, Dick?
We got lost.
With a combination bloodhound, pointer, and hunting dog? How could you get lost?
Ask him.
Mr. Ruka,
No, I love this. They have this crime. They are the motley crew. This is not Dumb and Dumber. This is the motley crew. We're watching here. Kamala and Gary Griffith have tried everything to deceive this country and get nothing and have done nothing right in their tenure. Kamala Pasabi says, give you a short example. Kamala Pasabi says is a senior counsel. Adana Ramlogan, another senior counsel. And they held a state of emergency that couldn't serve in the court. Everybody got compensated on that illegal state of emergency. And these two persons hold status, legal status in the fraternity of lawyers, because a senior counsel is as it says, a senior attorney in the matter. You cannot make such a mistake. It could not stand up in court at all because it was illegal. And these are the people that telling you that they are leaders. I call them the motley crew, and I just played that little video there just to support my statement.
Quickly, because we're out of time.
Yeah. Well, Juliet, since 2013 is lick for the UNC. You understand? And Mr. Shaq is more licks. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Let me play this video. It's an old calypso by Mystic Prowler. And it speaks to here about what national unity would have looked like in 2010.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The year is 2010. My vision is bold. National unity finally take hold. Shut Barrage as Prime Minister. Come along, my friend. Let we view Trinidad in the year 2010. It's plenty changes in the old scenario. Shot control Trinidad and Tobago. No more Red House in Port of Spain. Is in yellow, it now prevail. And if you say amen when you pray, you could make a jail. Church communion is no bread and wine. Sign with a chutney him rising and falling behind. Why? National unity. Shot we controlling we. National unity. Shot finally on top. National unity. Protest your sanity. National unity. Somebody wake me up.
Somebody wake me up. National unity gone wild. Mr. Aruka, I don't know what to say. But
I can see.
If at this stage the people of this country are not taking stock of what's happening with our politics and does not understand who or which of the parties we're supposed to vote for in the upcoming general election of 2025, then heaven help us.
Juliet, you must also remember there are lots of persons who are peddling misinformation as part of their daily routine.
Yes.
At every turn.
Stick up information.
Social media. But in case you weren't aware of what was being said and the controversy, Mr. Maraj was speaking live on TV Jagrati, his own television station, when he revoked the Indian Arrival Day invitation to the political leader of the United National Congress.
Another thing I want to tell you, Kamla, we sent you an invitation for our Indian Arrival Day program Wednesday at Lakshmi College. You are due to talk, but I want to tell you now, I have revoked that invitation. You are not welcome on our compound. That's the particles. Kamla, Prasad, Visesa, you are not welcome on our compound.
Folks, keep it locked to the street, 919 FM. Up next, Heavy and TC.
Juliet.
The UNC, Trinidad and Tobago, is in crisis.
In crisis. And contrary to what their supporters, like Kingsley says, they are in crisis mode. Front page this morning.
Keep it locked.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street. 919 FM.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is a Big Mike, not the mass man, the help man. And joining me
will be Little Mike as we discuss tips on taking you from zero health to optimum health using different protocols and techniques. Trinidad and Tobago. Join us every Wednesday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. on the Street 91.9 FM for
Health Talk with Big Mike. It's not where it is, it's here it is. Boom!
On Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. Everybody just share the live. All on Facebook, share the live. All on IG, share the live. Share the live. Share the live. Everybody just share the live. You listening? Listen now.
Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
I want everybody to share the live. Downtown Pussy have to share the live. Uptown Pussy have to share the live. Share the live. Share the live. Everybody just share the live. Tobago share the live.
The following is a paid program.
The views expressed are not
The Street.
So the management of the Street 919 FM.
Entertainment, information, conversation. All on Street 91.9 FM, the official station that defends the nation. Don't you touch that dial. You're locked on to The Street 919 FM.
I shame for them, politician, like old
make the thing a joke. Like the trick does always work. They ill-treat the puppy, beat the puppy, then they come to folks. Doggy look a bone. Doggy look a bone. Doggy look a bone. After election, all the bone gone. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy suck. All through the years, we shared in tears. They too busy. They can't see we. Time to depend on we folks. So then, just so we and them is friends. Stop it to say howdy do. Shaking hand with me and you. They will hug your granny, kiss your baby, while we dribble too. Doggy look a bone. Doggy look a bone. After election, all the bone done. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy song. Is now they care. They start to share plenty favor. Their behavior is so concerned. First time they learn. Yes, now people getting burned. So they run to one and all, begging big and begging small. Doggy, look at back pay, look at highway, look at hospital. Doggy, look at bone. Doggy, look at bone. After election, all the bone gone. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy song. In little trap behind God's back, see them reaching, hear them preaching. We quite aware of problems here. Have hope, deliverance near. We go clean your dirty drain. We go fill our water main. Life will be so happy if you only vote for we again. Doggy look a bone. Doggy look a bone. After election, all the bone done. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy song.
Hey, good afternoon, Trinidad. Good afternoon, Tobago. Good afternoon to all our listeners on our various platforms. Good afternoon to one and all. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods as the crime rate continues to climb. I hope your family is safe in wherever you are at. Well, you know, this is the hour for venting, so I won't hold you back any longer. I would give you that opportunity to do your venting, all right, via our phone lines. at 3420081 and 4665391. This is the hour you get things off your chest if you're on our platforms, which is at Facebook at Street 919 FM. Street 919 FM on Facebook. You can head up there right now. Or Street 919 FM on Instagram. Or if you are a YouTuber, it's IWER TV on YouTube. Very, very simple. IWER TV on YouTube. When you type up IWER TV on YouTube, all right, it's going to, you're going to the search bar, you type up IWER TV, it's going to come up right there in front of you, and you know what you have to do. When it comes up, you just subscribe, and you're live in studio with us, all right? This is the People's Platform. This is your opportunity right now to call in at these numbers, 3420081 and 4665391. You could also drop us a voice note. The voice note will work for those who is trying to call on the WhatsApp and is not, well, sometimes the normal call overrides the WhatsApp call. So if you drop a voice note, I would make sure and play your voice note, all right? I see voice notes already coming in, so I will play the voice notes as they come. But I'll take your calls as well.
Good day, Heavy and TC. I want to know if God is really protecting people, boy. The reason why I'm asking this question, this fella, right, he was involved in nefarious activities before, right? He gave his life to the Lord, he changed wrong the way he get baptized and everything. The man working on this day, work for on this day pay. Yesterday, two gunmen come and shoot up the man and kill the man just so, boy. It seems to me when they get involved in any of these underworld activities, the only way for you to come out of that is in a box. Because you can't come out of that in itself, you give your life to the Lord. I mean, I'm so shocked to see what happened to the poor fella. But say what, at least he's going to be with the Lord now. God rest his soul. My condolences to his family and insurance. But this place ain't right at all. You're trying to do good, and evil always prevailing. Have a good day, Heavy and TC.
You have a good afternoon as well, my brother. You have a good afternoon as well. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes your pastors come to haunt you, so you know how it goes sometimes. All right, I'll continue to take your voice notes and your phone calls at 3420081 and 4665391. That's the numbers there, all right?
When time to run for election, all this dog treatment is done. And what make the thing a joke, like the trick does always work. They ill-treat the puppy, beat the puppy, then they come to folks. Doggy look a bone. Doggy, doggy look a bone. Doggy look a bone. Doggy, doggy look a bone. After election, all the bone done. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy suck. Stopping to say howdy do, shaking hand with me and you. They will hug your granny, kiss your baby, while we dribble too. Doggy look a bone. Doggy, doggy look a bone, look a bone. Doggy look a bone. Doggy, doggy look a bone, look a bone. After election, all the bone done. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy song. Is now they care. They start to share plenty favor. Their behavior is so concerned. First time they learn. Yes, now people small doggy, look at back way, look at highway, look at hospital. Doggy look at boat. Doggy look at boat. After election, all the bone gone. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy suck. In little track behind God's back, see them reaching, hear them preaching. We quite aware of problems here. Have hope, deliverance near. We go clean your dirty drain. We go fill a water main. Life.
Well, I was just sorting out some stuff in the background there. I apologize for that. All right, tomorrow is the funeral of the child that died late last week, right, in the drive-by shooting. Tomorrow is the funeral of that child. I know the family is preparing to put the child to rest tomorrow. So I want to say all strength and all God's covering on you tomorrow as you lay your child to rest. I know it's going to be a very, very hard day for you all and for the community at large. Much love and respect going out to you all as well. Support the family, and even after tomorrow, continue to support the mom, continue to support the family. Don't just let it be faded away. After tomorrow, nobody ain't going, nobody ain't checking, nobody making sure she's okay. All right? Continue to support her as a community, because she would really, really need it for tomorrow onwards. You know, I know tomorrow is going to be a really, really hard day for them, you know, but continue to support her. You know, as the numbers continue to rise in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm just sitting and watching the numbers, and if you're really not worried yet, then something is definitely wrong. If you're coming here to play political games and talk about all different kind of things instead of talk about the things that is really, really gonna affect you and me as a citizen, then something is really wrong with you. You understand? Because that is what we're supposed to be doing as a people, coming together and speaking out on the issues and the things that is affecting us as a people. Forget all the big money thing for now. I'm not saying we shouldn't speak about the big money things. I am saying for now, let us speak about the things that is directly affecting us. The things that is directly affecting our everyday lives. Like, for instance, and let me see if we as a people will continue to go down that road. One of the big establishments that sells fried chicken in Trinidad and Tobago is now raising their price yet another time. When they already took away ketchup, right? They don't have no ketchup pump, no mustard pump, no pepper pump again. They're just giving you a little plastic bag with 2 things in it and a box of dry food, and that's it for your money. They used to do that for COVID because they didn't want everybody touching the condiments, right? And like they realize this is a way to save millions of dollars. Don't put out those condiments again and we will save big, right? So they give you 2 little pack of thing and they say, nah, we have no mustard, we don't do that again, and we don't do pepper again, really and truly. Now, they're telling your boldface, all the workers have to tell your boldface to your face, now we're not doing that. And there's these nice small establishments that are doing nice, tasty fried food as well. And we still starting to run through the big glass door. You understand? We're not studying to pull up in the back road or pull up here or pull up there and if we have to, because there's times you would not be able to prepare your own thing, if we have to, let's now study to support our own. Let me see if all will continue. You understand? Let me see if all would continue to say nothing about the murder rate that is out of hand. The murder rate that's going all over the place. Let me see if we'll continue to say nothing about that murder rate. You understand? Let me see if we'll continue to say nothing about the things that's supposed to be. I'm seeing people sending in a lot of videos and stuff like that. We would have to vet those videos before we KFC and everybody who's sending in these videos, we'll have to vet the videos. You understand? Before we even play the videos, some of the videos that they sending there, I saw them already. Alright? But we really have to vet those videos before we play them. We don't want to play them just like that. Alright? But you can call and have a conversation about the videos that you're sending. Alright? Or you can send your voice notes. 3420081 and 4665391. That is the numbers. Alright? Yeah, as I was saying, as we continue to ignore the real issues that we're going through every day, because we love we party and we do all we government look bad and this and that. And we just want to play tit for tat. Look, them they do it. You ain't see them they do it? So we could do it too. You understand? For big people that just call right here. So you can't remember when Kamla they do so and so, and you can't remember when the UNC, the People Partnership. I want them to remember, and I also want you to remember when the People Partnership did all of that, what was the results of it, of their 5-year tenure. Let that soak in this afternoon. Let this soak in. At the end of the 5 years that the People Partnership, all the things that you said that they did, what was the end results? And if you want your party to face that same end results, you understand? Think about what I just tell you there. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
TC, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
TC, good afternoon.
You're inside, you go ahead.
How are you?
Okay, I'm okay.
Where heavy?
On his way. He had a PTA meeting to attend, so he's on his way.
Okay. Let me just tell you. Only big people.
That's what I'm saying. You see, after the after when the calls start coming in, it has covered the Go ahead, darling. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I said that was hurting me right now. The children being murdered.
Yeah. Well, you see, we continue to make excuses for things like that, you know. We continue to make excuses while children die.
Can't make.
We continue to make excuses while children is dying, and I don't understand why we're doing that for big people.
Well, I don't understand that neither, TC, because right now plenty children traumatized with that.
Thank you. But like we're not seeing that.
TC is very solid, very solid.
It's very solid.
I have grandchildren going to school and I frightened.
Exactly. You know, I used to send my son in the shop. He's 11 years, right? And the shop is like about 3 minutes away. And since this happened, I haven't sent my son in the shop. I've been honest with you.
My daughter, she's 19. I have my daughter and she's 19, and I just make sure I go in shop and buy everything I want, because you see they're selling people in shopping.
They may never come back home. And I call her, thanks so much for your contribution. Thanks so much for your contribution, right, caller? Because our call is only coming in and cutting off your call there. So I want to say thanks for your contribution. I don't send my son in the shop anymore. And I heard, right? Anyhow, let me take the call so now. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good evening to you and Evie.
Good
How
afternoon.
you going there? Here now, stepping.
Yes, we hear.
Yeah. So I look down and listen. You hear?
Yes.
I know they have a best season, and Trinidad and Tobago have a best season. And Chelsea. I listen to you there.
Thank you very much. Yes, honey.
Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm still hearing radio hosts, sorry to say, I'm still hearing radio hosts saying that the people who dying in the streets right now, them are lying to some criminal activity. Them are lying to some kind of criminal activity. And that is the only reason them dying by the amount of innocent people dying in this thing that going on here. You so lost. The amount of people, innocent people dying from this year. I want to tell you, some all not really living with it happening, you know. So all they could talk like that because they don't know what's happening. For instance, up by me, last year alone, about 15 people, if I'm not mistaken, between 15 and 20 people get shot. Out of that 15 or 20 people, I could tell you, only about 2 of them is in criminal activities. But out of the 15 or 20 people that die, that get shot, 8 of them died. Right? Here what I'm telling you. A taxi driver waiting for his car to get washed on the work. He done work. He waiting for his car to get washed. He dead. A man who is a clean our yard. He does mind bird. He walk his bird evening. 3 of them get shot. 1 die. The next 2, one is a bird walker. He does clean people yard and walk his bird and thing. And the next man does sell vegetables on the side of the road. Out of all the people that got shot up by us, only 2, I could tell you, because living up there was in criminal activities. Right? The next 15 to 18 people, right? Because it's about 20 or the next 13 people was shot because they're living in a number zone. And when the next number pass, your number call. My neighbor gets shoot. She's a seamstress. And her friend gets shoot. He's working hardcore and he does go to church every Sunday and he gets shoot. He not in no criminal activity. She not in no criminal activity. So what you telling me about? All it has come here to sell people dreams. Because they're not living in it. I live in it and it has hurt me when I listen to radio and hear these kind of foolishness talking. Not everybody that getting lick up on the side of the road right now, them criminals are not even looking for the man who they really come for, who they war in. You know that? That is long time war. Now it's when I pass whoever I see getting it. Good afternoon, caller.
Hi, good day. Good time, caller. Yeah, I've been listening to your program and listening to your contribution there. Thanks for highlighting all the concerns and ills that we have in our country at this time. I just want to add my 2 cents in what's going on in the country is that at the leadership level, right, where we have a lot of criminal activities happening there. Sometimes too, the people that are looking up to the leaders for leadership, they don't do that, right? We have people, we have social ills in society. We have the disproportion of wealth in our country. We are not addressing that. Also, we do have the army there, right, which could assist the police in policing some of these communities that the crime is affecting. They have tried many things, right? And then we are not getting resolved. We're spending billions of dollars. We are not getting resolved. People are uncomfortable, afraid to live in the country. So, as I said earlier, when they speak about the big things that's not directly affecting us, then there will be nobody to live in the country if this, and people will leave. So we are really suffering here. Taxpaying citizens are suffering in this country because of the ineffectiveness of some of the leaders that we have existing.
Exactly.
Both previously and also currently. They are not in touch with society. They are protected all the time by their family, friends are protected by the police service and army services. And the normal man walking the street is walking afraid. And it pains me to see that. And you know what, you see, the people that are shot in the news, I work in the hospital. The people that are shot on a daily basis are not coming across the news.
A lot of people getting shot and it's not making news and it don't get happening.
A lot. When I work in the night, there's a lot of people that they just don't die.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for the common man to see this, and our leaders, they are just not solving the problem. So that's my contribution.
Thanks very much for your contribution. You understand? So when people wanna you see, we continuously blighting our own by talking down on our people. And all how I try to show all you out here that, hey, when you're doing that, all you're doing is you're killing your own, you're blighting your own. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, TC.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Redwin, let me tell you something. Some people living in areas where they have to fend for themselves. Some people don't have that protection, which is the reality you're talking, they know. Good, innocent people don't know what to do concerning this crime situation. You understand? We're looking forward now for the authorities to put something in place. But right now, we ain't seeing nothing. Right? The thing really out of control.
Plain talk bad manners, caller, they're not doing nothing. It's not that we're not seeing, they're just not doing nothing.
Yeah, they ain't do nothing. And boy, it really is a frightening thing right now. You understand? And these areas you're calling, the ones on them who's really law-abiding, they don't know what move to make.
Right now, the law-abiding citizens, caller, is paying for the criminals. That's just what it is. Is it truth? I tell you last year by me, where I live in, right? If 20 people get shot, I sure it's only 2 is really not law-abiding citizens. The next 18 is innocent people.
Innocent people. And that is so sad how this country reach. And that is the point I was making, that going forward to this election, how you judge.
Right. And this is what I said. This is what I said just now. You remember when Kamala lost the election, she lost the election based on non-performance. Wrong or right?
Oh yeah. I want to say this.
She said that she was not performing, her government was not performing, and they voted her out. Right?
Yes.
In all fairness, if that is truth, then come election day, this government that is sitting here today will not win. Because if they vote out UNC based on the kind of stupidness UNC was doing and non-performance, then Crapo smoke the PNM pipe.
Of course, this is 10 times worse. This is ridiculous right now.
Exactly.
So, keep informing, brother. Always something good. This is the only sensible program on this in this frequency right now.
Thank you so much.
All right, brother.
Yeah, man. And I would say it again. If I dip my finger against the UNC in 2010, Right? Or 2015. 2015. And I made sure and do the right thing for this country. Because I said, what all this UNC doing? Nah, it's time to move them. We have to move them. We have to make sure that they don't get another 5 years. And I dip my finger to move them. Right? And all this going on here. Right? And we not seeing it. Then Crapo really smoke with pipe. Crapo really smoke with pipe, I'm telling you. Hi, good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Brother TC, and all the listeners on the World Wide Web, and all the contributors. Uncle TC.
Yes, man.
You know, there's a place called Point.
Caller, I'm not.
A lot of activities, and people from the last southern end used to be robbed of the goods of fishermen. You see how they take this action, they put out outposts and they solve the crime in that area. It benefits the people in the Capiville area. So that's when people want to work and serve the people. They will serve the people. But our Prime Minister presently and the leadership, there is not about people-centered and delivering to the people. 6 months going into this financial year, which is $70 billion budget. So let me put it at $35 billion already done spent for the first 6 months. Do you see any improvement in our life and any goods and services new for us, the people? Then the Ministry of Education is $7 billion. So that will be $3.5 billion already spent for the fiscal year. Do you see schools and everything improve and the life of the school children? So it's clear to see that when we open our eyes and what we want is either we become Haiti or we become the loving country that we single mothers will get a grant, our hospital we will get surgeries, and look at it, you know the Point Fortin Highway, the boats that is open is reality. Have a good evening.
Thanks very much for your contribution, caller. I saw a call coming in just now. You can call me now. I apologize for cutting off the call just now. The calls are trampling on top of one another, so I had to cut off your call. But you can call me now, and I'd love to hear what you have to say. All right? Again, right. So I'm going to take your call. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, man. I have a suggestion. I can tell you how to run your program here, but instead of Doggy Look a Bone, why you play Portrait of Trinidad? What do you think about that?
Does Doggy Look a Bone affect you, sir?
No.
All right, well then why would you want me to...
Just be satisfied when he give a bone.
Well, all right,
so
then don't let the theme song for this program affect you.
No, I just
it is affecting you because it is affecting you.
You don't like Portrait of Trinidad?
You can't tell me what I don't and do not like. I choose to play Doggy Look a Bone.
What do you think about Portrait of Trinidad?
I have no time. Listen, caller. I'm dealing with the crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago right now and the murder rate, and I'm dealing with the child that died last week and going to bury tomorrow. I'm not dealing with the Portrait of Trinidad. Don't come to show off my program, okay? With all due respect. Do you have a contribution to make?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make your contribution.
Right. The councillor suggests that they have a peaceful march in burning no tires, nothing on the road. And that was so progressive and different to the rest of Trinidad. And I'm proud of East Dry River. Right? That's my contribution.
All right. Now they have been having they had a prayers just I think on Monday evening they had a prayers, you know that, right?
Yeah, East Dry River.
Right.
Yeah.
So they are not waiting for the councillor to have anything.
No, it's the council organize that. Don't
All
try
right,
that.
I'm not saying...
Don't try that.
Caller, no, you can't say the councillor organize that. It's the people in the community organize that.
Well, she talking for the community.
Caller...
Yeah.
Anyhow, okay, thank you. It doesn't make a difference who organized it.
I expect
it
that.
It doesn't make a difference to me who organized it. It happened, and I am very happy that it happened. You understand? You want to make this politically aligned. I'm not making this politically aligned. You want to make politicizes, and you see doggy look a bone, it bother in your bad.
Doggy look a bone. Doggy look a bone.
After election, all the bone done.
So,
that's what you have been living in for the last how much years? You're elder. So you know this song, irking you inside it eating you because you have lived that. But our young generation ain't taking no doggy look a bone anymore. That is why it's affecting you. That is why it's eating you inside. You understand? You want me to play what you feel comfortable playing. You understand? But that there irks you inside and it pain in here. You know why? Because you have lived that for much years. You haven't changed that as a person, as an individual. You haven't changed that. But I hope your children and grandchildren changes that doggy look a bone and have them mamagaing us every time election comes around. Look at box drain, look at hospital, look at this, look at that. And then after, when election, all the bone done, we can't find nobody. We're not taking that again. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, TC, good evening, boy.
Good afternoon.
Now, we vote out our government in 2015 because they didn't perform.
Right.
We have a regime here that is 9 years old.
Right.
Them ain't performing. Right?
Right.
Election coming.
Yeah.
We need to vote out this government here because they didn't perform.
Yes. I say yes to that.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
But what I don't want we to do is to vote back in the one that we vote out before.
Well, you see, I have a different turn on that, and I'm not taking sides here. But listen, sometimes, only sometimes, right? People learn by their mistakes. Now, listen, what I'm going with this, I'm not saying who to vote for. I'm not making no choice for nobody, but sometimes people learn from their mistakes. And if they go back and they make the mistake again, just now wait. If they go back and they make the mistake again, vote them to hell out again. We go vote until we will vote until we get somebody that know Trinidad and Tobago not making no joke with everything again. So when you go there, perform. That is how I see it.
So hear me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The country, you see, we right now in this country, we're so fine.
Right.
We don't want no damn time for that.
Right.
We want something completely new.
But you see, you saying that. But when the new all right. Look, we get something new just the other day. We get Philip. We get Philip who? Just now, wait. Just now, give me a second. Give me a second. Philip mightn't be the brightest bulb. One. Philip may not be the sharpest tool. He may not be the smoothest silk. But Philip was offering and showing something that no other leader did in this country, right?
If there's one time I had to agree with you, it's this evening.
Right? He was showing something that nobody else showed. Even, huh?
What happened to Philip?
Go ahead, call me.
Listen, you see what you saying there about that man?
Right.
When I heard him, I tell him, listen, I said, but I like who this man from.
And that is the direction we were supposed to go. But Trinidad so immature. But Trinidad so immature. It's elders, big man, and I'm not crashing you, but it's elders like you that has the country like this. I'm not saying you. I'm just showing you. I'm keeping an open mind here because you listen to this radio station and you hear the kind of craziness that's come out of here, right?
No, I hear me.
Right.
What happened to Mr. Philip?
Okay.
One thing.
Mr. Philip bow out of this race and gone and see about his own business because he realized Trinidad don't want nothing.
Oh, yeah, because
Mr. Philip used to go.
Listen,
yeah.
The first time I hear the boy have to wait, man. I said, but this man, someone, he was appealing them, you know?
Yes.
All of a sudden, I just stopped here for the man. Things so bad, yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Because we yeah man, thanks. Because we immature. Because we don't want nothing. Because all we watching is either the red or the yellow. I'm not for the red or the yellow. I really don't give a rat's tail who in government. All I give a rat's tail about is when you're there, do the job. Whatever you're doing, make people's life a little more comfortable. And if all you don't like me for that, then to hell was with you. Because this government not making nobody life no comfortable. You understand? And if we give the next major party, because that's the only direction to look in, because when we had other people that we could have looked in their direction, all in not mature enough to vote for them, right? So if we could say, well, all right, that's the people we do have trust in, but we have to put them back because this one doing stupidness, and hope that when they go back there, the wrongs that they did in the beginning, they wouldn't do at the end, right? And they didn't do it. Vote them to hell out again. We got vote until somebody take we serious. That is all it will come down to. But nobody not mature enough for that. Hi, good afternoon, caller.
Hi, TC, good afternoon. How you going?
Good afternoon.
The problem in Trinidad, you see, this race voting and party voting,
yes,
that is the problem we have in Trinidad right now. Unless people stop this voting on race and party, and let me put it across this, a lot of people might not like what I want to say here, and you and all might shoot me down, eh? They see the PLM stronghold areas. When you talk to some of them people, and even some of your own co-hosts on this radio station, not yours, right, who will be here during the course of the day,
right,
they will say that, you know, PLM don't vote on race. Them is not a race party. UNC and Kamala who are PP, them is a race party. So, PLM stronghold areas is the most neglected areas, right?
Right.
Over 50-something years, PLM in power, and no kind of opportunities, no kind of development. Imagine no kind of development there, and they still vote PLM. So if they're not voting on race, what are voting on then?
Okay.
Think about it. What are voting on? People not voting on betterment, you know. The reason Kamala didn't get voted out on bad governance, to me, you know, they get voted out on allegations, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
It's allegations. Up to now, nobody can prove 9 years PLM in office, and they cannot prove what it is PLM. What it is Kamala doing, you know. And yet people, they had an opportunity 4 years ago. They see the road PNM was going down. And you know what they come where people vote back PNM on, they say, oh, PNM saved we during COVID.
Yeah.
Like it's only during COVID, the economy was bad. They forget COVID started in 2019, not 2015.
Yeah, well,
the hospital, the health system, everything was a mess before all that, you know.
Everything.
Everything was in a mess.
You know what? Remember the first dream. The first dream they sell is the country only had money for 3 days and Kamala leave a set of debts, you know. And for 9 years they continue to sell dreams like Kamala and them lock up 10,000 and 8,000 and 7,000 African. You understand? And all this kind of foolishness to keep we in bondage, you know.
Look, I hear one of your co-hosts on the station today, right? I thought but this oh God, I'm still a voice message all about this here, you know. They're saying that's how oh God, the state of emergency is to oppress black people, right?
Yeah.
Who if the whole state of emergency in the hotspot areas, right? Who living in the hotspot areas? Who is going to be affected? Who is the main voters in the hotspot areas? Is the own supporters going to be affected by doing that, you know? So they will not do nothing about crime.
Yeah. They will leave it let it run wild. They will leave it let it run wild.
If they do anything about crime, it's their voter base is going to be affected. And they can't have that right now. When you tell people that there's a vet, the first thing is, well, it's a racist statement. But it's not a racist statement, it's the truth.
It is the truth.
It is the truth. People don't like to hear the truth, you know. Ask you to tell the truth. The first thing they say, you're racist. Yeah. Everything is racist. Everything is racist. In 2024, slavery is done, look how much hundreds of years ago. And we still living and pushing that kind of slave mentality, you know.
I want them to check.
Modern days.
I want them to check between 2015 and 2024, the 9 years, right? Add up all the murder rates, right? Add up all.
Yeah.
Add up all, and then just take 1/3 out of that to be any other supporter of any other political party, and the 2/3 that is left there, the 2/3 that is left there is our people that dying. Just remember what I tell you there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. See, I heard on the program before you the other day. That's how they're laughing and making a joke, but how old Cameron say that they build 100 schools and things. But Tim Gopi things did give the breakdown in Parliament, you know.
Yeah.
They're saying the government didn't do nothing.
Caller, you actually wasting time speaking about that, because you could show them, you could go and get the original document and hand them it, and they would still say that is not true. You know what you're dealing with someone? You know what you're dealing with? Come on. There is things that is proven. That is proven in your face that this government did, and they have a way of spin doctoring it to show that they didn't do that.
They even wrong to make it look like.
Yes,
you know,
they're even so sad. They're even so sad that they watched the government tell public servants last year that we can't offer all in nothing more than 4% because the country don't have money. Right? We cannot do it. We just can't do it. We can't do it. And not even 1 year later, right? The Salary Review Board is offering, right? The Prime Minister and his team a raise up.
35%.
35%. 35%. How they may take 4%? How they may take 2%?
They're talking about that, but they ain't talking about with perks to it. It's perks to it.
Okay. So, and then I have listened callers justify why the Prime Minister and his team, whoever is on that list to get that raise, right? Why they should they're justifying why it should happen when just last year
they're justifying it. They're justifying why the Prime Minister should get an increase, and stating now that the opposition leader also get an increase.
So,
but not just all the women together, you know what they should do? Hey, don't keep your back on PC. We are that callers.
Yes.
All right, yeah, man.
Thanks very much. Yeah, you know, I was appalled, and this is why I say I cannot follow a party, because to follow a party is to go blind to the wrong things that a party is doing. So if you follow the UNC, and the UNC doing craziness, you blind to the craziness. And then you go in and point finger at the PNM and say, look, the PNM, they do it. So that make it right? Does that make it right? Come on. Big 60-year-old and 60-something-year-old people after half century in this country that be talking that, you know. You live 50-something years in this country, right? That had no common sense. To know that, hey, if something is wrong, it is just wrong, and that is it. It could never be wrong and right at the same time. I have just about 2 minutes, so let me see if I can take this last call in that 2 minutes. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon.
I'm happy to you every year, trying to be good.
Yeah, man.
Listen, sometimes people just choose not to know the truth. Because they keep accusing the past government of all kind of difference. You can hear somebody talking about what they about if there was day why they didn't fix the roads. When the UNC there was the most amount of roads and access roads they were fixed, and they were talking about what they do for the alleviate traffic. Is Mr. Jack Warner, who built a road by the new carrying license office. You remember when he was going down Santa Rosa, he said she have big heap of gravel for years. And when they come in a couple, about a year or something, they diminish that and they build the highway straight down to go down Valencia. All the wrong about and they were built all in it all in Cuba here and most of the places, right, is they who did it, they who stood all the extension of the highway from Toruba. Mr. Pandey did the first part from by the, what do you call it, by the tech, where the bridges, the road is the thing. He did the first leg from there to Golconda, and then when the UNC came, they come and do it straight down to DB, and they was continuing, and well, you know what happened after that, right? So they did a lot, and they're talking about box drain. There's the box drain government. When they did the box drain government, they follow a kind of pattern from Mr. Manning had, where they say give out contracts and things for people, so the poor man on the ground is always has something in their pocket, boy. They always have something in their pocket. No, nobody again, not if you not paying them, no, you can't get a contract, you can't get a thing. If you don't have a party card, you can't get that. The small man gets nothing now. And this is where the problem is. Tell me if crime is not going to go up. Crime is going to continue, brother, because nobody cares about nobody. When you have a minister, government, a high government official minister, son going to buy a vehicle, and they want to, and they not want to block off the whole road in Cheese Village just for that matter, just come and pick up that car and carry it.
Caller, I have to take my break, all right? So thanks so much for your contribution.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon and every Wednesday night from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. live on The Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, goji, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health performance and disease. Join him as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079 or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com. Remember, every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7:05 p.m. live on The Street 919 FM.
If you want greater respect from your bankers, bosses, those in authority, then words matter. If you want more productive business relationships with co-workers, customers, or clients, then join Dr. Madonna on The Street 919 FM every Monday 11 a.m. to 12 noon for Words Matter. Communication for joyful workplaces. Dr. Madonna will help you unlock the secret power of words for your financial, relationship, and physical well-being. Whether you work at home, on the road, or in an organization, join Dr. Madonna every Monday, 11 a.m. to 12 noon for Words Matter. Communication for joyful workplaces.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 to 186 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the street, 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko, in Sangre Grande, for the Old-Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry, every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Mondays, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Trauma and Bereavement. Also, every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Low and You. Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., dealing with disabilities. And every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., the all-night prayer live on the street, 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with the day's issues from a biblical perspective, and you'll also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showed you, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of you, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795-222. For further information, call 753-1113 or 610-4673.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street. 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
TC, blessed day. You know where's the point people missing in Trinidad and Tobago? The point with the Alsing coming and telling the people, KFC, Subway, all these different restaurants is what causing people to get cancer, diabetes, and heart attack, and etc. Now that is the truth. But you know where is also the truth, TC? To know that he's the Minister of Health, and he know these restaurants is what causing his people in his nation all these sicknesses. And up to now, he ain't shut down these food institutions. You understand? You know what you call that? You call that treason against the people of Trinidad and Tobago as a Minister of Health, knowing directly that these restaurants causing sickness in your nation, and you're not doing nothing about it. You understand? You know where you stand up and tell people, they have choice. You understand? They sort of sway the public mind to forget that them in charge of these things. You understand? And only committing treason against the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and only maneuvering, like as you know, it's them fault and them have a choice to make. Why it is they're putting these things on the shelf and you're knowing it's not good for the people. The upholder is worse than the thief. You hear? I also see that people showing off that buildings and swimming pool that the PNM do. All right? Now, here's the question that I ask. Who get the contract to build all them buildings and swimming pool? The original contractor, not the sub down to the ghetto you to give him 90,000 and 80, you know, to go and do a day work. Yeah, this is the thing people that really overstand. Who get the contracts
to build them buildings and them swimming pool and them thing, because that ain't beneficial really and truly to my livelihood, you know. Yeah. In reality, them thing not beneficial to my livelihood. You see, what going on, what beneficial to me is food. And like I said, people, I planting food right now, and I realize that the corn and the pasture that I planting is GMO. It is not real. Who are allowing these things to come in this country and knowing to the people? That is treason. What going on to the National Security Minister? People need to pay attention to the laws that these fellas are breaking. They run a genocide on the nation. Why it is we sitting down on this and allowing them to manipulate we and steal all we wealth? Yeah. People need to rise up from mental slavery. This is not no African Indian thing. This is about all who breaking the law. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Evie. Good afternoon, TC. Give thanks to life, health, and strength. But I like every coming in later with the editorial. TC, you're along the fort. KFC locked on listening. Love and respect.
Love and respect to you as well, KFC.
Yeah, TC, good evening. TC, you know, we had they had the protest in Lavantil Sunday for the little 10-year-old that died, and then they had something, I think Monday again, they had a protest. You know, the commander killed a man there last night, boy. Last night. Fella on the way home, eh? Now, if you're in crime or you're doing something, you ain't walking by yourself to go home, you go look for some tinted car or something to carry you home. The fella walking home, because if you know the boy ain't nothing, the boy walking home going away, and they just do so and pull out and kill the man. TC, me, you know it is going on out here, boy. I really, you know. People, I don't know, they're just gang happy or trigger happy or is a Western tongue out here right now, boy. And same thing you just say, and out of the 18, in Sour of the 18 could be innocent. You understand? And that is what taking place right now. It's like anybody that wants them fellas come out, anybody who they see outside, it doesn't matter age, female, male, it doesn't matter. Them just taking a life as though they give it. Yeah, that is the situation we're in here right now, boy, TC.
Boy, it's not you so right, eh? You so right. You on the ball. It don't matter if you're big, small, tall, short, yellow, blue, black, pink. Once you from a certain area that is deemed a number, when the next number pass, your number call. Trust what I telling you. Trust what I telling you. Long time bad man used to, when they pass, they're looking for Ray, they're looking for Michael, they're looking for Fred, they're looking for Lashop Head, they're looking for Dongo, and they see Dongo, they're going their way. No, boy, anybody they see. You understand? And you know why it's like that now? You know why it's like that? You know why it's so free-handed? I will tell you why it's so free-handed. Because it goes back to our police service, and then it goes higher than that to our Minister of National Security that is sitting there for the longest while that is not doing his job, to put pressure down on the commissioner, for the commissioner to put pressure on his various arms of the police service, for the various arms of our police service to put pressure down now on the officers to get some results. Get up, get results. I need results. You ever watch them crime? You ever watch them crime pictures and thing? When the DPP office saying the mayor just call and the mayor coming down on me, find this person who doing all this crime, get into wherever this gang is. Because the mayor calling me. You know why the mayor calling? Because if the mayor don't get under control, the mayor will no longer be the mayor. You know that? So the mayor picking up himself and getting down to wherever that is. Wherever that child is dead, wherever that family that go through that crisis, wherever. And he's making himself known and seen, and he seems compassionate, and he's trying his best to get the people to understand that, hey, I'm not in my bed lie down. Because you don't want to lose his job. But in Trinidad, we allow our government to show us no results, and we keep them. And we find excuses for them. That is why our children is becoming criminals, because we find excuses for our children. That's why every time the boy gets shoot down from only when the police shoot him down. Only when the police shoot him down and the gun roll out of his waist, he was a good boy. But when he passing in our next area and he killing a child, he's not a good boy. When he passing in the next area and a man sit down on the block waiting for his car to finish wash so he could go and mind his family next day by working some taxi, I wonder if he's a good boy. When he pass back and a man who does clean yard and walk his bird, because them is thing I sure about, he take out his good gun with a pile of good corn and he sprawl out people on the ground. He's not a good boy then. That is what we that is what we encouraging as a people. Eh? Because we allowing from the bottom come straight up who is supposed to hold accountable, right? Our Minister of National Security is in charge of the safety of every citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. But he went on the TV and say he's not responsible for that, and we allow that. Eh? So then what is his job? Hi, good afternoon, caller. Good afternoon, caller.
I agree. I'll get it just the way it says, but you remember the Calypso, that Lord Melody sing, if I have it correct, we like it, so we free.
Right.
It looks so, the people like it, so.
Well, we would see come election day. I won't say that
exactly.
Yet. Well, we would see come election day. And if, because I said it in the beginning of my conversation here, if we voted out a government that didn't do good, and we give this one a first term, and then we come and we give them a second term, and they still do good in the second term, and we vote them out, then I will come here, and I will speak about everything else but the PNM after that. God spare my life, give me health and strength. I will come here and I would speak about everything else but the PNM are done. Because you know why? Because we really like it so.
Yeah. And I'll go again, and I will still say again, is that post-primary crew you talk about. Now, even though there's a certain clip what is we call on the radio, but that is across the board.
It is
because
across
you see,
the board.
It have a group of them just trying to keep them entire and the people locked. Stay one way, go one way. Since I'll say, however, whatever, PNM, I do a proper PNM UNC, but okay, look at this, what development has Lavendale gotten? And that is one area they never moved from this in 1956. And what is the main development? Do we see any high rise, anything? What? I don't know. I mean, I just talking as a layman. But anyhow, so look and listen, you have my support, man. You have my support. Continue good work. You're doing a good job.
Thanks
no matter
very
what
much.
they say. So you keep on. Look and listen.
Thanks very much. You understand? I am just saying, I'm not judging nobody right now. Everybody's supposed to know their own mind and their own heart, and they're supposed to understand what they're going through. They're supposed to understand what this country going through and make the best decision for Trinidad and Tobago. Not for yourself, not for your political party, not for nobody, but for your family and the future of this country. And if you don't want to do that, well then, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wouldn't take too long. I usually listen to Heavy, and you usually Heavy. I always listen to his commentary.
Excuse me.
I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
The fire trucks, right? That ladder, those wooden ladders. It was sold to the fire department by Amalgamated Securities. Amalgamated Securities procured that contract, and they knew that the ladders were unsuitable for the trucks, and they still sold it for $100,000. What is it? $999,000. You see, one of the callers talked about slavery and talked about colonialism, and what a lot of people fail to remember is Remember O'Halloran days? That man stole today's numbers that would be billions and took all that money from this country. He was a white elite who had citrus farms in Trinidad. His family did in colonial days. He supported the PNM and robbed this country during the oil boom and took all that money and bought real estate for his children in Canada. Not a penny came here. And that man was the epitome of the PNM. He was unscrupulous, he was a womanizer, he was a sexual harasser, and he was a thief. And now he's dead. And his children got all of this living the high life in Canada. And he's buried in a cemetery in Canada. No mention that he was ever here. His family had any connection to Trinidad and the corruption he did. But you see, that kind of elite corruption has continued to this day. And the Angostinis, the Amalgamated Securities, they've got a hold on every procurement contract, even NH, which is the Alliance. Those guys do all the building. They do all the import, all the export, all the fabric, all the food. And they also export all the products that they sell in USD. We never see that money comes back to taxes, helping communities. And what they do with that money is during carnival, during certain holidays, they'll throw money around, humanitarian rights, they'll throw some money around, they'll buy a couple laptops, they'll buy a little computer, and they're soaring in money. The most insulting thing is when January does annual Christmas thing, giving out wheelchairs to people, poor people. And this is a country making billions of dollars in the energy sector. You see, when you have that income divide, that gap, it's very hard for poor people to jump over that gap and get there. They can't even climb or swim to get to the top. And nothing will change unless we get the PNM out, and if the UNC comes in, and when they do come in, we as the citizens now need to work very diligently and start now to make changes in creating another party and using the UNC as the leapfrog into where we want to go. Because I'll tell you something, it's the same dirty laundry happening for decades and decades, and nothing much will change. And it has to stop. Because people, like you said, children are dying, and now it's normal. The newspaper had a picture of that little boy's mom, and she was on her phone wearing her pants, and people were saying, look, she don't even look like she's crying, she look like she's normal. They didn't understand what that woman was going through. So you see, the newspaper has normalized killing, normalized death, robbery, home invasion, rape, kidnapping. It's all normal. And that has to stop, because this country is going to hell. You see, I love listening to your show. I miss Heavy. I love the two of you. No, and you always see truth. And we've got to
look, I'm here.
Heavy is here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heavy.
Heavy is here.
Yeah.
All right, we were just letting you finish your contribution.
Okay, and I'm not going to call again. I did my phone call. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your contribution.
All right.
All right. Good afternoon to you, TC.
Good
afternoon to the listeners of the Street 919 FM. I'm here. Yes, we're in the building.
Well, let me tell you
where I was.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying to Trinidad and Tobago, right, that we continue to go downhill where crime is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Right, in that same said area that the child died, a man died last night.
Wow.
Right, the area I should say, right. And I'm saying to Trinidad and Tobago, people is coming here every day and demonizing the UNC for the wrong that they did in their 5 years, which is good, no problem.
Yeah.
I have no problem. I like that. Keep reminding the people
what the UNC
did for 5 years, right? And the wrong that they did.
Right.
But I want them to also remember what was the end results of the UNC doing what they did in that 5 years.
The PNM.
The end results of that was people saying no to the UNC
and vote for the PNM. Right.
It is 9 years now, and the PNM ain't do nothing better than the UNC.
Matter of fact, it come worse.
They did worse.
Yeah, they did worse.
So while you reminding people about what the UNC do and why and the results, you push them out because of what they did in 5 years. the PNM had double that time to do better.
Yep.
And did
worse.
10 times worse.
Worse.
Right?
Worse, if that's a word.
Right? So, when the judgment day reach, and all who is PNMites, and all who feel that they want to go there and represent party, there's a certain sector of Trinidad and Tobago that is young and not so dunce, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is going to show their results by the polls because you're showing them what is the wrong thing. You're telling them that Kamala was the wrong thing at that time.
Right.
Now, if, why look at it here? Because somebody call and say, well, even though you can't put back Kamala on them because they did wrong. But this is how I look at it, and this is my personal view, Heavy. Right? Sometimes I do wrong. Me. And if I get a second chance,
you redeem
I
yourself.
know how to fix my wrong.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do wrong twice.
Yeah. You redeem yourself.
I redeem myself.
Yeah.
I went and I played in a party, and that first time I didn't understand the
dynamics.
The dynamics of the party. I didn't understand what the people wanted the party to. I didn't do so well. The promoter tell me I want to get an extra, but I didn't do so good enough.
Yeah.
The next time I go in early to see what the party into, to see what they like, thing, and I fixing it.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that could be the same analogy when it comes to, I just saying, Heavy.
Yes, I
right?
listen to you.
No, don't cut me. I just saying.
I just listen
it could
to you.
be that, all right, if they reach back there, they could do better. And if they don't do better, it's 5 years on the road that they have to pay for it again.
Yeah.
Let us not play when their time comes, vote them out again. And let we see if we can be voting in one party and then voting back in the next party and voting in, until somebody realize, boy, for we to stay here, we have to do the right thing. We have to bring results to the people for this thing to happen right. Am I on the wrong road?
No. The only thing I disagree with nothing you say. But based on what you're saying, what you're asking, I am telling you right now, right? We in Trinidad and Tobago playing the ass.
But we're not mature enough.
We still dotish.
Yeah, we still dotish, yeah.
We ain't ready yet.
Yeah.
Hear why I'm saying we ain't ready yet. Right? We talking about Gary Griffith and Kamala Gary. That's any reason?
Yeah.
To me, how I telling you, TC, to me, Kamala and the UNC shouldn't even have to campaign.
They should just sit down and wait.
Yeah, they shouldn't even have to campaign. You know why? If you, in your right mind, your right song mind and your head and shaking, right? Go by the voting booth 2025 and they back your finger for PNM, then you need psychiatric evaluation. Because you don't have to like Kamala, you don't have to like the UNC, you don't have to like East Indian, you don't have to like Muslim, you don't have to like Hindu, you have to like all that out the door right now.
Yeah,
all you want to be studying, I had to get rid of this government that bringing down my country and how the country how it is. Yeah. Then all you want to do is vote for a party to go in power to just get rid of the PNM. No other time in your life you have to get rid of a party than now. Yeah. Because nobody in the world can tell me this country going right. Yeah, you understand? The head had to be shaken. Yeah. The only reason you shouldn't vote is if you're sick or you're lying in the hospital. Yeah. But come next year, 2025, when the election date call, Kamala shouldn't have a campaign. UNC shouldn't have a campaign.
Yeah, them shouldn't mount no platform.
Them shouldn't have gone look for no party to join up with and all that stupidness they're talking there. If Trinidad and Tobago is really smart and voting for the country and voting for the children's future and voting for a better Trinidad and Tobago, them shouldn't even have a campaign. Them just have to go and just come out and vote for them. You know why? Because they had to vote out. This is what we're going through here now. Yeah. And if you still studying, I wonder if they vote Kamala and I wonder if they vote UNC and look what's going on with them and Guy Griffith. If you thinking so, then you love your country. If you thinking so, then you love PNM. Yeah. If you thinking so, if you making excuses why not to vote Kamala or vote the UNC or vote any other party, then you love your country. Because your main mission right now, every single Trinidad and Tobago who love the country supposed to be saying, we have to get rid of Rowley and the PNM. We have to get rid of them. That's a different level of wicked and evil. Yeah. That's a different level of necromancy. That's a different level of death, and look at people dying, look at people getting killed just so you talk.
I listened a program, and the program, the host was saying, them people and them who getting shoot, you feel them not in criminal activity? Heavy.
We said everybody who gets shoot in criminal activity.
Well, he's saying the bigger portion, and I'm telling him today, right, that is a big lie. Heavy. Last year, if between 15 and 20 people get shot by me, well, not if. It is between 15 and 20 people get shoot. 9 die. Only 2 of them
was involved.
I know.
That you know personally.
I know all of them who live in a bay.
Yeah.
I know all who live in a bay.
So you're trying to tell me the rest of innocent people.
The rest of them heavy. I can name them for you. Yeah. The woman who gets shot right in front by me there, who when they coming down the track by me there, the seamstress lady who had oil sit down by me.
She know nothing.
She know nothing. Her friend who got shot that night. Well, she don't even have children. Right? She the guy who was lying with her that night, he's working hardcore and he goes to church every Sunday. He's a Baptist. You see the church right at the corner before he goes to church right there.
Every Sunday.
Every Sunday.
He gets shoot.
He don't even smoke weed and he's a Rasta. He didn't smoke weed.
Wow.
He was just standing there with her, and when the car passed and they see them standing out, there wasn't any road there. There was in her little gallery area there. They jump out, walk back, bang, 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 bang. That is them, none of them in criminal activity. The man who, when Barry died,
it's tree picker by the car wash.
It's tree that get shoot daddy, right? 2 die, right?
Yeah, 2 die. Old man,
right? The old man that die is the man who is a clean way, the Abasaya.
Yeah.
All he does is walk bird. He walk out the road evening, hang his bird on the piece of fence there, and talking to the man who does sell vegetables. The man who does sell vegetables get shoot, Barry get shoot, and Abasaya get shoot. Right? It was a double murder that day.
Yeah.
Right? Out of the 3 people who get shot that day, only 1 was in criminal activity. Right? The wash block shooting. When they shoot, the fella who living right by the wash block there, the man who sit down waiting for his car to wash, and the next man, none was in criminal activity. Right? The taxi driver died.
Yeah.
Right? So nobody can tell me I live in there. Right? I live in there. So I could tell you, right? If it's 15 people get shot and 9 dead, it's only 2
was in criminal
activity or less.
So
when them pass, once it's a number zone and you know that heavy,
and you're outside,
you can be going in the shop.
We shooting in Belmont, the men and them in the road just talking, and the car pull up and just shoot everybody. Everybody, TC.
You could be going in the shop.
Everybody.
You could be just walking from the shop, right? They are going to kill you, right? And say we kill 3 from up in 6 or 7 from up in 8. We kill how much from up in 9.
Yeah.
You understand what I say?
Yeah.
That is just how it is now, right? And who want to play the fool in themselves and coming here and selling people dreams and only blighting black people and saying or if you're on a line on the block, if a man washing the car, what you want him to do?
Wow.
What you want him to do?
So then you're trying to say, don't come outside.
Don't come outside. That way you're telling me, don't come outside.
If you're talking about lime on the block, you don't have to be lime on the block. You could be going in the shop. You could just come out in there. But right up, uncle pick up in the gallery. Uncle pick up in the gallery.
Okay. The woman who pick up in she house on the highway shooting.
In she house, by she window.
She's a criminal?
No.
You know what I say? She should not be by she window.
So we're trying to tell me to see to you can't watch through your window?
But they will not heavy at no point say the Minister of National Security not doing anything.
Nah, they will not say that.
They will blame everybody else. That child not supposed to be riding bike.
Yeah.
What the child doing outside?
We are doing outside riding bike. That happened 4 o'clock in the evening.
So you telling me at no time you will hold the people who is really responsible. Here, how stupid this radio host saying like the one Rowley to stand up on one side of the street to secure thing, and the one Kamala to stand up on the next side of the street. That is done. That real done stuff.
Them know who they're talking to. Them talking to the
I mean, we are big educated people here that's supposed to be speaking things.
Yeah, but I'm talking to post-primary, eh? Them ain't talking to educated people, man.
We are the ones here that's supposed to be, anything that comes out of here, supposed to be educational to children, whether they like it or not. Because everybody will side with everything that somebody say, but at least don't speak things that is so, I mean, where are you going with that?
TC, yesterday you hear my editor, yesterday listen to me yesterday.
Yes, I listened to you yesterday.
With them people trying to drag the divers on them, you know. You see that man after Mobile Junction? Them drag the divers on them and say they ain't qualified. Them wasn't qualified to go along in the pipe.
Okay. All right. And them doing diving for all them years.
Them saying that the fly-by-night contractor who get the contract and subcontract it to the LMC and all kind of stupidness, them blaming everything else around that. But Paria, you know.
Yeah. If you have some voice notes that I have to play out, let me play out the voice notes quickly and then we're going to continue with the calls.
Yeah, TC, boy, bless evening, boy. So 4% for we and 35% for them, right? But let her remember who going into big, well, 2025, right, they come in.
Good afternoon, TC. TC, it's sad that the government doesn't listen to the citizen. Look how long we've been calling for Fitzgerald Hines to step down and give somebody else a chance. Even the Prime Minister came out and he said it wouldn't make a difference moving Fitzgerald Hines. That just goes to show the amount of incompetent ministers for him to say that if he put somebody else in the national security place, it wouldn't make a difference. Right? Plus, other thing and all too, there's a lot of callers that's be calling on the other shows and stuff before, and it is be talking loud and stuff, and people doesn't really pay attention to them. I hear a person called the man from Sawa, Barataria. He called today and he say Section 31 is 23 years now, Section 31 here and stuff. I just want to tell Barataria, Section 31 came out 2014. I'm giving it to 2010. Check from 2010 to 2024 and tell me if you get 23 years.
Good afternoon, TC. Good afternoon, Heavy. Look on, I listened to you all a few days. But I'd take a little peeping this evening. I hear you keep saying, and some people might say the same thing or share your same sentiments, that they vote out UNC because they're doing wrong or whatever it is, and that other words you might have used it. But I always ask myself, there were allegations and they were winning all the allegations in court. So, right? That how they were corrupt and there was this and that, and they win in every single case. Even Jack Warner win his extradition case to the States and all too. So I want to know what was so wrong the UNC was doing that made a lot of people go and vote back PNM, which was wrong before they come in Manning time, because they had real crime and so on in Manning time. Right? The highest amount of crime was in Manning time. Then after Rowley coming, now highest amount of crime again. So what made people leave the UNC to come and vote back for this government again? What have all the crime high and the issues, lots of corruption, the nepotism, don't see about itself, but seeing about itself buying whole block in Port of Spain, right, exempting taxes from it so he can benefit and so on, and a lot of different things, right? So I don't know how people are so mad to even think about putting back the PNM in power, which was so corrupt and so bad in the time with Calder Hat and so on. But I hear you guys. Anyway, Douglas Politics tonight. Tune in 7:30.
Imagine the Minister of National Security say he is responsible for crime and still get a salary when the month come, full salary. And he say it to the attitude too, he don't care.
I've been house, TC, I've been house Heavy, I've been house Trinidad and Tobago. You know what I'm saying now? It's like people playing stupid or they're trying to show the world how stupid we is in Trinidad and Tobago. Or how wicked we is, how ungrateful we is. I feel it more how stupid we is be trying to show the world. You hear big people who say they go to school and all kind of thing, them knowing what we're going through. Them knowing what we're going through for 8 years, This and that people don't start to say Rowley go stay back there, and when he stay back there, it's because of Kamala. They don't say that and playing the blame game, you know. When the power is in we hand, you know, all them people is losers. Brother man, it's only we go be the losers. Them people standing in the gap, building this bridge over the troubled water for we all the time. For this last 8 years, all it takes, them need a campaign. All it takes is for we to remember. Not forget one and remember the next one. And remember the two of them. Remember the 5 years with Kamala. Remember that. And remember this 8 years with Rowley. And that's all you need to do. And you will see the difference. What Kamala had to do again for you to know is Rowley had to get voted out. What happened again for you to know to get rid of Rowley? The only party you have to vote for is the UNC. Them are the rest a small party when we just obstruct the whole mission. Again rid of Rowley, and they're just talking and they're installing doubts and fears in people's mind who don't make up their mind, but the youth and them in turning back, you know. Them know what they went through with Kamala 5 years, and they know what they're going through now with Rowley. So don't feel all they're doing, all they're paying them till all they're dead, go ahead or hurry up. Because you're obstructing the youth and had them in mess here right now. Because they don't care what happened. For 8 years, all they seen $500 billion go down the drain, and this man still telling all they think no money. And all they balling hip hooray, paying them forever, they're red and ready. Come on, all they wait. I'm waiting to hear when Kamala, when it's election, and Rowley end up back in power. All you're blaming Kamala for that. Like if Kamala could vote for we, like if Kamala seeing what we're going through, or going through what we're going through. Don't feel I'm going through what we're going through, you know. That's what I'm telling you. We are alone in this. So love Rowley with all your heart and all your mind, right? Straight and balance.
Good evening, Heavy and TC. This is Peter here. Just a quick voice and to tell you guys you're doing a great job. And have a good evening. Heavy, I sent you a video earlier today. I don't know if you get a chance to check it out with Stephen Reyes. Okay, later. Have a good evening.
I have one more to play, so.
TC, them numbers and them popping pills and drinking punching, Jack. They popping the pills and drinking punching and then going on a rampage. That's what they're doing. Them is not human when they come out there, you know. So them not watching people on the street or innocent bystander and looking at them as people, you know. Them seeing them as some type of monster, you know. Them popping pills and drinking punching. You understand? When them get killed, if they go and they shoot somebody who open back fire on them and they kill them, them don't really understand. They don't even know they're dead. They just get killed and don't even know they're dead. That's how serious the thing is, you know. You understand? And the government and them just sitting by because once the community uncomfortable and they uneasy, them could continue doing what they want and nobody is studying what them doing because everybody frightened. That's what's going on. That is exactly what's going on. And CPAP didn't get paid yet. Look at that. The lowest paying government program. The lowest paying government program. I can't even say dog, you look at bone because I don't know bone. That bone is so fat tall for the dog to eat. That CPAP bone real hard. When them CPAP workers don't wait for that hungry money, all the teeth falling out their mouth from that bone. Up to now, them CPAP workers didn't get money yet. It's crazy. It's crazy.
All right, that's it for voice notes. All right, Evie, so you can take the calls as you
Yeah.
You can take the calls. You'll take your calls now. All right. We allow you to call in and make a contribution as well. Good afternoon, caller. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Calls at a tramper calls one time.
I tell him yesterday, allow the 342 number alone to WhatsApp and call the next number.
Evie?
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, TC. Good afternoon, Evie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Evie and TC, I want to make a comment. I want to respond to Mr. Vassan Bharat. Mr. Vassan Bharat, you are a dunce. The statement that you made on Juju program today, you are absolute dunce. I am absolutely disappointed in you, Mr. Barrett. Imagine you make a statement and say that how the PNM government, this PNM, this present incarnation of the PNM, doing a good job. Something wrong with you. So according to the previous voice caller, I feel you taking pills and drinking punching. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Caller, good afternoon.
Pleasant good day to you, TC Heavy and Trinidad and Tobago. Heavy, let me say this right, and we need to look at the bigger and clearer picture. When you looked at the leaders in the past and you looked at the leader that we have now, which is Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, we have to mention he's not a racism, but he's more like a classism type of leader, right? When you think, or you waiting and hoping that Dr. Rowley is going to meet you on the ground, or he's going to meet the people on the ground and understand their cries, their their frustration. No, he's about a certain class in society. He don't have time for that type of nonsense in terms of you're bowling to get a walk, or you're bowling to get some food, or the ground suffering. He do not care about the ground if the ground is suffering. He cares about the so-called 1%. He cares about the person who is pumping money in the People's National Movement and by extension the government. However, with that being said, we still not seen any investment in the country. Right? So yes, the caller is right, but we're not seeing investment where the economy is boosting. But he don't have time for small talk. So when you see activists and you see people being pushed forward, it's because of certain key friends in the party giving them that forward because they had proposed something to the party and the party believe it. But Rowley, you have no time, no small talk for none of the people on the ground, including me, including you, including Juliet, including Sharon, including all the activists, including Aisha. He don't have time to study us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Brooklyn sent a voice note. I'm going to play Brooklyn voice note because he was trying to make his contribution and a call came and
and a call came and
trampled it. So Brooklyn.
TC and Heavy. Since on Aisha Wells program, I continue to say this. When somebody get killed or murdered in a community or anyway, there is no explanation towards the police department why somebody could have come and get killed a few hours after or the another day in the same area or the same location or spot. Because if somebody get murdered, that's a murder investigation, it shows that after they pick up the dead body and they go, they don't care about the people that live in there. They don't care about the people's safety. They don't care about nothing. Otherwise, they would have a police post put there for at least 5 days after that killing so that the people who want to come out after that shooting could feel safe, because when they come out, they see the police right there, they know the criminals ain't going to take no chance. That is, I have been preaching this all the time.
Yeah, you said that.
And this is not happening.
You said
because
that.
I just hear you say somebody get killed, and then the next day again somebody get killed in the same place. This should not be happening. This should not be happening. Right? My advice to people in Trinidad and Tobago today is if the criminals could have illegal guns and driving around and walking around with it and they getting away, my advice to the people, the right-thinking citizens and the citizens who need to protect their family and
be responsible in what you're about to say.
That is the only solution, because the police and the government don't care. So if the criminals causing havoc, or they get guns for all their protection too.
We can't do that,
guns,
Brooklyn.
at least somehow or the other.
Brooklyn, we can't do that. Be responsible, Brooklyn. You can't do that. I know you're vexed, but you can't say that. Come, like, be responsible now. You can't tell everybody go and get gun too. Come on. Let me do better than that.
They say Vassad Barrett and Guy Griffith planning to open a party, you know. Good afternoon, TC and Heavy again. It's section 34, not 31. I didn't make a little mistake there. I don't know if you all collect all the property tax receipt as yet, or papers stating how much you all have to pay for house. But like a normal citizen who have a 4-bedroom house and stuff, them have to actually pay 19,000. Some of them who have a longer house have to pay 27,000 a year and stuff. Now, a normal citizen with a 4-bedroom house, $19,000 a year. That almost like $1,500 a month, right? That half of our pensioner money. And them pensioners and them really supporting PNM, boy. They half all their pension money going towards property tax there.
The rent? The rent, if you had to pay about $1,500 and thing.
19,000 a month. I feel them figures wrong, man.
Nah, that don't. No, he's saying that 19,000 a year.
Yeah, I mean, that figures could have to be wrong. I don't understand that. 19,000 is plenty money, you see.
Yeah.
Some people ain't even working for that.
Exactly. Caller, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. TC and Mr. Happy.
Good afternoon.
I listen to the whole question of, the crime and the shooting, killing of people. The thing about everybody, in Trinidad and Tobago today, your life is at risk because they're shooting stray bullets all over the place. The little boy who got shot, who you said is going to be buried tomorrow, it is reported that he was struck by a stray bullet. And you have a number of persons who were killed as a result of, shooting and being collateral, being struck by stray bullets. So I'm saying that nobody seems to be exempt from what is the violence that is taking place in this country. You could be in your home, you could be in your kitchen, you could be in your porch, and you could fall victim. And that is where we are. You could be by the corner waiting for a taxi, and you have a crowd there, stand up there and you between the crowd there, and they want to get one man, they're shooting down everybody. Everybody gone. That is how this thing is. That is what Trinidad has become. That is how we have become. And therefore, I am saying that the thing is the crisis in this country is very, we need to take note of it. I don't know whether apparently the government has just dropped their hands or throw their hands in the air and the thing just running as how it's hanging string. That is what's going on in this place. The community, anything taking place. And the question about crime and we're talking about deterrence. And we have specific deterrence and they have general deterrence. Specific deterrence is the individual from going and commit crime, and the general deterrence in terms of the population of the wider population of those people involved in crime from committing crime. And if you have in Trinidad and Tobago, where you have the persons with the arrest, only about, I think it's 12% of the people who commit crime or the crimes committed, you'll find that the suspects are arrested. Then in a bad way, you can't go nowhere and tell nobody about you are safe country. Because you have 82 out of 100, 82, if 100 people commit crime, you have only 82 people, 88 persons walk in the street. Murderers walk in the street because you only arresting 12 persons for every 100 persons. Yep. So you're not deterring crime?
Nope.
People feel free to go and kill people and because the chances of they being caught is highly remote.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And nobody is dealing with that. In fact, what has happened here is that the criminals in this country have gone way ahead. The police can't keep pace. In fact, they lack training. They haven't been updated in terms of the skills and the training and whatnot. And what is being done? Then the whole question of prosecution. How many suspects have been successfully prosecuted by the police or the DPP? How many matters before the court have been heard by the judges and whatnot? You look at the entire criminal justice system. The fact that people are not going to give evidence because they fear they're going to be calling for people in community to go and say and get the police. We know who they know, and the people know it. You take that chance to go and report or inform on persons who you suspect or who you believe to be involved in crime, and they find you in a drain next morning. What kind of thing? And you have the question of persons being put in safe houses. When you take people and put in safe, people running from the safe houses because the way they are treated, food and all these things, they can't see their family and all that, then going through that. And I ain't here, I haven't heard anything by this government to deal with that, with those things. We talk about crime talk all the time. You bring people from CARICOM, and the thing remain the same. Everything remain the same. No changes in terms of how we deal with crime in this country. So we're in a bad state. I don't know how we come out and let the government seem to, they seem to have given up. They put their hands in the air, and as they say, as one person say, who dead. It appears that is the notion that we are business, and I can tell you, I am not responsible, or I have no responsibility for your safety and your security. Yeah. So you're on your own. Right? If Apple, be for yourself. And another, just one thing I want to talk about, the question of building all these buildings all over. That is just giving, you can't build, you cannot, what you need to do is, somebody spoke recently, I listened to the conference in Guyana, where I heard this fellow Ali Hubaradi spoke about Nia Motley and those people, how they, when they chaired the CARICOM, you know, they were leaders or whatever it is, give the responsibility, what they did. And one of the things that struck me, and I think you people would have spoken about it, where you need to link training to job. You're not linking training to job, you just have a 1,000 programs. When the people come out from there, they're frustrated because they can't get employment.
Nope.
And the fact remains, you need to attract foreign investment, direct foreign investment. You need to, that is how you're going to generate employment. You have a carry dock that closed down there. You could go outside there and see people, get people to partner or come to take over to create jobs. You have all these things, all if you go up from Lavancy, all these, I don't know what takes place in citrus growers, what they coconut growers, they haven't modernized. All these things, you look down in Caroni, right? You close down the greens, where you put agriculture. And what I heard Barry Jackson said in Guyana, he said that they are focusing on diversifying the economic base. They are looking at ecotourism, and not when they say that, they just don't say that, you know. They're doing it because everybody knows what they're doing in Guyana, so they're not depending on, in fact, they may have learned from Trinidad's failure and what to do, the right thing to do and what they must avoid. They are doing that ecotourism. They tell you that. Yes, they focus on energy. They're looking at the question of renewable energy. All these things they're looking at in Guyana. What we have here, nothing. You give somebody some land, some people some land down somewhere in central Trinidad and say them as farmers, and you bring in farmers. And I could tell anybody that that's a waste of time. That ain't going nowhere. Trust me. Because what you would have, they're producing that, and at the same time, the merchant class, they're importing everything from outside. Price market, this one, that one. So they can't survive with that. And so you have to change the policy, you have to develop policy to encourage those people who are here, those young people, or farmers here. You're not doing that with the original farmers, the real farmers in Trinidad. Those new people, you come to the producers, and you have these merchant class people bringing everything from outside. And what we're saying is that they're selling at lower price, underselling the people and them. So how they going to thrive in business? So you have to have policy, and I ain't seen no policy. So I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Spoke a mouthful, Uncle.
Mr. West.
Yeah, spoke a mouthful. You understand? As we head to the top of the hour, let me just play out the voice notes as well. All right? Because I don't want to leave anybody voice notes behind.
Good afternoon, TC. Good afternoon, better we have a carnival every month. It's only carnival will be safe. They see all the police and them. All the police and them are around for the carnival season. You need a carnival again, but every time will be safe. Little children dying, innocent people picking up in the crossfire. TC and be rich, you know.
Yeah, TC and Heavy. The figures with the guy just gave there for the property tax. That ain't songing.
Yeah, something alright.
That ain't songing right at all. I don't know if you and TC, Heavy and TC, you could look into that and probably you could bring us back some information on that tomorrow. Please go. I don't know if you had the time. But
I will look into it tomorrow. I'm in the right place to check it out. Right? I'm in the right area to check it out. So Heavy, I'll take some time tomorrow.
Yeah. When we come back after the break, I have something to read for you.
Well, all right. I know you does be the man to bring the shockings. You understand? So we're going to take the break. There's a particular caller that listens to this show that doesn't like this song at all. He asks for it to change. So let me take him through with this now. Yeah.
street. When time to run for election, all this dog treatment is done. And what make the thing a joke, like the trick does always work. They ill-treat the puppy, beat the puppy, then they come to go. Doggy look a bone, doggy look a bone. After election, all the bone done. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it. Doggy suck. All through the years, we shared in tears. They too busy, they can't see we. Time to depend on we both. So then, just so we and them is friends. Stopping to say how they do, shaking hand with me and you. They will hug your granny, kiss your baby, while we dribble too. Doggy look a bone, doggy look a bone. After election, all the bone done. So come and touch it. Don't look so shocked. Don't just watch it, doggy song.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness. Getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Oh, yo, this is the Big Mike, not the Mass Man, the Health Man. And joining me
will be Little Mike as we discuss tips on taking you from zero health to optimum health using different protocols and techniques. Trinidad and Tobago. Join us every Wednesday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. on the Street 91.9 FM for
Health Talk with Big Mike. It's not where it is, it's here it is. Boom!
Join the winning team with Pastor Alkaline John every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. to 12 noon and every Wednesday night from 7:05 p.m. to 8 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM as he talks about Lviv, the power of 5 fruits, one of the most powerful antioxidant supplements on the market today. The 5 superfruits in Lviv are mangosteen, acai, pomegranate, goji, and nuni. These fruits have a positive and profound impact on human health performance and disease. Join him as he gives live testimonials of the Lviv healing powers. To get more information, you can contact Pastor Alkaline John at 516-286-7079 or you can visit his webpage at www.alkalinejohn.com. Remember, every Tuesday at 11:05 a.m. and Wednesday at 7:05 p.m. live on the Street 919 FM.
Conscious Talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk. Talk.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
The fella with the property tax, he failed to give you the annual rental value. That is a percentage of the money that he now tabulated, is a percentage of that you have to pay. I think it's over 3 or 4%, somewhere along that lines. All right? Have a good day, fellas.
TC, TC, and Heavy. I didn't say nothing wrong. When they say I can't say that, I didn't say nothing wrong. What I clearly make it clear that if the criminals and them have guns and they're driving around and getting away with it, right? And it seems like nobody cares, nobody in catching them. Everybody get guns. That is not saying that they're going to get illegal guns. Go and apply for a gun. Maybe the government may, put out a petition where the government will have to see that the people are calling on the rights to bear arms. This is a conversation we must have, TC, as a people. This is the only how we can get somewhere. Because you rightfully say about 20 people get shot randomly just so, right? That is not right. But if these people had come up in a community and shoot 20 people, they would not be able to drive out. If we had the rights to bear arms, they would not get out of that community. No. You understand what I'm saying? So don't think I'm talking negative when I say something. Maybe you didn't understand. But we must find solutions. Where I have my place in Eastern, every single house, my neighbor have about 8 firearms in the house. Do you think I and my neighbor does have any argument or disagreement? No, me and my neighbors just live good. And all of we have firearms in the house. So it is make people feel safe to know that even if somebody break in my place, my neighbor cameras could see all where my place is there. That person is not going to come out and get away, because I'm sure my neighbor going to be able to use one of his firearms and put that person to rest. Good night. You have no right in my place. This is how serious it has to get, because we're moving in that direction, TC and Heavy, Trinidad and Tobago. That's the direction we're moving in. Because these people drinking, punching, and popping pills, and you looking like a monster in them eyes. I go.
Love and respect going out to you, man, Brooklyn. Okay. I want to say much love and respect to the 160, 70 something people on the live on the Facebook, and to the numerous amount of people on our YouTube as well. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. All right. So Heavy, you go right there.
So TC.
Yeah.
Remember on Tuesday we were having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about who really running this country.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I get back the list.
You get back the list? Oh, gosh, Heavy. Send that list to me so I will have it at all times. I'll ask you for it before. Okay. So when you're done read this list today,
well,
send it to me.
Yo, I get the list. So somebody send the link to send me to the list on Facebook. So I read it from here. But I screenshot it in segments to put it on my phone.
Right.
So I will send that for you.
Right, no problem.
Right. So Trinidad and Tobago, as we say, we're here to educate and inform.
Right.
And if you don't know, you're going to know now today who really running Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay.
Right? And I read them from an article here. So it's saying the 1% in TNT, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Mute clan, Prestige Holdings Limited, consists of KFC, Pizza Hut, TGI Friday, Subway, Starbucks, Agostini Limited, Smith & Robinson and Company Limited, Cyrus Technologies Limited, Agostini Building Solutions, Superfarm, Roscoe Petro Advance Limited, Hans Arnold Trinidad Limited, Hanshell Innis Limited, Caribbean Distribution Partners, Peter and Company PCL, Korea's Distribution Limited, Ovemco. Vembev in the license and distribution of the PepsiCo range of beverages, Independence Agencies Limited, then Seco Limited, Unilever, the Walk Shopping Center in Barbados, Marriott Courtyard, PriceMart, Payless Shoe Store, and Linda's Bakery.
That one, right?
That one.
That one, right?
That mute.
Right, so you realize they have shipping companies and thing in there?
Of course.
All right?
Yep.
Right?
They even have distribution company.
They have distribution company. They have courier service.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Go ahead, Heavy.
Sabga Clan.
Right.
Sanders Distribution Limited, Tatil and Qualifier Insurance, Ansa Macal, and Sons Marketing Company Limited, which is AMCO, Abel Building Solutions, which is ABS, McInerney Motors, Olson Shipping Limited, Caribbean Development Company CDC, Caribbean, Trinidad Publishing Company, Guardian, and CNC Tree, and Penta Pins, GTA Supermarkets, Ansa Technologies Limited, Oilfield Equipment, Offshore Sharing Solutions, Energy Marketing, Classic Motors, Trinidad Match Limited, Ansa Merchant Bank, Trinidad Broadcasting Company, TBC, Best Crete, Sissons Paint, Heineken Local Distribution, Tafagala Motors, Diamond Motors, Ansa Automotive, Ansa Motors, Jaguar Land Rover, BMW Mini, Honda, Mitsubishi, Ford, Fuso. Take a breath.
Hold on, Heavy, because I hear some insurance companies called there, some shipping companies. So as I was explaining to you, they are shipping in their own vehicles. They have their own bank, so the bank's doing financing for the vehicle that they bring in.
Yep, and
right,
and yeah.
So when you hear a bank going in by this car dealership, and they have today is loan day, go in and get your vehicle early.
10% down,
right,
and 0% down.
0% down.
Yeah.
The bank is buying the car from itself, Heavy, and then you're getting 5 years free insurance.
Right, yeah, the only insurance company.
The only insurance company too heavy. I wanted to understand, right?
Yeah, they lost it now.
Right. No, that same company, when they're going to do a new building, because they're going to do a new store, they have 2-block company in there.
Yeah, 2-block company.
That 2-block company.
Yeah.
Right?
That Best Creek company too. That's my
water. So you see where I'm going with this?
But I'm done yet, you see?
Yeah, done yet.
I reach nowhere yet?
I've been sick.
Why reach nowhere yet?
We're not in that one list there. I reach nowhere yet?
I reach nowhere yet. Let me continue.
Go ahead, Heavy.
Fuso, Freightliner, Gen B, Golden Dragon, New Holland, them is vehicles and boats and cars and
things.
Unilever and Bush Hog. Ansa Rentals, Indian River Brewery, Florida, Chinmat Chain of Supermarkets, Barbados, Florida Beer Company, Berger Paints, Rituals Coffee House, Pizza Boys, Church's Chicken, Donut Boys, Rituals Cafe, Walk and Roll, VIP Flyers Club, Grand Bazaar, AS Bryden and Sons Limited, Bayside West Limited, Maple Development Limited, Omera Holdings Limited, Promenade Development Limited, Property Lands.
Go back to that last one, Promenade what?
Promenade Development Limited.
Okay. So read that one again.
Promenade Development Limited.
What, Promenade?
Yeah.
You know what they're talking about, it, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like government contract.
Correct.
Okay.
Property Lands, BEH Holdings Limited, Big Board Company. Right? That is Sabgam. That was Abul. Starlight Shopping Plaza.
Still a place to own here in Trinidad?
There's a next family here.
There's not. It's still a more place to own?
I tell you, they own everything. Abu Khan.
I ain't hear Hunty's call there.
No, Hunty's is
I'm just showing you heavy.
The only people missing from the sales is them little wings and fries people.
They were showing you.
And them doubles men and them doubles men and them roti shop.
That is the only people missing there.
And the men and them who selling clothes in town
on the street.
On the street, yeah.
Because those who selling in the mall.
But it's ain't done yet.
The mall is owned by who?
By them.
Okay. Go ahead, Heavy. Sorry.
Right.
I'm feeling sick.
Abu Clan, Starlight Shopping Plaza, Center City Mall, Tropical Plaza, the Villas of Highland Park, Amalgamated Security. Bermuda's Clan, the West Indian Biscuit Company, the Jamaican Biscuit Company, Bermuda's Biscuit Company, Holiday Snacks Limited, Kiss Baking Company, Alamitos Bermudas, the West Indian Biscuit Company. And that's it.
You see what's going on, eh?
Yeah.
So they control every bread, bake, biscuit.
Yeah, everything.
Every single thing heavy.
Yeah, everything.
Right?
The thing is, the people that work is in this establishment, right? When they get paid, automatically have to purchase.
But obviously, because you're just going to the next one at the establishment.
Yeah, when you thinking
that that your money is really yours.
Your money is not really your money.
You're going back to one of these.
Even if you have a bank account, because they're telling you have a bank with this bank in order for you pay to go through there.
Okay.
Right?
And they're giving you a letter to go to that bank.
Yeah.
To make it easy, to make it look like if you really get through.
Yeah.
They're giving you a direct letter because that is their bank.
Their bank. And then they were giving you opportunity to get loans in the bank. So right. So now your salary going out to pay off a loan that you take from your work. So you work it, so the worker they take your money from your own work.
Okay.
So it's the same.
And if they tell you, well, here what the bank going on right here. Remember the bank just email you now.
Yeah.
Come and take a loan, get a car. You get the car from the same bank. People who you're working for here, giving you the loan to go and buy the car by the same owners.
The only bank and the car they're taking from the company is their company that they're taking the car from, and insurance company is their company, and everything. And so then they're not losing no how. They cover. TC they cover all their bases.
Because here why heavy. The price they're paying for a car is next to nothing, and they're bringing in hundreds.
Well,
right?
If you're bringing in sometimes more than hundreds,
no, I'm just sure they're bringing. So like when a Vessel is the car now, they're bringing in Vessels in numbers, right?
Yeah.
And they're gonna tell you when that Vessel is like about 20,000 TT.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then the own shipping company. The own shipping company heavy is about 20,000. By the time the own shipping company done pay to ship and clear and everything, it's gonna come up about that. Right?
And then government gonna take the taxes.
Right. But now here with the killer coming here. They're gonna price that said car as a brand new vehicle at, let's just say, 210,000.
210,000.
Right. Let me just say the lowest 210,000. Right. So they're selling you now that at 210,000. If you could pay for it one time, but they know you cannot.
You cannot pay for it.
So here what they're telling you, we're gonna give you this vehicle.
Yeah.
And you're going to pay for it for 7 years. They're not telling you a year. They're not telling you a year. They're not telling you 3 years.
Yeah, you're paying for 7 years?
7 years.
And again, 5 years free insurance.
Right.
So you pay insurance for 5 years.
Don't study the insurance.
Don't study the insurance. You just drive.
You just drive.
Right.
And to keep it in check now, you're going to come back to us for the first 3 years and do service. You must do that.
But after the first 100,000 kilometers, you're going to do service.
Right.
Every 10,000 kilometers, you're going to do a service.
But that is going to only be.
But the only service place too. Yeah. Only for 3 years. Yeah.
Because here why?
The car new.
The service for that 3 years is not.
It's not major. It's not major. There's oil change and fuel and whatever.
Basic.
Yeah.
Basic.
Yeah. They might change 2 tires for you.
Right. Don't breach the contract.
Don't breach the contract. 3 years.
3 years.
Warranty.
After that, it's on you.
Yeah.
For the next 4.
Yeah.
The next 4 is going to cost you outside plus. You're going to be paying for your
plus your parts. You pay for your loan. And if something go wrong with your car, you have to pay for your parts. You have to come back to the company to get the parts and all kind of thing. You understand?
Labor. And now, in 2 years after that 3 years, insurance is going to done.
Yeah.
So insurance finishes at 5 years.
Right. And then you can't depreciate. So now they tell you can't take no fully comprehensive again. You have to take it.
So they're winning all wrong.
All wrong, you're winning. You see, this thing stitch up for you to be a slave, you know. The only people, right, that not in this bubble is entrepreneurs, you know, people who working for the 7.
Yeah. Who have little small business.
Yeah, little small business.
Don't even think about major.
No major, nothing major. Little small business. And could save them money and back out for themselves and them kind of thing. Yeah, them is the only people kind of out of that. You understand? But everybody else, even public servants,
they buy out the media and all that.
Well, I mean, if they buy out the media, so you see, if these people are financing your party,
and they buy out the media, what going on?
They're financing your party. What going to happen? And they didn't buy the media, they have the media.
Yeah.
They own the media.
And if they didn't buy you yet, hear what? The only way we're gonna give you advertising and make you big is if you go in the direction we
go in. You understand? So if we're not talking with they want to hear.
I have 21 business in Trinidad, major business, and I can see if I spend $1,000 by you heavy for each one of my business, like $21,000 a month. What do you think? Just $1,000. Heavy. If I budget myself $1,000 a month and I have 21 business, right? Just $1,000 a month.
21 companies, yeah.
21 companies, and $1,000 is like no money.
That chicken.
Yeah, you're right, right? Every month you're gonna walk away with 21,000, right? And that's bottom of the barrel. Spot scraping advertising you get. Nobody does $1,000 in advertising a month, right? So now we're talking up the ladder. If I decide to spend $5,000, $6,000 by you, right, $10,000 by you, with 5 of my business,
you inside.
Yeah, inside.
You can just make a phone call and say, "You see them fellas talking, let me want to hear that."
I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
So you see what's going on.
Well, God, you see that how the thing sit up.
This really sad.
This is why I just tell people, those who control the media control the minds of the people.
Yeah, this really.
You understand? And if these people, and let me tell you something, see, you want to know something? Let me give you a joke. And I want to tell you this. These people get all this because of the PNM.
Wow. Wow.
They get to own all this, right? Because of the PNM. This is not foreign business people that come in here and invest in.
Yeah.
These are people that live in here, right? Who came here as refugees, just like the Venezuelans, you know. You understand? I was given, guess what I was given? Land and opportunities. And they just spread and take over.
Yeah.
And now them is the big boys. You can't talk to them.
Wow. We have 2 voice notes and then we're going to take your phone calls, all right?
Good afternoon, TC. Good afternoon, Evie. Evie, the first let's say read out. Like Mote, he won Venco. A man was already telling me that, Ian Doctor, his personal friend. That man arms real long, boy. Mote. Them running Trinidad and Tobago, them are money like peas. Them just pop it on the sugar now. Fire burn this evil, wicked atlas piano. My pain is first scared all the wake up now, start voting on the race now, vote on policies now. We don't suffer now the piano, man. We do all the trade that now, man. Oh God, all the wake up.
Heavy, TC, good afternoon. Lawrence Dupre. Why are you feeling Mr. Lawrence Dupre? This government never given back his company, even though he was willing to pay back the money. He offered to pay $11 billion and within the next 6 months pay off the rest, and they blank him. Remember, Lawrence Dupre had the biggest conglomerate in the whole Caribbean. They didn't want that. Remember, he's considered a black man. They didn't want you to get back that company. That is why. So, you see, the rest of the world, see the 1%, they could rule. They didn't want Lawrence Dupre. That is the reason why they never get back Lawrence Dupre Clico. Even though he was willing to pay off the loan, pay off everything. They didn't want to get him back. That is the reason. Watch who control the market now.
Huh. All right, so we on the inside. We're going to take your phone calls now. I was just getting rid of the voice notes before we take your phone calls, so you can call us now, all right? We invite you to make that call right now. I see the phone lines was ringing, but I couldn't cut the voice notes to take the phone calls, all right? Heavy, make sure and send that for my telling you. Do you see that? That is
hot for that, you see?
Yeah, that is hot for. Caller, good evening. Caller, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, caller, good evening.
Yeah, Heavy and TC.
Yeah, man.
Now, considering the tax, right? It's 3% multiplied by 12 divided by 100. That is how you get your annual taxable value, rental value, sorry. And then, the amount, and then that is how you work out the tax. It's 3% of the annual value of your house. You multiply that by 12 and divide it by 100. And that figure, that way you pay for the year. All right, thanks.
All right, thanks. Well, real people going on how to do that? how to do that? Heavy? All them strong first primary and them all them post primary. Hi, good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, good evening again, guys.
Yeah, good evening.
Listen, I wanted to raise that same point that Heavy raised. I was reading in the papers that Prestige owners declare after tax profit at 57%. But you know they raised the KFC and said that because the government raised the minimum wage, that have to flow over to the workers. And that is why all the other groceries are them doing the same thing. You could believe that? So it really is a no-win situation.
No win. Yeah, no win. They intend to lose at all. And they must be putting up the profit when the year come in the billions.
All right, caller, thanks so much for your contribution.
So the minimum wage can't cut into the profit at all.
At all.
Nah, they ain't taking that bounce. Nah.
Good evening, caller. Caller, good evening. Caller, good evening.
Yes, gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
Let's have a dialogue this afternoon where that is concerned. Heavy, since you are the one throwing out the conversation.
Who's that?
Don't study with it is a gentleman call. Doesn't matter who calls.
Is that a gentleman?
Aren't you two not gentlemen?
You go ahead after Sawa.
So, Heavy, how did the PNM make the 1% wealthy? What land did they give to them? Could you tell me? And what opportunity was given to them that wasn't given to us? Could you tell me? So you call one company, and I would outline a couple. And I keep telling people, if you don't know, don't talk. In 1990, something was done to our country. We had a coup. Holiday Foods that was owned by a black man. We was in a recession already. The world was in a global recession. And because we went to the IMF, somebody didn't like Robinson, and the method that he took decided that they was going to overthrow the government that was in power. So Holiday Foods, being in the financial difficulty that it has been in, and fighting to go along with the little black man and the 10 little Bedford truck, after 1990, crashed his program. So that company stayed there for nearly 2 years. I am working by KISS. And one day, a gentleman that Robert Bermudez has running KISS tell me, come, let me go across the road. I have a key for building across the road. There's one building away from the building where KISS was. And we went and we opened the gate. And after that, Holiday Foods was owned by Bermudez. Right? Let me give you another example. See all the car companies in town on what we call Richmond Street? What was McEnany at the time? Also owned by a black man. Ford McEnany, or what McEnany was called, had a place in Arima that we used to assemble motor cars, gallant, and whatever. After 1990, because of the same thing, the 1% bought the shares and they ended up with it. And after that, they continue to grow their businesses.
How? How will you answer this question for me? How did people, a small set of people came to Trinidad and Tobago, riding around in Lavanti and East Port of Spain on bicycle with
you
see, I can't talk to you, don't listen. Listen off here then. Listen off here. If you don't want to listen, listen off here. Let me finish.
Well, I'm allowing you to finish. I just made a point. I said you know them on bicycles.
Yes, they were riding around on bicycle.
Well, all right. I said, well, you know them.
Yes, they were riding around on bicycle.
Well, once you know them on bicycle, you know them well. Go ahead.
Yes, but you're trying to deny the truth.
No, I said go ahead. I'm not denying. I have a point. You didn't understand what I just said. So you would get to that point. So get to your point.
How that these people came here riding wrong East Port of Spain and going from house to house with cloth and measuring tape around the neck, selling our grandparents and our great-grandparents' cloth, right? Reach from there to owning the country in a matter of 30, 40 years. How?
How?
Yeah.
Well, they said, give my mother a fatigue. So I'm telling you know them riding bicycle. I know them walking.
But not everywhere can I go dry riding bicycle. But that is not the question. The question that I was walking on a bicycle. The question is, how did they get...
I am making a point. So if please allow me while you get to the AC, so is a dialogue we having.
Yeah, but you're sticking on we're wasting time.
I am making my point.
Yeah, when you come to slow down the program. You realize that?
What I am saying, I know them forward and you know them with a bike. So to buy a bike long time,
right, so well then we ask you a question, answer the question. Answer the question.
So they used to give them all a piece of cloth for 25 cents. But you know the difference? They used to save the money.
Saving can never make you rich day. Saving can never make you rich day.
Let me finish, please. And after 1990, they had cash capital in the bank more than the average black man. When they combine
that
the
is lie. That is lie.
That is lie. You tell me. You
that is a lie. That is a lie.
That could never.
But that is a lie. But you lie to people. Hold on. Just now. Hold on.
I tell you.
Wait. You're talking.
You can't tell me how they get.
I don't want to cut you off, but you're talking stupidness. Wait. Heavyweight. You're talking about all these black people that had owned business in Trinidad, right? Yeah. That lost the business after the cruise, right?
You're talking about millionaires.
Millionaires, right? Right? How? In after that, white business, the same people that you're calling there, business went into problems and get bailed out. How none of our black party never saw it right to bail out none of these black businesses.
Correct. Yeah, you make a serious point.
Even when the bailout won, which was Clico.
Right. They take the assets.
They take it.
When they was willing to pay it.
When the man was willing to own back his own business.
I pay my bets,
But you come here to sell loom and talk about, them had cash capital. And them could have buy up tongue after.
Them could have saved
them sell cloth and buy up the whole of tongue after. and buy up all them business. Boy, don't come here to sell your loo and Bataria.
Well, let me tell something.
That is loo. So them spell all that cloth and buy up all the land in Westmoreland and buy up all the land in Trin City and buy up every business place. So them sell cloth and buy all of that.
You see?
And the Indian people at that time wasn't saving. The
Indian wasn't saving. When I had big companies, Robert Amara and Kupulani and all of them. Kupulani and all of them wasn't saving.
Nobody else wasn't saving.
Nobody else was saving. Only these people were selling crop for 25 cents.
I set up bull crap you come here to talk.
Them was saving. Do you want we to believe that?
It's them that were telling them to push down the African and push up the white man. He's a real PNM.
He want us to believe that these people sell cloth at 25 cents a yard.
Yeah, and save the money 15 cents every day.
Every day.
And but why next time don't call back here, because don't call back here. Call Trinidad and sell Dalu. Don't call back here. Because we try to have a conversation with you and that nonsense.
He want the switch to talk from if I know they're walking or if I know they're driving bike and all kind of thing. He want to switch up the talk.
That one-on-one don't make two.
Don't make two. That Madsen, but I'm trying to tell him. Right?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My apologies.
Now, we are going on. I said it in our voice, and I said, don't have to pay the voice. So let me tell you something. When them 1%, the Lebanese and the Syrians and them come Trinidad, I was walking and riding bikes, selling clothes. These gentlemen and them get comfort letters from the government ministers to go to the bank and get loan and start businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. Miss Elsdad in California, since I saw she driving her car,
a old hunter and selling clothes and perfume for years and get big man, she's dead, she's still driving car. She's dead driving car, selling clothes and clothes. So what save our money? You're talking about, you know, loan them get to start construction business and this business and that business before 1990.
Before 1990, they were given a government subvention of $10 million and a piece of land west of the National Stadium, what we all know as West Morris.
So when he went back there talking to come and to push down in people's throat, what madness he talking? For years, these people are getting loan and comfort. Your grandfather could have more business. He cannot go and get no loan and comfort from the bank. The PNM government minister was giving them letters to go and get loan to start the business and it start to multiply. But when after the coup, the same blood people who had businesses, they cannot go by the bank and get no money and they had business before. So how all of a sudden one day the business burned down and that was it after they cannot start back the business?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to tell people, if it is something, if it is one thing out there, boy, I can tell you about them 1% because I work around them, I still work around them, boy. You talking about, boy? Them then had nothing when they come to Trinidad. They run from the Ottoman Empire, from the Middle East, because the freedom was being oppressed and they come here in the western part of the world.
He alone know the history and he alone could tell you.
From the place and they realize they...
Batari alone could tell you.
If you
don't know hush, the lies he come to tell. If you don't know hush.
They also were given the license to bring cloth, the only people to bring cloth in Trinidad and Tobago.
They were selling clothes, walking and riding. What could get rich off of that? And I know that people for years, I just use Miss Esbeth from California, this is my God rest his soul. I just use her as an example. I said, I small, I know she's selling clothes like a big man. She's selling clothes in her car and she's dead doing that. And she never get rich.
And I see all them property on Frederick Street, Queen Street, Charlotte, and on Henry Street. When they have the coup and some of them places that buildings that burned down, they get the opportunity to get them buildings and them next to nothing.
Even before that heavy, even before the coup, a lot of African people own the properties on Frederick Street, Charlotte Street, and they bribe them, the same 1% with a big church in Trinidad, bribe them and build a big estate up there, La Roqueta, Melody, and sell a lot of them up there and take the property. And they walk in it and see between some stores, when I see somebody, an African woman coming up, there are people who stand up and stand the ground and they sell the place, they build around the place, they build over the place. We're talking about, but I come to mislead people here, boy. These people get loan and comfort from the government with my grandfather and great-grandfather cannot get.
And they get that where we could not get.
They get what we cannot get, and they multiply, and the growers are saying, why did they let Donald Zuber buy back the business? He was paying 11 million, I was going to pay the next 9 or 10 billion after. Because the government wanted Trinity Estate to do just what they do up there now. Right. You want to take the business and shite amongst the fire slate amongst the 1%.
Thank you.
Now they want to take it and leave the black man down. Los was the biggest conglomerate in the Caribbean. He owned part of Los Saturday, a part in Los Saturday.
And then they want to say that this government is a black government.
What black government? And plus 2 Los was going and buy 40-something% share a regional football club in Scotland. All that he was heading for. They didn't want to give back that because what you're mad because why? The political financiers.
They wanted
to run Trinidad.
Yep.
I'll look out and listen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, they're real good in here, yes? Feel like it's a set of post-primary you're talking to him.
I glad he come in and I listen to him quietly. I say, I'm waiting for him. Can we come in sideways?
And he's coming aggressive.
Right? So when I say, okay, let me talk to you now, I listen to him now. I say, let me talk to you now. When they want answer this question, one simple question, when they was riding wrong selling clothes, and he started to go off there one time.
Yeah.
You know the riding? Oh, come on.
Whether the riding walking.
Whether the riding walking, whether they were selling clothes.
They were selling clothes.
Right?
And they wasn't selling clothes in no big store in town.
How? From selling clothes in town, they were able to reach where they reach now in a short space of time.
Yeah.
He trying to tell me they were saving.
In 30 years, that list that you read out there. The save money.
Tell me, do you see?
30 years.
Do you see? All the way up now. Because some people sleep in here now.
Yeah, in 30 years. Look at that list you read out there. Man. Hello.
TC.
Yes, sir.
Very good program, boy. Very good. You know why the Syrian community is prosperous like that, I believe? You see all the free land the government has give them. all the free state land them fellas, and them must get like simple as Grand Bazaar. When you check Grand Bazaar, which was agricultural land, you understand? And them fellas, when you as a small man and you at the gun, acquire a piece of land or buy a piece of land, first thing bank asking you, we're paying for collateral. You understand? You have to work half of your life to pay out for that and then go and transport a building. And these fellas and them now, under the PNM government, they're getting free land by the hundreds of acres. So when you check Grand Bazaar loan and you check the small money, them fellas and them must be paying for taxes. And when you rent 1 or 2 store alone in Grand Bazaar, you check the kind of money they're making. So that's why they own the whole country.
Exactly.
You understand?
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We have a lot of calls on the line. Let me see how much we could get out of it. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, brother.
Good evening.
I really I will call on a good time while listening to you all and the program. People have respect for both of you all, and I would like it to continue to that people have respect because I would like to see some sincerity because I have been this square and I hear old people say, so let us come down, that old people say this square hold on, that most of them build and put around town was black people who own it and sell it. So show some sincerity what this grip. Why we have to be getting on so arrogant around and saying with all my people say it's black people the owner and it's they who sell it. Who are to blame, brethren? Man, always show some sincerity, man.
I didn't take you on. I didn't take you on.
Post-primary.
Yeah, post-primary.
Post-primary.
Hi, good evening. Welcome. Hi, good evening. Welcome.
FNTC.
Yes, good. Yes, man.
Yeah, FNTC. I do that track session and I'm listening to the our PNM callers and they go along, get along PNM gang. Right? And FNTC, I remember that building on Duncan Street, the former Workers' Bank building?
Yeah.
Remember that building?
Yeah.
I sent a proposal to Prime Minister Rowley. I didn't send it to nobody else, you know. I sent it directly. The Prime Minister told me personally, send it to him. Whatever that?
Yeah.
I sent it to him with the Lavender to Wall Street Empowerment Center. And I don't know what he do with it, right? He put it in the disposable file. You know who's going to get that piece of land, the match don't be building now. You know who's going to get that piece of land on Downtown Street and Independence Square?
Who?
With less than 2%.
Less than 2%.
Oh God, nah, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that Wall Street. Don't tell me to go and get admit.
Yeah, for black.
Somebody call me.
Yeah, go ahead, on Wall Street.
Yeah, that building wasn't for Wall Street, you know. It wasn't for me, you know, because I good. It was for them disadvantaged, and I'm saying it this way, for the poor black disadvantaged youth of Lavender, Morven and environs.
Yep.
Where they could go and get free SAT classes, free SCA classes, free ACT classes, free computer classes, and not only that, AVMTC, but we have set up computers for them so they could have jobs where it could be, people could be in all different parts of the world. And them fellas could have a job, right? As they could be phone people, all different type of things they could do for a job. But you see, you wicked PNM, our PNM, you wicked our PNM, them the one that know black people, especially poor black people. I believe AVMTC, the PNM want poor black people to stay where they are so they could come.
So they could continue to work for these businesses and then we now call out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you still hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Yeah, you wrap up.
Yeah, I believe Prime Minister Rowley, who has said he could be the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, he wants to keep poor black people poor so they could continue to vote for the PNM. That Laventille to Washington Empowerment Center would have made a significant impact on crime in the communities of Laventille, Movan, and environs. Just imagine that. Just imagine. But you know what? The PNM they want that. But what them other fellas they them call? All of them calling. But easy and how close with this, eh? I want to ask most of the black PNM callers to give me 3 innovative ideas that the RPNM have done over the past 9 years. Let me repeat that. Give me 3 innovative ideas that the RPNM have done under the man that called himself the blackest man in Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Rowley. FNTC, you guys have a splendid first. Marvelous, just tune in the first rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your call. All right. We're taking your call straight up to the top, and I like this conversation because it's always defend.
Yep.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. One of the 3 things he never do was submit the camera, promote racism, and talk her up.
We don't have time.
We don't have time for the
we don't have time for that.
Post primary. We don't have time for all the post primary time is from 6 in the morning to 4 p.m.
We don't have time for
right.
That. This is an educated conversation.
Correct. Anything. This is secondary school.
Yeah, secondary school.
College.
Yeah.
You understand? University.
Once you're under that bell, don't call.
Yeah.
We don't have time for that camera.
We don't have time for that post primary thing.
We don't have time for camera. You understand? That is why your grandchildren and your children is not seeing a better tomorrow because you don't want a better tomorrow for them. You want a PNM tomorrow. You understand? Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. But I just find it very real disingenuous when people mix the truth. I think that what that guy, but the bar guy, he seemed to have some truth in it. But then you mix it with you start adding your fabrication.
Yep.
And that's dangerous. I find that not cool at all, man. If you're speaking facts, speak facts. If you don't know, say you don't know. But don't just add, what you think it is. You understand? And let me real, you could be the best clothes seller. You could be the best in anything. But you would never reach those heights unless you get a backing from the state, if you're being real about it.
Yeah.
You could be the best, you could have the most in it. Nobody could be better than you. But unless you get a backing from either a financier or the state itself, you ain't going to reach them elevations. Come on.
All right, thank you, caller. TC, before I take anything else, in those days, Bolan Amar was the big boy.
Yeah, he was
right?
the monster.
He was the monster.
The Amars was the monster.
Right? So, what happened to him? How come he didn't have all this now? Because and they had the money at the time.
Yeah.
After 1990, they could have buy out all these companies and buy out this and that.
Yeah.
How come? One to Mutila Munan and them.
Yeah,
them could have buy out too.
Yeah.
But and in them time when they were saying things,
them didn't save no money.
No, them didn't save no money. In them time when them were millionaires, these people were selling clothes.
Yeah.
So we tried to tell me, these people could not go and invest and buy all this and buy that. Kupalani and them could not do that.
No.
Eh?
They didn't have enough money. Them didn't save.
No, and they
don't.
And them was the big Sawatis at the time.
Yeah.
You understand? Back in the 80s and things. Them was the Sawatis.
Yep.
So how come these people here who was selling cloth end up owning Trinidad?
Because they sell their family cloth
at 25 cents a yard.
And the same. Every time they sell.
And they was able to buy Westmoreland, Port of Spain,
Trinidad, the beer company, everything.
TC.
Yeah.
Is the call already?
Kingsley out. Yeah.
Oh, Kingsley, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before I take that call, TC, let me show you how this thing is work. You see how long Shagaramas is right now?
Yeah.
You remember how Shagaramas was before?
Yeah.
They say that one day. You see what how long they now?
Yeah.
You remember that had a place called the Mecca? Right with spot?
Yeah.
The so-called. They move out. The man that owned that was a black man.
Across from the
stadium. A man that owned that, black man named Mr. Monroe.
Yeah.
Right? He owned that big piece of spot there.
Yeah.
They tell him, it's endangering the environment, the mangroves and things. You have to move that from there. They shut him down.
Right.
Close him down.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, who own it now?
No, he sell it, remember? Black people
He never sell it. They tell him he had to move it.
Black people only know how to sell heavy. Heavy, that is it. They putting on black people.
They point that, but we know the truth, you see. We know the truth.
They're spitting in black people mouth right through and tell them true that I chewing gum.
Kingsley, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good evening to you, gentlemen.
Good evening.
And that is what the Africans in the PNMS do. Always want to defend the 1% because they know that the 1% benefit from the PNM. There's no doubt about it. There's no facts about it. That most of these big businesses in this country, is the PNM have them. And they didn't have their own. The styles for their own. Because as I know, in 2015, when they was campaigning, they was telling African people, hey, look, Kamala, she helping all she young East Indian people. She putting them in the corporation, in the WhatsApp, in the agency. And they tell the PNM China that vote for we in 2015 and we will give them a stable job. You know what they're giving them now? You happy? 2 days because a weekend corporation work. They tell the people in 2015, 14, 15 that go and open companies. Put your hands. Know about that? Put your hands. Know about that? Tell them to go and open small company, black a company that the Africans can benefit and get contracts as they do roads and box drain and roads. They're still giving Dunya Samir. They're still giving Kalkoet. They're still giving the same contractors who they say that Kamala Pasal was neglecting the African community and giving the same East Indian people. So that is PNM. PNM know that the Africans who in the PNM will continue defending the Ronan Senan, the Faris, the Kazim Hussein. That is what them defended. Stuart Young. And the question remains, show us who African in the PNM as an MP ever tell the Prime Minister to excuse themselves so his family could get a contract. None. Not for Joe Hines, not Penny Beckles, not Camille Robinson, not Leon. None of the Africans in the PNM who is MPs and minister, the family excuse themselves. But we are Stuart Young, we are Faris, we are Inbert, we are Tendi.
They recuse themselves how much times? Split about 50 times.
And we have a big cousin. And Batala calling that. Batala is a slave catcher, heavy. Batala is a big, nasty stink catcher. And he needs to be exposed for what he is. He has to join, they are slave catchers. Rounded is the biggest slave catcher. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. If you have 1,000,001
so, well, I don't see the whole screen light up with voice notes.
Let me play all the voice notes because I don't want the voice notes.
No fruit.
All right, thanks. We can say no fruit.
Kingsley walking.
Kingsley, right, no fruit.
Yeah, look for it, look for it.
I can answer Bataya with that, how they make the 1% wealthy. When the 1% of them land in Trinidad and start a little small business, they could go to the bank with a letter from government minister and get loans.
And
open construction business and all sort of things. The 1% was getting contracts and all the front things. The 1% get contract and make uniform.
Good evening, guys. I like that little savvy. And you know, the host that has come before you guys, one day I heard that woman defending that, She went so far to say why they only complain about the 1%, they only complain about the 1%. But the 1% has always been a friend of the Africans. Because if you look at all the businesses is African people that they have hired working for them. So the 1% has always been friends of the African. That woman say that, I want to know, the people that be crazy,
You
boy.
see, if I bust a market,
And you know the callers who call in after
if you sick
and support what she's saying, you know.
Good afternoon, TC. Good afternoon, everyone. I like to give Bartry the play. You must listen to Bartry the talk. Bartry like he hate black brothers and sisters, you know. But Bartry them is evil, wicked fellas, boy. Fire burn all the Bartry, all the evil and wicked. All the try to uplift all the black brothers and sisters, pull them down, all the haters, boy.
Yeah, them is haters of black people.
Good afternoon, TC. Good afternoon, every. Well, the PNM rules so long. So they say the PNM is a black government. So all them black businesses, all they uplift them and bail them out. I try to tell the TC and every, the PNM do not like African people. PNM black outside and white inside. The evil and wicked black brothers and sisters. Fire burn the PNM. They like Syrians. The council, the man was telling about TC. The man is saying the council is true.
TC and every good afternoon. Ask them what about all Dr. Corey and them down the islands with a gun with the head. All them drugs and all them guns will come in the country and mash you. Who bring them things? These same people.
Man talking about 1990 recession. But before 1990, what caused us to get into that recession? How we come into that recession?
Okay.
Is it thieving from the politicians before that caused us to go, the country to go into that recession? But he's talking from about 1990. What happened to before that?
Yeah.
That is why Idi Amin became the type of person he was, because of that same injustices, where people was just coming into the people land and country and taking all the riches out of it and treating the people poor and suffering under them.
You know, that voice note is so right. He talking about 1990.
Yeah.
Right before 1990, who was running
the country?
How we end up in a recession in 1990?
Was from 1986 though. As soon as the company we end up in a recession.
Okay.
Who was running the country before that?
Who?
That was telling you where the money gone. That was the concern. Where the money gone?
First, Bataria sick. Bataria come to tell you that the problem in Trinidad and Tobago started in 1990. You see how sick Bataria is? Because Eric William and them accept Bataria and them to come in Trinidad and Tobago to have a better life. Right? Because Eric William and them allow a few of them well to come from where they come from, so that they can have a better life in Trinidad and Tobago. But Bataria didn't take the opportunity, you know, because he's still renting in Bataria. I want to tell all you that Bataria refused to say the reason why the NAR went to the IMF. He even blamed the IMF on the NAR, and not saying that Chambers,
Eric William
thief all the money in the country. He come to tell me he was in a recession. How Trinidad and Tobago could have been a recession when we was the third country in the whole in the Caribbean. Matter of fact, it was America, Canada, and then we. But Bataria come to tell me back in them days that we was in a recession. Bataria, you're too sick and illiterate. Don't call this program, eh? Don't call this program.
Yeah, don't call this program, for real.
They get it
and everything. Don't call this
and what they was doing heavy and TC is any black-owned business, what it was doing, they was raising the property tax to a point where it was hard on the owner. The owner wasn't making money as they was making before. Because you know, black people doesn't like to shop in black-owned business. For some reason, we brainwash when it comes to that. We have a hatred mentality to support we own. But we would go by the Syrian, and they would raise the property tax where the building is. And then, when the Syrian and them buy it, they pay next to nothing. It was all a systemic plan for black people to have nothing. So, Bataria, we don't want to hear you.
Good evening, TC and every. How long PNM building back the drag mall? How long the black mall was burned down? And how long they're taking to build it back now? Ask them.
You telling me?
They'll never build it back.
Terry and TC, the late Norman Sabga, right? He was on record as saying in his 80s that he borrowed money from the bank, right? And went and purchased McAnally Orsons. And that was the beginning of the launch pad for the conglomerate to grow, you know, because he had a vision. And he said with that investment he make, he buy Carib and everything after that. come into play. And that is why he ended up a multi-millionaire.
Could not get money borrowed from the bank.
He should be a multi-millionaire by now.
That makes sense.
But he didn't go on insurance taking care of the business now.
If you know the bank,
have a good day,
the bank that are getting money.
Yes, you're right. You're programming the African people to work for the higher echelons people and them. And not only that, to brainwash them enough. And to play the race card for them to go and vote back for the PNM.
The same bank that has
the interest at heart. That is how they brainwash people to vote. All of them is just a voter bank and living in illiteracy. Have a good day. Heavy NTC. For some of the post-primary that call in here, you might have to give them forms to go and learn a trade, you know. Because you know after post-primary years, they go and learn a trade.
It's too late for them. It's too late.
So you have to give them form to go serve other places to learn a trade, right, fellas?
You try
to
tell
the form as soon as they come.
That a person who own a business and a custom banking with a bank couldn't fall into a hole after the 1990 quasi. Could not go back to that said bank that he's banking with all the time and get a loan
to boost up
his business. But a man who didn't own a business at all, he had a cloth business and just carrying 10 cents, he could go get a big enough loan
to buy
over your company that you already had owned. That makes sense, Bartarian. You really don't have no brain in serious.
If I tell you the whole racket.
And the bank of itself, Heavy, was the owners of the bank?
It's a government bank, was the NCB.
Huh? And that's how would.
That was a government bank, and that bank went bankrupt because of people not paying back the loans. And guess who wasn't paying back the loans?
Oh, okay. But they never hold them accountable.
And I would have closed it down and bring out this new bank that we have here now.
Okay.
You understand? All these banks was...
All they want to talk? Man, Trinidad and Tobago have a safe evening, yes? See you
all right, people, tomorrow.
Yeah. I really can't deal with some all inside there now. Live lack of education for real.
As the season changes, let's continue to show that ocean of unity for each other. Let's harmonize that sweet rhythmic sound that comes from deep within, that reflects togetherness, getting back to the issues that matter the most. One mission, one station, The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of The Street 919 FM.
Conscious Talk, where we are at and where we are going. After a storm, there is a calm. Where there is darkness, light follows. Where there is evil, good overcometh. It's Conscious Talk with Steve Antoine. Every Thursday from 10:25 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. It's Conscious Talk. Conscious Talk.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM. If you want greater respect from your bankers, bosses, those in authority, then words matter. If you want more productive business relationships with coworkers,